Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, hello and welcome to the iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Pro Series powered by Loco. Now, my name is Angad Singh Chahal. I go by XP, and with me is Amrit. We know him better as Fixes. But before we get to anything, today is going to be a monumental day. It has been a marathon this far.
Oh, yeah.
The finish line is in the distance, and it's that last little dash that is required to basically make it over the line. But the question is, who are we going to say bye-bye to? Because it all comes down to these last 4 games.
The last dance before we get into the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen, is what we are talking about over here. But so much to talk about today, especially considering the fact that from the 10th or 11th position right till 23rd, it's all out in the open.
It is all out in the open. And, well, of course, a couple of teams are maybe not going to be in contention. But, you know, there is still a chance for 7 others to make it to the top 16. And, you know, of course, none of this massive tournament would not have been possible without BGMI Crofton and our lovely sponsors, iQOO and Loco. So before we get into the nitty-gritty of what's going to happen, let's just check out what this bad boy in our hands is all about, because I'm, of course, talking about the iQOO Neo 6, and let me tell you something, it packs quite a punch.
Indeed does, right? You talk about the Snapdragon 875G processor. That's, well, the top of it all, right? You don't get anything better at this particular price segment. And then you talk about the 80 watts of flash charging that we do offer. Now, I have been playing a lot of BGMI, and, of course, like I've been saying, after a game, just charge it for 5 minutes and you can play 3 or 4 more.
You can indeed. And of course, my favorite feature about this phone is that Cascade cooling system.
Oh, yeah.
First of all, I love the name Cascade, right? Because it just kind of reminds you of a nice gentle waterfall and making sure that everything is going to be covered. And, you know, if you think about it, when things are heating up in the game, this has always been icy cool, because gone are the days when you used to have a fan at the back of your device, and, you know, we don't need all of that with this equipment in our hands. But coming back to today, man, I mean, it is going to be a hectic day for sure. There's going to be a lot of scraps. And, you know, we all keep wondering, what is the whole point of this? Well, that is where, of course, this massive tournament, the biggest in the country so far, is all about, because the prize pool is coming up on your screens. And once again, don't be deceived. There are 7 zeros after that to a whopping 2 crore prize pool.
And this is all about the finals we're talking about, XP, right? Considering the fact the first position gets 75 lakhs, then we've got 35 for the second, third also 20 lakhs. And apart from that, it keeps on reducing. But there you have some special prizes. You've got one for the MVP, for the one who gets the most finishes, the lone survivor, someone who goes on a rampage, and additional prize, 9.6 lakhs. Now, where do you think that's going to go?
Well, the best thing is, you know, all our lovely viewers that are watching, you stand a chance to take part in those additional prizes as well. And, of course, we're going to get to that later.
It's going to happen?
It is going to happen. However, now, how do we decide who gets what? Well, of course, you know what's going to happen. The point distribution is popping up on our screens. And the one thing that I love the best is 1 finish equals 1 point, which means all you have to do is take the fight right to the enemy's doorstep. And if you are lucky, if you manage to survive till the end, well, those placement points coming in at the top, 15, 12, 10, 8, 6. Those position points are definitely going to help propel you to greater glory. But, you know, I mean, again, it's going to be a different kind of a day today. We are going to see some, a few shenanigans here and there, if I'm going to be honest with you. And speaking of shenanigans, Fixes, do you think someone or the other, even from the top, or maybe right at the bottom, are going to play spoil sports for these other teams?
Oh, 100% that is going to happen, right? All the personal vindications are going to be taken out today. And, well, we're going to start off with a wrangle. Of course, it is going to be teams from groups A and C. But the Vikendi match is what I'm really looking forward to, right? This is where we've been talking. There have been certain teams that are really good in this particular map, and this is where they have to change. This is where we're going to see so much of those healing battles happening, or we might be completely off to a throw where we have a circle on the edges, because the last circle, if you remember, XP, was kind of a little bit centrish oriented, right? If you talk about the patterns that we have been, it's always been one center, once on the edge. So today is where we're going to have that edgy Vikendi.
Well, let's find out if Vikendi is going to be edgy, because we want that drama as well. But the players, they want it to be a nice and easy drive. But again, these are the last 4 games. Of course, we do have 6 matches in store for you. Each and every group is still going to play for each. Now, I mean, you know, we were thinking about it. The teams at the bottom, they need to come out swinging. I mean, it isn't all about David going up against Goliath, because the Goliaths are pretty set in their position right now. I mean, most of the big dogs, they have cemented their position for the grand finals. However, again, coming back to the little question, are we going to see a few clash drops happening, drop clashes happening, and perhaps maybe someone might just go and try and hunt someone down and give someone else a chance? Of course, all by coincidence, or is it?
I mean, it comes down to being like a a coin that has two sides. It either goes this way or completely all bonkers right from the very beginning.
Well, right now we're going to be heading to the pre-match segment powered by Loco, and well, you did see which all groups are playing first. Question is, can you spot your favorite teams?
Well, I don't think it's now time for favorites, right? It's all about the survival XP, and this is where Autobotz come into the picture. Retribution, RTR, GOG, Esports Wala, WSF, and Kinetic Esports of Esports. Of course, we can keep UP50 out of our conversation, because now you really need to have a good start. Yesterday, if you remember, GOG came out swinging, and on that aspect, they had the other games, go the way they wanted. But for now, we had also witnessed this one fight, if you remember, yesterday in Erangel, right? Esports Wala, WSF, and the GOG fight. Now, if that happens right from the very beginning, that's going to be very detrimental for the team that's on the losing side.
Now, you did bring up these two teams. GOG, day one in this week was phenomenal, right? 54 points coming in from them on the day, and well, yesterday they did manage to secure 32 for themselves, so they do have that little consistency. But again, the other team that you mentioned, Esports Mala, WSF, oh boy, they need those points too, and in yesterday's battle they did come out on top. However, it was a little shaky affair for them, and we did mention one thing, that they need to basically take the fight straight to the enemy gates, and they did do that. They did falter in Sanhok. However, let's see if today is going to be a little different for them.
I think for Esports Wala WSF, the mantra has been pretty much simple today, right? They want to engage in as many fights as they possibly want to. Glimpses of which we did get to witness in the final game of Erangel. No matter, they just had 2 position points, but despite that, they did still come out with 9 finishes to their names, right towards the very end, right? So that is how they're going to approach the game. Now, there's a problem that occurs when you try and play go all guns blazing. Now, if you tend to have a few casualty, despite the fact that you've won the fight, then that is where you fall down.
Well, of course, it's all about that domino effect, right? Because if one of your members goes down, you have this little mental block that kind of sets up that, they have a man advantage. So the pressure on you, the amount of hard work that you have to put in is going to increase a bit, but that is what separates champions from all the rest. And now, of course, this is the iQOO BMPS. It is the Pro Series, so all of these teams in their own right are already professional esports athletes.
Yes.
But the thing is, only 16 are going to make it to the next round. And like we said, this is the biggest tournament so far. So once again, a massive shout out to BGMI Crofton for, well, giving us this game, and our sponsors, iQOO and Loco, for making all of this happen, which means, well, I think they already know where we're going to be heading to, because before we start off with all the action, once again, let's have a look at that beautiful, beautiful video. We all know how to train your dragon, but now we've learned how to slay your dragon. And of course, if you have the iQOO Neo 6 90 FPS in BGMI, anything is possible.
Oh, indeed it is, right? We've been talking about the 90 FPS coming soon, and once it hits, you can understand the sort of a fluidity that comes in, how much it is.
I already have mine.
How much it is really going to help you in your close combat situations, right? And that is where the confidence really comes in. Now, once you have your device supporting you, what will stop you from getting up to the top? Maybe in the next BGIS, we might have some new stars coming on the block.
We might indeed. And, once again, once you do get yourselves this little device, make sure you head over to Loco as well, because if you want to start your esports career, well, no better place to start than Loco. But now, it is going to get a bit loco in the game as well, because things are going to be crazy. And I believe right from the beginning, you and I were having a discussion backstage. We anticipate a lot of action, we anticipate a few drop clashes, and we anticipate a few spoil sports out there. But the question is, are they going to go and ruin someone's game, or if the teams at the bottom, if they are ready for that fight, I'm pretty sure they're expecting some things coming their way. If they topple over the giants coming for them, oh boy, they're going to have a massive boost to their confidence.
I think this can happen with maybe teams like Walkouts, because out of the entire list we have that are under the hammer, it is, I think, Walkouts that have been a renowned team over the past. They did play with us in the last BGIS, where we had, I think they were from Reckoning, if I'm not wrong. So, but now they're from a new org. They've been renowned players in the community. Maybe some past, past things being brought up.
I mean, it could be, but what's going to happen right now is I do believe we have a little bit of a shuffle coming up in one of the teams because, again, you want to keep your enemies guessing, and we're going to wait and watch what exactly is going to happen because any idea who's going to do what? Now, the team at the bottom, they shouldn't really be taking too many chances at this stage, right? Because it is going to be something exciting, and the teams at the top are the ones that might make a little bit of a switcheroo. So before we give anything away, I'm going to wait for that to pop up on our screens because I want you to read it for yourselves and then have a look and be like, whoa, wait a second. What? I mean, is this actually happening? You might just rub your eyes a bit. You might think, am I dreaming? But before we give it away, we're going to wait for that little CG to pop up. But again, exciting day, buddy.
I think we can drop a few hints, of course. It is indeed in front of us. Mortal coming instead of Hector over here. Now, every esports enthusiast, now every Soul fan or every esports aficionado, somewhere down the line has always, considered Mortal to be one of the inspirations. You talk about even the big guns, right? You ask Sensei, who's his inspiration? It has been Mortal. Now, he carries that experience. He's won so many titles in previous renditions, but today he is here with us. The final day, which is, I think, perfectly acceptable considering, he's going to be playing a support role. Hector has been doing that.
Right.
So should not be much of an issue.
It shouldn't be an issue, but it's going to be a cause of celebration in the chat right now. And again, like I said, this is actually happening. Mortal, one of the pioneers of esports in our country, one of the first ones to, in fact, do so, is going to be coming in. And boy, oh boy, let's see what he brings to the table. But there's something else for all you lovely viewers, because, of course, we've given you a little bit of a surprise. However, we are going to be giving out some BGMI merch as well, and all you have to do is check that link down below, correctly predict which team is going to be at the top as far as points are concerned on this day, and make sure you spam some hashtags in support of that team, and who knows, maybe you might be repping BGMI out in public with pride.
Oh, of course. Now, for that, you have to be watching all the games cautiously because it's all about today's performances, right? It could be anyone, maybe from the bottom half of the table. But more than that, XP, I think we're also giving away iQOO Neo 6, and 10 of them are up for grabs, right? All you've got to do is head over to your comment section. Of course, we've pinned a comment. There's a link on that. Fill it up. As simple as that. And there you go. If you're lucky, you never know.
Also, don't forget, you better subscribe to the channel and follow us on Instagram as well, so you have a little bit of an extra chance to get all those goodies. And trust me, once you get this bad boy in your hands, maybe you might be the next Mortal. But now, it is going to be time. All the teams are going to be already on the spawn island because, we have a few extra screens, which means we are going to say bye-bye from the studio for now, as once again, before all the death and destruction visits the island of Erangel, let's just appreciate how beautiful it is.
Oh, of course, we certainly have to, right? But, getting back to things where we'll have to talk about the teams over here. Now, it's one of the most important games for Autobotz, Retribution, RTR, GOG, Esports Wala WSF, Team Kinetic, everybody of them has to be very careful of how they're going to approach the entire lobby, right? Basically, it's all about the first start. It's all about that first fight. You're going to have those jitters once again. It feels like it is the iQOO BMOC round 4, where it's just that one day that reflects what's going to happen to you next in the future.
Well, as you mentioned, the first game is going to be important, and you always want to start off on a good note. But the thing is, Fixus, I wonder if we are going to have some major dramatic changes coming around, because that is something that we are going to be hoping for rather than just anticipating. But we are going to have to wait and find out who is going to be sent to the hospital in those body bags, because, again, like you said, the jitters are going to come in, but that is where you take a deep breath, you focus down, and basically you do what you do best, and that is play BGMI to your heart's content. And again, you got to keep one thing in mind. Yes, this is the tournament. Yes, there's a lot on the line. But if you're not having fun while doing so, what's the point?
I mean, when money gets involved, I think fun gets thrown out of the window. But of course, it's the passion, the drive. We're all going to enjoy it. And here we have Soul Mortal, a name that resonates with every fan of BGMI, finally back into the mix, as this flight path trajectory is where I was really worried about, especially for Retribution RTR. Now, if you talk about, teams like RTR and another ACBC or the others, they tend to go down south. Now, what are they going to resort to? Are they going to go to their backup plan? Are they going to head out to Kameshki? Or are they just going to take it down south?
Well, we are going to have to wait and find out, because all the teams are going to be dropping down from the skies above and hitting that ground at terminal velocity. Luckily for them, we have given them some parachutes, and we have checked the safety. Every single one of them does deploy at some point or the other. Now, teams like Autobotz, they're going to be heading to Primorsk, a city that they are most comfortable with. And of course, right down in Gatka, you can already see your favorite names, Soul, Mortal, and the boys hitting the ground as hard as they can. Now, you did mention teams like RTR. Looks like they are going to stick to what they know best, but what I feel fixes is that they are going to be prepared for any sort of commotion or any little bit of a switcheroo coming in from others. And let's see if it's going to work out for them, because the first question is, where does that first circle form? And all right, you know what? I'm happy about this. We expected some drama on the last day, and lo and behold, ladies and gentlemen, almost half of it is going to be submerged underwater.
Oh, of course. Now, this is where Autobotz, this is their chance. This is their chance to get that chicken dinner, right? And the same goes for Team INS as well. Now, the big question over here arises, is INS going to go for that bridge block, or are they going to take maybe an area around Quarry? If they can rotate early on over there, play a little bit towards the center, then that could be the thing that they have been looking out for.
Could be, because as far as Team INS is concerned, we know that they love hitting a bit hard, right? We know that they love going for those fights. We call them the loose cannons for a reason. However, position points are something that they haven't really fared too well in. So if I was them right now, I would probably set up a little bit of a blockade on the bridge, because RTR, again, like I said, we are creatures of habit. Oh, yeah. They might be coming that way. We did see them do something similar with ACBC the other day. However, it's still going to be a question as to whether they're going to do that tonight. But have a look at something interesting happening. Global Esports are going to be blockading Hydra, as Manya is going to make it to the city first.
All right, we did have a conversation about that. And Hydra officials and Global Esports, it's not going to bug them a lot, because both of these teams have pretty much made it to the finals.
They've turned back.
But yes, it's about making a statement. Now, Global Esports comes in here, thwarts Hydra officials away from Yasnaya, now puts them into thinking what's going to happen in the grand finals. Now, if Global Esports does the same thing in the grand finals, what is the plan B for Team Hydra?
Now, speaking of Team Hydra and, of course, Global Esports as well, they pretty much made it to the top 16, right? So it isn't going to be too much of an issue for them. And if you did have a look, since Hydra officials were kind of thwarted in their position over here, they were kind of sent packing from Yasnaya, they are going to be on a possible collision course with the gentlemen from Enigma Gaming, who again are going to be in a safe position as far as the overall rankings are concerned. They are currently sitting in the 8th spot, sharing the same number of points with Hydra officials at 370. So it is going to be a give and take, but this is a statement that, of course, as you mentioned, Global Esports is making. And now Hydra officials are like, hey, wait a second. All right, you might have kind of choked us off at that end, but we're going to come and hit you from the north, because this is our city, and, well, you are just visiting.
All right, now look at Team Kinetic. Ideally, we've seen them head over towards Lipovka, right? Mostly to the eastern areas. Now, suddenly they head over towards the Water City. Now, Water City could have been one of the places where ideally we've seen teams like Global Esports head out to. Even we've seen teams like FS sometimes resort when there's Global Esports in the mix. Now, so it's all gone astray. Now, teams are resorting to different tactics. Now, are Kinetic well prepared to deal with the situation?
Speaking of Kinetic, looks like a few shots, but just just let loose, making sure the enemy knows, hey, we saw you, but we're still here. Let's have a little bit of a kerfuffle. But, coming back to Team Kinetic, we did see this yesterday because the circle has tended to pretty much form on the western centralish side of Erangel. Even yesterday, they did that little split drop at the Water City and at the Ruins because, again, the biggest issue for them fixes, in my opinion, and you, of course, can shed some light on this, is that they don't want to come in from the periphery and take chances of getting either gate kept or not finding a nice niche for themselves. I do believe they want to be as close to the center as possible, and they want to be able to be in a position where they can, stop people coming towards them and rack up those finish points, because once you do that, well, once you have that confidence, that is when position points come in next.
Oh yeah, I think for Team Kinetic, it is imperative that they resort to such measures, try to focus on the center, not just for them, all the other teams as well. And now this really comes down to two ways, right? This particular circle can also go a little bit towards the Sosnovka Island. Now, if it does, it's going to massively favor teams like RTR or maybe INS, who are just around that intersection area. But from what I have seen in the past, what the meta has been, it kind of tends to head around maybe the quarry or maybe around the ferry pair. So this is where it all comes down to the fact that teams like Kinetic, they kind of head over towards Lipovka. Now the only problem they always face is while coming in, you've got teams like Enigma, 7C, sometimes even OR, EXO, GOG, all of them to deal with.
Of course, that is what we're talking about, but I like how INS, they have a little bit of an idea that something could be coming their way, but quickly, talking about Team Kinetic once again, 16th position is where they are at, just 4 points above ACBC, who are in 7th and aren't playing this game. So this is their chance to maybe just get a little bit of a lead, and oh baby, looks like action is going to be aplenty as Global Esports, they know that Hydra official are going to be lurking nearby, as Jackson is going to jump out, as Ronnie and his teammate were pretty aggressive. They want to go in for those finishes, and now Dynamite could be in a good spot. He is going to be giving those comms away. 2 grenades are going to be cooked, one from Ronnie and the other from his teammate Knuckle, who's going to be down below. And now AJ is going to be in a bit of an issue. Shots are going to be fired, but before Dynamite can quickly react, he does not get the one he intended, but Knuckle is going to be brought down to his bloody knees. And now look at Ronnie. He might just throw a grenade this way.
Oh, AJ, he's in a whole world of trouble now. Hydra officials, they want to push at his direction, but look at Ronnie. Oh, does manage to get that trade off, and much important one. But Hydra official from here onwards would like to lob a few grenades as Jackson trying to get another one of Global Esports.
Well, Global Esports are going to be down on their luck right now. They have 2 members on their knees, and it looks like a revive is going to come in, and Ronnie is playing with fire over here as Knuckle is going to be blown to smithereens. Now he hears someone's coming in. He does have a weapon in his hands, and he realizes, wait a second, dude, this is not going to work out. I'm going to have to move out, and now he's outside the window. Buddy, you did not check your corners over here because Legend has an idea where you are. Manya outside does throw a grenade. That is going to create a little bit of a problem for Legend over here, who might just go in and finish the job. There you have it. He realized, wait a second, AJ's right down here, as now Hydra are going to try and focus on finishing Global Esports once and for all before they go in for the revive. And this is going to be the moment of truth for them. Last man standing, going up against Barb. He does manage to bring him down, and now he's going to be back in the room. For now, he is safe.
Of course, now this is where Ronnie needs to do something. He has to pull off a clutch that we will all remember. Now instead, he's trying to redirect his attention, trying to get maybe Manya out. No, that's not the case. Does go for a switcheroo, but still does not work out. Instead, now resorts for an healing, or rather a revive, on Global Esports' Manya.
Well, I don't mind that at all, but what's happening elsewhere is 7C and Team EXO are going to be clashing, and oh, he was spotted down. That was a little bit of a mishap coming on his part, but now Ronnie going up against 3 members of Hydra official is going to have his work cut out. One of them is going to be lost, but before he could do anything, Power with that Scarwell hits the deck, and well, that is all she wrote for Global Esports. Again, just trying to have some fun, because like we said earlier, these boys are definitely making it to the finals. On the other hand, 2 teams that desperately need points are going to be INS and EWSF going up against one another, and this is beautiful, buddy. I've always said I want to see some trench warfare, and that is exactly what I'm getting, but keep one thing in mind, the flanks are looking good from Esports Walla.
Oh, of course they are. Now look at Tango's position. He's already situated in himself as the front entry for his team, while his teammates are on the western side. Now this really comes down to Joker if he has a perfect read of that particular situation. Now INS, they know that they've got their backs against the wall. Considering if you talk about the topography, Esports Walla WSF does have a slight advantage. It all comes down to that one nade knock, and that is where either of the teams just breaks out.
That is, of course, going to be correct because we did mention that little split coming up, but Joker is going to make sure he does lay down some shots in the enemy's direction. Now, one good grenade could do it all, but it's going to be Crazy Soul with a crazy grenade. That's going to make sure Invader's invasion is going to be thwarted, but over here, Bajwa, he needs to move in quick because this is the little opening that Team INS were looking for, but I do believe Crazy Soul has spotted Bajwa out. In fact, shots are going to be fired from his end for, but Joker is going to be leading the charge as far as his team is concerned, and now he does spot the enemy. Bajwa is going to be in trouble. No, it's going to be Tango who goes down, and these boys are looking good for now and hungry for the remaining members. And speaking of the remaining members, they were spotted out. They know their exact locations. It is looking like a bad start for WSF.
Karan, despite the fact he did manage to get a knock, but gets traded back. Now, this is where the other members of INS, they're just going to push in, have to deny Karan from getting that first hit up, as Billion also falls down. Karan definitely being the MVP of this fight, but Bajwa trying to push in. It's bloodshed everywhere. Karan, he has to change the tides of this battle now. Takes down Shane as Esports Wala WXF against all odds, despite being the first ones to be taken down, are now out of the picture.
Now the problem is they've got to go in for the survive quicks. He was trying to go for Invader, but he realized someone is going to be looking from the other direction, and the Autobotz are going to assemble on their position. And before Mr. IGL could steal a finish for himself, looks like he is going to succumb to his injuries. And well, Crazy Soul, although he does get the Grenadier title, this is going to be a shocking and a shaky start for Team INS. But let me tell you one thing, buddy. WSF, this is what I wanted from them. This is what we expected, to take the battle straight to the enemy. And now, I like how Autobotz, Mr. IGL, he does do a lot of scouting for his team. He realizes that, I heard some commotion over here. Let me go and have a look. Realizes, all right, they have enough time to basically regroup and replenish themselves. Is going to come back to the safety of these buildings.
Once you get the knock and finish, you do know who the person is, right? Now you find out that INS and WSF are fighting out against each other. It's the best time to kick them out of the server, right? The best way is, if you are not getting points, what you've got to do is make sure your team or your nearest competitors also do not get the same. And Autobotz, I love what they did. Now the idea. Now Primos has been one of those areas, but we'll talk about that a little later, because Ari and 7C, they're also colliding against each other.
Well, the Canary's wings were just plucked off its back because he is going to be out of this game, as now our Esports are going to take the point straight to 7C Esports' position. Now, they have a nice little flank set up over there by the form of Jadu, as Rockstar and Hero are going to try and do something, but I do believe there was a little bit of hesitancy as Spray God. Like I mentioned, Jadu has a wonderful position on the other side, is going to bring him down. But speaking of Jadu, Aladdin is going to make sure he's going to be behind him and gets a knock on him, and now Rockstar could be in a world of trouble. He is out in the open. Unfortunately for Aladdin, his weapon does run out of bullets, and for now, Rockstar has the cover of that tree.
It's just the cover. All 7C can do is make them dance to their own tunes. And yes, Team EXO also do make an entry over here. Now, Sensei, of course, we do know that they have been one of the most consistent teams. But for now, it's all about just loosening up a little bit. Go as many fights as you can and take as many engagements as you can possibly do. But seems like Sensei, he's a little bit of on a scouting spree.
Well, he is, but this was the replay that we saw. Canary did get the better of one of the members. Unfortunately, that vehicle went boom, and with it, his hopes and dreams were sent packing. Now, Team EXO heading a bit forward. They did lose Snacks in the way, but now RTR is going to give their position away. One of them might just have a little bit of a tango, or are they just not going to do anything? Looks like for now, they are just going to drive past one another, as Fierce is going to follow him. But oh my goodness, that's a lot of HP that has been taken off him, as he is going to try and just slide his way across those trees. But he does make it to safety, and for now, Team EXO find themselves in a good position. And talking about positions, circle up on our screens, and Team Seoul are still going to be lying in wait, because that is what they do best.
I think they have the best compound right now, considering how this circle is panned out. Now, this is where teams like Enigma are also making a move, and maybe an Enigma Soul fight, I would not, love to watch that, but it's all right if we can get nothing to lose. But this is where every Soul fan has one thing on their mind. When is Mortal going to get his first knock?
Well, there you have it. You speak his name and he shall appear, just like a little genie. And I like one thing, of course, he is one of the biggest esports personalities in this country. But when you're playing the game you love, ladies and gentlemen, you have to make sure you are comfortable. You have your comfort around you. It's not always about the flash, and that is something that kids watching right now should take away from this. But his teammates, Omega and Goblin, a few of the Finnish leaders, in fact, are going to make sure that they scour everything around them because, yes, this is a good compound to hold, right? However, you do have this open lay of the land in front of you, but the problem is you have this massive mountain behind you. And that is sometimes when a few teams kind of just creep in unnoticed. But speaking of creeping in, looks like Hyderabad Hydras have a similar idea, but Maxi's position was noted as a few shots are going to connect.
Now, Hyderabad Hydras are quite famous for taking this hill over here, and so are the players of Autobotz. They love this compound. It all comes down to the fact that where is the next hard shift going to be? Now, it has two possibilities. Either it goes to where Autobotz are stationed right now, or maybe towards Seoul. Or in a few moments, we of course going to have a good idea. But look at GOG, still playing around the edges, still waiting for that curveball to hit. And once it does, that is where we might get to see them in action.
Well, looks like if you speak about action, Enigma is going to be coming under fire, and I do believe we have a DP-28 that just went off and somebody just hit the deck. But for now, we did see the two remaining members from WSF. They still are going to be entrenched in this little dugout position. Of course, remnants of a past war, as they probably are wishing. I wish we could get in that tank, roam around, and just blow everything up in our sights. But now, they've done this before. They took the fight to INS, so they are going to be aware as to the positions that RTR are going to be coming in for. But the problem is, it is the edge of the circle. And, buddy, we aren't fighting at the quarry anymore. In fact, the circle has shifted in favor of Team Seoul. So expect them to be popping up on your kill feed sooner rather than later. And speaking of the circle, a lot of teams coming in from the south.
Oh, of course. Now, this is where teams like GOG, they're going to make a move. Now, 7C, they're also the loose cannons in this tournament. Maybe I will not be surprised if they go directly hit the center spot and take a fight against Team Seoul. Now, the entire narrative comes down to how on earth are Esports Wala WSF going to survive. Now, the only avenue here, from what I really feel, is wait it out. Let the other teams pass, take that western route. But 7C have different thoughts in mind. Now, it is Hyderabad Hydras that they are up against.
Well, 7C Esports are definitely not going to wait around because they are the loose cannons. And looks like Manti is going to be spotted. In fact, a couple of shots do connect, chipping away at his HP. Now, Hyderabad Hydras, they were in a good position. The circle shift to the north is going to keep them in a little bit of a pickle over here because they are separated. And if this grenade does connect, well, it's going to be just a little bit too short, and Manti realizes that, and is going to move behind another one. In fact, he takes his vehicle and is going to try and get out of it, but Sarung thought he might just go to the right. Unfortunately for Sarung, his enemy was zigzagging his way, and for now, is going to be out of harm. Savitar, on the other hand, with a grenade on the remaining members of HH.
Look at the fights that have already been brought up over here. Stray got stale, trying to apply a little bit of pressure as Sarung, he's on a bit of a scouting spree. As now, he's going to lob that grenade. Hyderabad Hydras, they decide to tuck their tails and run. As Savitar also charges in at their direction. At this particular moment, Hyderabad Hydras do understand that they have no choice but to fight. But Maxi has already been taken down. It all comes down to Striker, who falls down as well. And this is where Hyderabad Hydras, clearly out of options, have nothing else to do.
Also keep one thing in mind, HH is going to be taken down as Ace Flag goes down, which means Manti OP is now going to be the last man standing. I was going to bring this up that they have kind of, scattered in different directions. However, the whole team ethic is definitely thrown out the window. Now, this is the moment that you all have been waiting for. Team Seoul, do you have the high ground? And it looks like Mortal was thinking of cooking a grenade because they know someone is going to be down below. And, well, Team EXO aren't really going to be the friendliest of neighbors at this point. But the M4, Seoul Mortal scouting out the hills above, and it's obviously a good feeling as well watching him back in action in such a tournament. But I wonder if they are going to wait for someone to come to their spot, because again, there's no point going down, right? There's no point trying to give away your fortification, trying to give away all this comfort over here for a few finishes, because look at what's happening around. So many teams are lurking on the mountain, waiting for someone to make a mistake, and Curran maybe made one, as Aladdin is going to put him down on the ground.
Now, Esports Wala WSF, they're making some interesting rotations. Finally had to pay the price as Autobotz trying to pass through, but Omega does manage to rack a few shots, but nothing really connects. But now Team Seoul, they know they've got some competition out here. Someone's going to contest, and Autobotz, they might strike in heavy at any single moment if Goblin fails over here, which he usually does not.
Well, he usually doesn't, and have a look at his kit. He's got level 3 armor, level 3 helmets. He does have the AUG, which means stability is not going to be a problem, which it never really is, even if he uses that AKM. But now Mortal is going to still be favored by the gods of BGMI. Again, you know, all that piety coming in, and looks like, Fixes, we better pray a little bit more the next time we play, because maybe it might just help us out. Now, have a look at the circle. All these teams are going to come in, but GOG and Team Kinetic are going to be going up against one another, as Onyx is going to make sure the floor is lava, and MJ could be in the splash zone as far as a grenade goes. However, it isn't going to be that accurate. Grenades are going to be flung back towards God's position, as all he's trying to do is make sure there's enough fire on the ground to make them move, to make them come out of their cover.
Of course, now Team Kinetic has a beautiful advantage in this particular fight. They can lob a few grenades, but they really need to watch out for teams like FS, who are just right beside them. Now, God, if he oversteps even for a second, he might get punished heavily.
Speaking of FS, they're going to be grenading their cells at well, and well, Kinetic was flung out with a little bit of a Molotov. Unfortunately, he is going to make sure he gets out of harm's way, as leader OP once again is going to be taken down. In fact, his days are going to be over as far as this game is concerned. Now, Kinetic, they finally realized FS is coming up, and Explicit was in a little bit of a tricky situation. He does get taken down as soon as he was found out, and now God is going to make sure he puts the pressure on Clutch. That grenade could be problematic for them, as K47 position has been given away. Now, God, he knows someone is lurking by that tree, and before he gets close to that little edge, to that little summit over there, he's going to make sure he hits the deck, because again, you don't want to be silhouettes against the sun.
Of course, you do not. Now God still trying to creep in. Maybe could get a better idea about Retribution. RTR go after the big guns in the lobby. That is 7C, and that could be, you know, hurting them at this point. They've already lost out on 2 players. Now Spray God at the same time has been knocked over. Pretty sure he's going to get the revive, but the circle closing in, I do not know if that's the best possible direction.
Well, it could be a bit of a tricky situation for them, but they're going to be going for those finishes. Have a look at that, Fixes. 10, I beg your pardon, for themselves already, as now UP50's Rage Guard is going to open up on one of the 2 many members from FS Esports. This is looking dangerous. The car is going to be coming to a little bit of a halt. They need to move away because it is going to explode, and Sensei is going to get the better of Spray God. However, I think he has an inkling. Someone is going to be nearby. He does patch himself up in the nick of time, and unfortunately for Sensei, that grenade was just a bit too long. And speaking of 7C, they may be down to 2 members, but the fight in them is still just like a squad as now. They want to make sure they get a few more finishes. In fact, Indeed could be coming in, but before Savitar goes for the other one to his left, he's going to make sure he finishes him off. And have a look at that. He is just playing around that rock, but it's going to be Sarkar who puts him down on his bloodied knees.
Now 7C, they know 11 finishes already collected. Sarang, the only lonesome player, all he's got to do is try and survive. Now once the smoke dissipates, I'm pretty sure he's also going to be put to an end by the players of Team EXO, who don't have an idea of where he might possibly be, but Team Soul still respecting the center of the circle. Now Autobotz, this could turn out as a very good game for them. All they've got to do is make all the right decisions. Now this is where the conversation comes down to the entry of Team Kinetic. They really need to wait and watch for teams to fight and capitalize, otherwise they're also done for.
They could be done for, and the thing is, they don't really have a lot of options. They are going to have to hit Autobotz's compound at some point or the other, because Fair spots someone out in the smoke. In fact, you might just see Sarang, but he's going to be taken out before, because the AKM is going to be rattling off all those shots, and Fierce, in the blink of an eye, is going to be brought down and, well, put 6 feet under, but a grenade comes in from his teammate, and that is going to be it for that team. Now, speaking of Team Kinetic, we were expecting that they have to hit AB's compound, and there you have it. 2 of the members are going to be down. In fact, it is going to be Hell coming in. Wait a second, there's a more bit of kerfuffle. Evo, what are you doing? You came straight to the enemy, and he is going to be taken out in the blink of an eye. And Autobotz Esports, boy oh boy, they are racking up all those finishes, but now it is going to be a 2-on-1 situation. God, the lone man surviving. He needs to patch himself up, but the problem is he doesn't really have enough first aids, and you know what, even AB, they might just be going in for those revives.
At this point, it has to be brought down to a stalemate. They need to get that hard reset up and until if Fox makes some hasty moves. Now you've got Team F is also from the backlines. They could do something as a grenade comes over by K47 and Orba goes falling down. And now Mr. IGL and Fox are the 2 lonesome players surviving again. Another team charging in, and now they are clearly out of options.
Well, now it's going to be FS Esports. They need those points as well. And now, God, can he be living up to his name? Because he did go up against them. Oh, he did jump. He did duck. Unfortunately, he's going to be taken down by a hail of grenades. Now, this is the little bit of respite that the Autobots wanted. they are going to put the final nail in the coffin as far as Team Kinetic are concerned. But this is also an opportunity, Fixes, where they can go out and get a few more, because Fox is going to make sure that Clutch is brought down. But Explicit, from his little height advantage, is going to be raining down grenades on their position. The revive is going to come in. Elsewhere, it looks like Team Soul are taking Team EXO right to their faces as Omega is going to test Immortal's mortality.
Of course, he is going to do that. Now, Mortal's still alive. It is going to be a battle between the two minds, and there you go, Team Soul getting the better out of Team EXO. It is, of course, going to be Mortal towards the very end, securing that final finish. We do have that one finish up on board as UP50, against all odds, are still alive in the lobby.
Where was this UP50 earlier on? Because if they had showed this kind of aggression, oh boy, maybe it could have been a different story altogether. But your last three teams, Team Soul, are still a four-man squad. Autobotz, they just lost a member, and right now, let's see if they can pick him up, because again, what they have survived through is phenomenal. But it is going to be Team Soul who are going to be heading in their position. Now, they are going to have a slight advantage of Fixes. They have the high ground. They have the lay of the land, and of course we know that they know where the enemies are, but unfortunately I do believe they didn't realize there was this Conic 6 standing right in front of them, and now Reveal could be finally taken down.
Now, Team Soul, I mean, they're on a prowl, right? They want the chicken dinner. They want to make it memorable for them. Ooh. As a grenade just comes over right at the foot of Omega. Somehow manages to dodge it, though. But for now, UP50's Rage God, the lonesome player surviving. But Team Soul, they're aware of it. Now, the only competitors, the only big threat for them is going to be the players of Autobotz, who somehow have managed to get all their players back on their feet.
I mean, that is just phenomenal. That is just amazing. The perseverance in the team, because not one, not two, but three teams hit that location and they fended everything off. Looks like Fox hunting season is still not on, because the Fox is still alive and kicking. And let me tell you one thing, they have played it very, very clever. But for now, Rage, he does pick his teammate up. Ranveer is going to be up on his feet as Goblin is going to try and gauge if he can see the enemy somewhere. And that is beautiful anticipation, because before he even saw Mr. IGL, he saw him dash to the left from that window, and now IGL could be in trouble, but looks like Fox is going to be taken down by Ranveer on the other side. And as far as Team Soul are concerned, all they have to do is let the enemy come towards them.
Oh, they definitely have. A little bit of a stalemate going on over here. It all comes down to where the circle shifts next in the 8th circle, right? If it goes to Team Soul, it is their game. If it goes to Autobotz and they defend it properly, then it could be that chicken dinner that they have been longing for quite a lot of time. But all three of them are well aware of their positions. It's all about that first knock.
It is about that first knock, but the thing is, UP50 could be a thorn in either team's side right now, and of course a few random shots just to keep them at bay is something that Omega is going to go for now. I think Omega's position has been given away. I do believe a grenade could be coming his way, but Rage God decides against it, because for now, again, they want to go up against the big teams, right? They know that they are out of this tournament, but they want to get some accolades for themselves, saying that, you know, hey, we were a two-man squad. Still, we managed to take out a few of the big dogs, but now finally a Molotov is going to be flung in Omega's position, and all this while, the circle is going to determine which team is going to have the advantage, but looks like it's going to be no man's land. Every single team is going to have to move closer to one another.
It's all about the knocks and trades coming in, so they have to get in. Autobots have also a good chance, but right now, UP50, they are stuck like a sandwich, as there you go, Ranveer opens it up on Omega. Now Goblin is caught in a tough spot. He needs to go on for that revive, but this is the perfect time that Autobots can decide to strike.
Well, Autobots, they're already deploying smoke. If you have a look at the left side of that house, well, from our point of view, it's going to be right for them. They're going to try and move in on UP50's position, because mind you, we did mention, right, all teams are going to have to head towards no man's land. But the problem with Team Soul right now is, if and when they do come up over that little hill, they could be spotted a bit easier. As you have a look at Mr. IGL, they do have this little ridge to work with. Now, all they have to do is try and funnel Team Soul to come in from one direction, but Goblin could be that little wild streak. He could have an ace up his sleeves. He's going to go up, try and find a little bit of an angle, as Mortal was, well, pretty much thrown a grenade in his side. But UP50, have a look at that. Helen Orva moving in closer for that finish.
just 2 meters away from entering inside the safe zone. Now this is where Autobotz have to just hope that the players of UP50 fight it out against Team Soul. But considering the fact that Team Soul, they've yet to make their entry inside the circle, it's going to be a very difficult call as the nades are being flung over. Ranveer and Rage God, they're going to take some damage and finally are out of lobby. Now this is where Team Soul knows where the opponents are. It's all about the moment of striking.
It is a 4v4 situation, ladies and gentlemen, as Autobotz Esports, they are looking good today, go up against the mighty Team Soul. Now the question is, can Mortal and his boys pull off a miracle over here? Because, again, they have an advantage, but have a look at the amount of smoke being deployed. But Omega's position was given away, and now he's going to pay a heavy price, as Mortal is going to be under a lot of fire over there, but it looks like Goblin is going to be the ace up the sleeve, as we did mention. He comes on the flank, and he makes sure he gets the numbers in his favor. Soul Mortal running in. He has an idea someone's there. In fact, he does connect. He gets another knock over there with his UMP, as Goblin is going to make them pay. Now Fox is the last man standing for his team. Can he pull up a miracle over here? He's going to go up against two-man Team Soul. He is getting shot at, but there you have it. It is going to be Mortal and the boys from Team Soul winning their first chicken dinner. And let me tell you something, they held their ground. They pretty much kept their heads about them. And if you have a look at their finishes, all of them have an equal number as we head into the post-match segment powered by Loco.
You know, at this point, XP, I'm starting to think if Team Soul should consider getting Mortal in instead of Hector over here. I mean, his contribution inside the game, of course, they had him on a free roll. He was doing whatever he wanted, but still, in terms of when it really mattered, when you needed to get those important knocks, he was there.
See, again, Team Soul as such doesn't really need any points. They've made it to the finals, right? But this is basically just a confidence boost coming in, because when you have the man himself with you, you just feel a bit more eased. And, you know, the pressure, of course, there's no pressure. First of all, let me just take that word back. There is no pressure, but you feel good playing with the big boy himself. But now let's have a look at the other boys. Autobotz Esports, buddy. A nice game from them. 21 points in the second position finish.
No, much needed. Especially
needed
for Autobotz to build up that momentum. And same can be said for Team Kinetic. Despite the situation that they were in, 9 points is something that they're going to receive and take it. But the ones who are not going to be having the happy faces out here, of course, Esports, Wala WSF, GOG, INS. Oh!
It is going to be a bit of an issue, but now let's have a look and see who is going to be crowned the iQOO MVP. And I might think it could be someone from either 7C, because, again, have a look at that. 12 finishes. It is going to be Sarang. 4 finishes for himself, 3 assists, and 947 points of damage. These guys, they just love doing this. They're bullying. They're playing with their prey.
If there could be any possible different award for the man with the most damage numbers, has to be Sarang, right? Every single game 7C comes to play in, despite whatever the circumstances are, he always makes sure he gets a lot of job done in terms of the knocks and finishes he gets. But as we transition into the top 5 leaders, now Autobotz, I think we've got to give comments to the cojones that they had, how they held up under that situation, especially when the push first came in from Team Kinetic, and then suddenly FS also decide to hit the deck along with Team Enigma.
Well, Enigma did come in, but they didn't do anything. They came in, they had those angles set up, but within the blink of an eye, it was a blink and you miss it situation. They were out. But now, let's have a look at a few more facts and figures in this game. And lo and behold, as expected, a lot of grenades were going boom, boom, boom all around, which means 12 of them ended up finishing people and putting them in the ground.
Oh, of course, had to be, right? Especially majority of them did come in that one particular house fight that we did get to witness, right? It was grenades just left, right, and center. Another area of battle we had was, of course, Kinetic and GOG. Few nades were flung over. Then we also had FS coming into a third party. And not just that, that one other fight where we had Team INS fight it out against WSF. That is where Crazy Soul also opened it out for them.
And it looked like Joker and the boys were looking good, because they had the advantage. They had a 4v2 advantage at this point, as we have a look at the FD graph popping up on our screens. And of course, if you have the maximum number of finishes, chances are you'll be dishing out the maximum amount of damage. 2,264 to be precise for the team 7C Esports.
What's really funny is Global Esports. Now, they decide to fight it out against Team Hydra. They head over to their drop. Hydra still do understand that they're trying to make a statement, and they wanted to make a counter statement that we're not scared. But I think it's a time that we take a look at the overall standings. Of course, Team Soul, they would be eyeing out to finish at the top spot with Mortal by their sides. I think it is a slight possibility that might happen.
Also, keep in mind, right, before this game started, Team EXO did have a little bit of an advantage. They were in the second spot, but when Team Seoul went for Team EXO, they basically snuffed out the lives of their immediate competition. And you know what? If OR has a kind of day, they might just end it all on the first position.
And imagine the storyline, right? Mortal comes in the final day and suddenly Seoul ends up being at the top with the league stages. But right now, heading over to the second page, this is where I am the most concerned, right? Autobotz, this second position did give them a solid spot. You know, now they're in a driver's seat, especially of making it to the top 16, right? Now all they've got to do is get maybe possibly 10 or 15 points. And that's just about it. They can rest easily. But for teams like INS, Kinetic, however, still in the 14th spot, not out of danger.
But man, Team INS, they had everything running for them. Unfortunately, they just let it slip through their fingers. Now, this is going to be the problematic page. The teams that are in danger, and well, the numbers do speak for themselves, but I'd say, all right, let me tell you one thing. If Initiative Academy come out swinging, if they bare their fangs, if they dig their claws in whatever is ahead of them, if they get a chicken dinner, again, there's a lot of ifs in this statement, they still have a chance. However, a 30-point deficit against WSF is going to be problematic. And speaking of WSF, I loved what they did. However, they fell short just by a little bit.
For Initiative Academy to qualify, they have to get 2 chicken dinners, at least 30-pointer games, like 60 points, and then they can be into the race of things. But for GOG and Esports Wala WSF, we really thought that maybe these teams could stage a comeback over here. And for a moment, it felt, right? Esports Wala WSF, they were looking very confident in that particular fight. INS, despite even getting that first knock, somehow Karan was the star of that entire fight, right? 3 knocks came in from that lad, especially when his teams was already in shambles. He was the man who made sure that he still kept them in the fight and eventually got that final finish. But the happiness was sort of short-lived, because you had Team Autobotz, and then we had WSF making some really weird decisions. Now, while a lot of the other fights were going on, I was paying keen attention to how the rotation pattern is. Now, they decided to take the southern route, go all the way from the eastern side, where they could have taken that western area and could have entered over from the hills.
What they could have done was pretty much just be in the wake of Autobots, because like you mentioned, they went west and came around above from the north side. They went to the side, right? And they went to the east. And that is where, of course, all the teams coming in from that direction were lying in wait for them. But boy, oh boy, I must say one thing. You know, Team Autobots, they definitely kind of surprised me this game around, because they made some smart rotations. In fact, we did see at one point when Team Seoul was the focus on our screens, they came up on that hill above them while EXO was down below. So, you know, Team Seoul, again, they kept their calm, they kept their cool, because had they made a move on any team, possibilities are that they were taken out. And that is the beauty of this tournament, that anything can happen, and the spotlight is always going to be on you. And of course, it would not be possible without BGMI Crofton and these bad boys in our hands, the iQOO Neo 6 and Loco, which means once again, let's have a look and see how to slay your dragon.
Watch it, earn it.
Watch, stream, play, repeat. That is the mantra that Loco lives by. That is the mantra that, you know, all of you who want to be esports athletes should live by as well. And before you start your journey on Loco, you want to get yourself one of these, the iQOO Neo 6.
Of course you do, right? Especially considering the fact that we're giving 10 away already, right? On your comments, of course, we have the chat. We have pinned it for you guys. You've got to subscribe to the BGMI official esports channel and also follow us on our socials. And then is where if you fill up the link and if you're lucky, you might have one of this in your pockets.
Well, you might just get one of these in your pockets, and looks like Team Soul, they definitely started the day out with a chicken dinner in their pockets. But now, let's just relive some of the best moments of this game, because the highlights are popping up on our screens now, and Fixes is going to walk you through all the action.
All right, it all started with global esports over here, right? Dynamite played a very crucial role, but this is where after getting that first knock, you have to change your position, right? And that is what he did not do. But despite that fact, global esports wanted to be very aggressive. As a matter of fact, Hydra was so well prepared to deal with this threat. It did come down to the wire a little bit, but after that, I mean, it went all into fall.
It did. Now, this is where Team INS, they had the advantage, right? They had two members down from the opposite team, but then Karan comes in, takes one down on the left, and takes another from the right. And, of course, Mr. IGL was playing a bit of a spoil sport as well. Now, our Esports' Canary does the job against Savatar, but boom goes the car, and with it, his wings were clipped.
Oh, of course. Now, this is where I was talking about Esports Wala WSF sort of resorting to that eastern side that did not really work out, right? So many teams were already rotating from that area. And 7C at this point, well, I mean, they're going to be playing like wild horses, right? They do not care. It's all about just easing themselves up right before the finals. And whatever happens, we don't mind. But Team Soul did have a high ground advantage, knew that Team X were engaging. It was the right spot to, thwart them off from that second spot. And that is what they did.
Oh, look at God with all his fancy moves. Goes left, goes right, gets two members from Enigma. And on the other side, Evo was pretty much blown to smithereens before he even left his vehicle. But Autobotz, the way they kept their composure, they go right to the enemy's face and are going to be shooting down. And overhead clutch, he thought he was with his teammate because he was not even ready with his weapon out. And as a result of that, FS Esports, well, they were brought down one by one.
And, after that, UP50, well, we really do not mind what they do right now. Because none of it is going to make a difference until and unless they spoil games for teams that are struggling for the top 16, right? But this is where Autobotz, beautifully synchronized by the players. Two grenades keep coming in. They knew that the players were over there. But Goblin,
this guy,
this movement, a Superman punch to kind of hide his movement sounds, comes in, catches the players of Autobotz. But there you have Mortal. He was in the center of it all, right? That important knock on Ova was pretty much very necessary. And there you go, Mortal, all happy. He comes back in, Team Soul goes out on a banger, a chicken dinner to start with.
And of course, that is the kind of start that all these fans would have expected as well. I'm pretty sure once we do have a look at the phones later on, the chat is going to be just hashtagging Soul at this moment, and they are going to be happy. They got their money's worth. But of course, all of this is free. So, again, you get what you come here for, and this is the beauty about BGMI in this country.
And this is where, I have to get the discussion in. Do we get to see more of Mortal even in the grand finals? Because honestly, replacing Hector, it never even felt for a moment that I missed him. Now, on situations like that, there was just that one occasion where Omega got down, and it is ideally Hector that goes in for those revives and everything. But Goblin did go. And still, Mortal held the entire thing out there. So he was doing his job. He did everything that was supposed to be done. Did also take down Sensei when Team EXO were trying to pull over. So I think it was a very good game for him.
Oh, it was a good game indeed. And of course, like we said, Team Soul, they are, of course, at the top in the second position right now, which means they don't have a lot of things to worry about. Now, WSF, although they were kind of, cut short a bit early on, I liked what they brought to the table. I liked that aggression. And in the next map of Miramar, let's see what they're going to be bringing to the table as well. Because, even teams like Autobotz. Now, they were mid-table somewhere in the 13th, 14th position before the day started. Now they have climbed up a few. Question is, can they still keep this momentum rolling?
That's the big question, right? Especially the fact that now they've had a really rough start. They tried to engage in a fight, somehow managed to win it. They had to claw and scratch their way, taking INS down in that situation. But what happened eventually after was something that I was scared of, right? We did discuss that in the pre-segment, where even if you have casualties, it affects your game in the final circles. Now, they were clearly out of options. Autobotz also was right on their sides, and they're thinking of not resorting to that western area, not rotating from there, because that was way open rather than the eastern one, right? It was all clustered up, and this was something that they should have kept in mind, because you've got teams like 7C, you've got all the big names, R Esports, 7C, FS, everyone wanted to rotate from the eastern side, and they'd resort to doing that, and while even rotating, they got picked off.
They did indeed, but again, coulda, woulda, shoulda is what we are always going to be here for because speculation is pretty much part of our job. But, we did kind of say, as you mentioned, maybe had they gone in behind Autobotz, it could have been a different story. But the story was what you saw on your screens. That's the way the cookie crumbled in Game 1. Team Soul getting the chicken dinner. Autobotz coming out with a good game. Team Kinetic coming out with a good game as well. Maybe not as many finishes, but those position points definitely helped them climb on that ladder.
Of course, for Team Kinetic was a very important game, and especially when we were talking about, if Autobotz engages against a different team. Now, this could have been even better for Team Kinetic had they held on to their horses, because anyways, Team Enigma did dash in for that same compound. Now, what if they had just stayed over the cliffs over there, waited for Enigma or some or the other team to hit and fight against Autobotz and could have capitalized it from the backlines? It could have also been an even better game. Now, the only silver lining I find for the players of Team Kinetic were they got the 2 finishes out of the players of Enigma that just instantly rammed in. I think it was God, I believe, that managed to get those 2 finishes. Those 2 points were so important.
And his teammate on the other side got the better of Evo before he could even jump out of his buggy. So again, I get it. You want to come and hit a compound hard. Sure, you want to have that, awe in your thing. You want to have that little surprise attack kind of thing, right? That shock and awe kind of thing that I like calling it. But again, you got to plan it out because there's commotion happening downstairs. And whenever there's commotion in a compound, usually there's one team inside and the others on the outside trying to attack you. Now, the inside, you want to throw grenades. The outsides are going to be flung with grenades as well. But the ones on the outside, all they have to do is turn around, point the guns at you, and just, let loose a few shots. But Kinetic, his movement was what was on our screens right now. Gets one on the left, gets one on the right, and Evo, well, he just succumbed to his own devices.
And again, coming back to where we were talking about, still does not bother Enigma, right? They have anyways qualified. Does not bother any of the teams around 10 to 12th, right? For Big Brother, of course, we will have them in the next game. One good game is all it takes to cement their position in the top 16. But from there onwards, it's out in the open. Now, Esports Wala, WSF, GOG, teams like these really need to have a good game. And by good game, I'm talking about a chicken dinner with decent amount of finishes to get themselves back into the mix of things. Now, the next game, we're also going to have the players of Walkouts coming in. Now, Walkouts, one of those teams that had been quite famous, quite renowned throughout the Southern Circuit and renowned over the entire country. A few of the players, you are being one of the former members of Team Soul. You've got players like Abrar, you've got players like Mr. Spray, everybody of them coming in, and they're around the 22nd or 23rd spot. And that is where the trouble arises, right? Now, when you come in, you would expect that you qualify. Now, for Walkouts, they've been having really tough days, especially they're looking confused, getting Kirito in, trying a few rotations, and suddenly they're out of the top 16.
Well, again, you do try new things, but the thing is, maybe this is not the best time to do so. I mean, you want to do that maybe in your practice sessions, maybe in the days that they had off. That is when you want to kind of mix things up. And again, I don't know, you obviously would know a lot better about this. Now, of course, most of the players, they are young lads. Some of them are in their teens, some of them are in their early 20s. And, when you make it big, of course, you have that little, your chest is kind of puffed out, right? You have all that pride, and maybe that little egoistic kind of vibe comes in. So, that is where a few clashes happen as well.
Where it really breaks my heart is the fact that in the iQOO BMPS round 4, the final game, that is where Walkouts managed to get a chicken dinner for themselves. And just because they got that, they are here in the iQOO BMPS. Had they messed that one up, well, we would have had some other team coming in. Now, they need to understand how much they had to grind through, because this is one of the renowned teams that had to play from round 1. They had to also partake in the in-game qualifiers, and then on, it was everyday show. And I think this is one of the teams that knows how to handle pressure, because if they did not, they would never be here. But let's hope for the best.
Well, we are going to hope for the best, but for now, we are going to be heading to the pre-match segment powered by Loco, which means I'm going to say bye-bye to you guys. And, well, once again, looks like someone special, one of the pioneers, is going to be sitting where I am.
There you have it. Now we do have Miramar coming on. That means we've got a very happy 8-bit Thug with us, and I've got a lot to ask Thug. Now this is where I think it's time. I think it's due time that Mortal does play in the finals, especially if he plays like this. I mean, you can consider replacing Hector right now.
No, that's not gonna happen for sure, Pixis. I mean, like we are being over enthusiastic right now, but definitely it feels me being a Mortal fan from how it all started. I mean, like I'm so happy that he was able to get that game in and get those 2 kills. I mean, like I was super impressed actually by the way he moved in and gave that cover to Goblin and tried to take some shots and actually knocked another player down. But super fun, I think, overall.
Oh, overall, I mean, I was elated, right? Especially his body language after a long time. Every Soul fan, every Indian viewer that comes in, it's a special moment. And it's so iconic. He comes in the first game, they back up a chicken dinner, and that is where our hopes are held up high. This is where we want to have Viper also with us. Now, this is where I've got to ask, and he has to spill the beans. So is it going to happen, Thug?
No, it's not gonna happen. I think Mortal's gonna stick for the remainder of the games today. But let's hope in the finals our boys secure the play so well that they are certain that we are gonna get the trophy and Viper can maybe come on the day 4 of finals. I mean, like if you have to do it that way.
Thug has already called the shots. They're going to dominate game day 1, day 2, and leave nothing for day 3 to really work for. That is where we are hoping to see Viper in the action. But talk to me about what lies next for Team Soul. Of course, you've created a few big teams, bunch of misfits brought in together. Now they're already gelled up. Now what lies next?
So I think after BMPS, definitely it's about the team settling down a little bit. I think it's been a long season, so I think they might need a break, but then I think we have some events coming up. So I think it's more about the team settling down. We're not looking to make much changes. But yes, for the Mortal fans that have tuned in, there's something coming for Mortal as well. You might see him in action coming soon. I think it's a good platform to spill the wins.
There was a teaser out, and I am kind of having an idea of what you're talking about, but it was again fun and talking to you, especially with such a special moment going on over here. Team Soul getting that chicken dinner. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, we have to talk about this beautiful phone, iQOO Neo 6, as our sponsors have a beautiful message for you guys. Wow. I mean, what a game number 1 we had. But of course, Soul makes a comeback, gets a first chicken dinner in the evening, and we hope they get more. But more than that, Arka, I think I'm pretty sure you are rather a little disappointed with what has happened with teams like WSF and GOG. Might want to shed some light on that.
Obviously, right, this was that match for them not to make any kind of mistakes, to be specific. Over the course of time, it's going to affect them a lot because 4 matches, 1 is already gone. They have 3 more left, and they had to calculate the average of every single game. So they had to have at least 10 points to make sure that have a fighting chance in the 16th position. Now they've lost 1 opportunity in the 3 matches. Now again, the pressure builds up because the points again builds up. And not only that, now Kinetic and our Esports have given opportunity for the others below who have to now play a game to actually outnumber them or become so equal to them that next match is going to be very, very tough for them to take over the pressure.
That's going to be tough, and so are these giveaways for you guys if you aren't lucky, right? But of course, we're giving 10 of these iQOO Neo 6 phones away. Of course, in our chat section, we do have that pinned comment for you guys. You've got to click on that. Make sure you subscribe to BGMI official esports channel and also their Instagram handle, and that is how you're going to be eligible. But coming back to Miramar, now we've got teams from Group A and B playing it out. Now, we've got a lot of teams in Group A that are under the hammer, but when you talk about Group B, it comes down to Initiative Academy, ACBC, and Team MG. Your thoughts, sir?
Now, this fight of A and B will be the decider fight almost for me because I'll read out the names of all those teams who are on the radar, right? And you'll find most of them over here. You have INS, Autobotz, RTR, GOG, WSF, Initiative Academy, Walkouts, ACBC, MG, like everybody are there in this lobby.
Oh yeah.
And this is the most important game for them, right? They're not only going to outnumber themselves from when it comes to the overall points table, they have to also make sure they restrict the opponents from picking any of those finishes. So I do believe now the challenges are on and all these teams will be looking forward for rotation clashes, and whenever they find that finish with the name of the opponent, they're going to push forward, and the team which does that to conquer, will be flying on the top.
No, that's not what I'm concerned about. What I'm really worried about is the third party that follows after that, right? That is where, I get scared. And we did get to see the glimpses of it in the first game. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, we have taken it up to the skies, right? It is El Pozo to Impala, a flight path trajectory that all these players can really live with, right? You can get to your desired drop locations. You can get to the points where you really want to, just drop over, have a stable game. And what I'm going to be eyeing out is for the circle.
Yep, for me as well. I would say this is the perfect flight path for a game like this. All the teams, as you said, we're going to be blessed with the exact location where they want to head to. But at the same time, if the circle shift towards the side of Trailer Park or the one which I always been craving for towards the side of Prison, that is where new challenges are going to come up. That is where new rotation clashes are going to come up. And I believe that it's going to be hard for the teams who are taking the northern eastern side, just in case that circle comes in.
I hope so. I hope so. We get a northeastern circle or maybe a southern circle. We're going to see. We have been actually witnessing much of that as global esports have a little bit of a thing going on with Team Hydra as they decide to fight again as AJ does have that VSS, not the right weaponry though, but Mania yet to pick up a gun as Nakul just drops right beside them. Now Hydra, they have to get back, but Mania ensures that first knock.
I'd really love the way, GE came in a little slow, they had information, everything on the ground. They had one last man landing very late to the specific building where he has more information about the others. And eventually Mania is going to go forward, carry the opponent to a cover, to punch him to an end. And this is where, you're going to welcome the opponents and say that I'm on to a fight. Try and do this with me, as Dynamite from top is trying to do wonders as Mania is going to be punching them down. This fire which has been ignited from the side of Global is going to burn until the final game of this tournament.
Dynamite has his skulls opened up. And I think it was, if I'm not wrong, it was with a Winchester. I would love to see that come on the replay. And Pav at this point is like, guys, what am I going to do? That was bad. That was not how it was intended. That was not how it was supposed to be. Because they're just not bullying them. They are crushing them apart, just especially before the grand final arises. Now, finally, a doubt is starting to creep inside the hearts of the players of Team Hydra.
Now, this is what you would want to do, right? You want to play with the minds of the opponents. You have to make sure that the next time you go close to them, they have fear and they run away from that position. And ultimately, we all know when it comes to the most experienced team fighting out in the grand finals, that is where everything will come to place about you holding that high ground, about you wanting that center of the circle. And this is how you strike fear in the opponent's heart.
Well, global esports have established themselves to be the villains of the lobby, and we love that little bit of a storyline. If Team Soul are the heroes, or maybe EXO or OA, they love that title to themselves. But for now, I mean, it's necessary, right? They're again opening up on their hands, and it was indeed a Winchester. I did see that one out, and Nakul did come above. Wanted to see where Dynamite was, but I loved what you said about Global Esports having one of their players drop in a little late to have a better vivid picture of what's really happening. But our concerns are with the teams that are struggling right now. Our concerns are with teams like Retribution, RTR, and Blind, who might just collide in any given moment.
Now, before we jump into any other team, one other thing which I loved about that fight was where GE all stuck together, even though they were all a little far away from one another, they knew that two players of Hydra kind of gliding away. They're like, let's concentrate on these two first, and then we'll know that we can go in and scavenge out the other two. And that was one of the most important thing for us to see. Now, coming back to the point you were saying, to the dead center of the map is where Walkouts, INS, Nigma Galaxy, we have Enigma. Let's not forget Autobotz. The bigger picture is going to be Autobotz, IE, all of them are over here as GOG yet again goes back to the normal drop location to rake up as many resources as possible.
Oh yeah, I think GOG at this point, one game already messed up. They have 3 more to go. And out of 3, they really need to get a chicken dinner. It's all about handling the pressure over here. Because again getting a chicken dinner, and also they have to ensure that the other teams do not come up top, right? If it is walkouts or maybe players from blind or retribution RTR at the third, fourth positions, then that's not going to make any sense. So of course GOG and WSF have their work cut out. It's going to be one of the most important days of their lives. But another story is also coming up. Team Soul, they're catching up. OR
Yep.
Esports really need to develop on that lead.
Now, this is where, all of them are also getting into experimentation, right? Where we least expected Mortal to be coming and playing. He's also coming over here. But let's not forget that, even on the side of Team OR, as we discussed before, they are also trying to experiment with snacks every now and then to make sure they find the perfect fit for him as well. So when these things are happening, I don't think so they're going to bother about it. And they all know that there are few teams who are hungry for these finishes. So in case this top tier teams or the top bracket teams try to challenge them, they might face the wrath of these teams. So I don't think so there's going to be a much change in the overall points table.
I mean, I hope so. I hope so that does not happen. At least in the top 8, that's not going to happen. There's no chance. Maybe a few changes if some of the other team has a really good game late. Let's say like a team like Big Brother Esports. That could be a different possibility. But for now, Nigma Galaxy had been holding around the center of Picardo. Now they decide to also rotate. Team Enigma again around San Martin. And they might come in anytime soon. But my concern only is at that Los Leones little cluster being built up, right? You've got so many teams, blind, Autobotz right beside each other. Nigma Galaxy again could be that variable factor that could cause trouble for both these teams.
Now this is where homework comes into picture, right? All of these teams will know each other's drop location. They'll kind of know the rotation. They'll try to predict. They try to put their shoes into the opponent's shoes and see, if I'm coming in from here, where will I be next? And that is where, they would try to avoid to traverse that area. And just in case they get retaliation, they're going to make sure that they understand this is the team in front of us. We all know we can take them down and eventually come in over there. The survival leaderboard obviously is going to be Mortal with the previous game, which came in just now, getting himself something, phenomenal, where he was there right to the dead center of all that action. And all of, in the beginning, to be frank with you, I know I'm going to take this a little longer. I thought that, they're trying to save Mortal, trying to keep him a little at bay. But eventually, when it was important, the way he unleashed the beast in the center, where you least expect a person like an assaulter to be there, and that is where he comes out and performs. Wow.
The average survival time. Just one game played, 28 minutes. And I hope he's going to stay on top, because now Team Blind and Autobotz have fought out against each other. Deadpool getting the better out of Ova in this situation, and this is a nightmare for Team Autobotz. Look at all the players just moving out. They do not want to be a part of this. All they want to do is secure some good positioning points. One player taken down. I think that's the right move to make. But again, one of the other factors that I really need to point out over here is that WSF is not far behind.
Now, this is where, everybody are going to play mind games. Everybody are going to know that this is where the fight is happening and only go in when required. The priority of the zone is going to be so high that every IGL's mind is going to be shivering. It's going to be running full of thoughts to where to get the team forward. But at the same time, if the assaulter opens up a little bit, gives that initial, I do believe that team can rule the day.
I mean, of course, they can do. It's all about the decision making, right?
Yep.
Making the right calls, entering at the right moments, and in situation where it really matters, not losing your cool. But for now, Team MG, they're on the western side, right beside Global Esports. That's the last place I would want any of these in-danger teams to be in, right? Stay away from them. They are going to ruin your day. They are men on mission, but feels like they're on a lookout for maybe Parth, the last player of Hydra.
Yeah.
What's going on, Arka? Where did this rivalry suddenly emerge out of nowhere?
I mean, I think the previous game is where it was. I don't know why I know the initiation came in from the side of GE, where they went into challenge of the team Hydra.
Why?
But yeah, this is what happens, right? As I said, I think we have missed out something in the bigger picture when it comes to the overall tournament. But I know this much, that now they're trying to strike fear in their heart. Just in case Hydra ever thinks of challenging the side of GE anywhere in this tournament, they're making a statement telling that, we know how to hunt you down, so better stay away.
I do not know how they're going to respond to this, because, I mean, having a player knocked out, getting a pan done, it's fine. But how often Have you seen a player being knocked out? Manya
Carried.
goes out, picks him up on his shoulders, comes down, puts him right in front of his teammate where he's actually trying to shoot him down and fists him over there. I mean, that is a statement made at a whole different level. But now, Team INS. Crazy Soul has been one of the players, made some big plays, but this is where he's got to keep calm. This is where he's going to let the players of Nigma Galaxy and Autobotz fight it out against each other, and INS needs to strike then.
No, this is what I said, right? Everybody will know that there's some action happening in front of them. It's not that part of the tournament where you expect them to rush in and, take a player down. So eventually, those teams which can actually capitalize and be that perfect third party will be only team which will be standing out for us today. But let's not forget to see the other teams as well, where we can see Team OR again sticking on to their old things. But Coops gets taken down from the side of WSF, who are on a killing spree at this point of time. I do believe that, WSF is the only team which is looking a little offensive compared to the others who are in the radar.
But, slowly but surely the numbers are starting to decrease, right? Just 3 games left. After this, they'll be having just 2. And this is where the struggle really builds up for them. Now, they have to somehow make sure they get at least 15 points out of this. If not, they're going to be out of the equation. And what I like about them, they're committing good. But they have to make sure they have their comrades also alive in the final circles.
No, yeah, that is what we have been speaking about previously as well, how man advantage in the final circle always tends to be a great advantage for you. At the same time, this is the map of Miramar. You can expect anything to go around, as the circle is going to be shifting a little to the southern side, where a lot of ridges are going to come into play. A lot of high ground, low grounds are also coming into play. A team which actually knows where to be will be the right one.
Where did this area come from? I'm gonna swear, I've never seen this area before. But of course, the new updates brings us a few more locations. A little bit of a mine area and, Retribution RTR. I think this could be one of the most cheekiest of the moves that they've ever made, because if you pay attention to the map feed, they've got 2 players around La Bendita and just Craniacs hiding inside that little underbase. But right now, mostly just spraying down on Knuckle. Does miss.
Now that's one miss he would regret in case GE decides to come in on them, because they are on the offense from the get-go itself, as Dawn is trying to come a little bit in the open and try to tag him out. I know pixels are visible, that is where he'll be shooting, but at the same time he has to look to his left where he doesn't, and eventually gets taken down. That's going to be Ronnie opening things up for the side of GE. MG, be very, very careful, because now if you make a mistake, then there is no waking up.
This is where I really feel that Team MG have poked the bear, right?
Yep.
The last team that you want to go against with up right now has to be Global Esports. Now, this is where Team MG realize the gravity of the situation. They are going up for a retreat. Maybe for Team MG, again, a long shot to qualify. They also need to ensure finishes, which they haven't really been doing quite often. But look at this, boys and girls. The circle has taken a shift all the way towards the northwestern areas. Now, this is a game in which ACBC can really capitalize and get a chicken.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I will agree completely on that one point, but also let's look at the fight over here as Mr. Hydra takes down the side of Apollo and also gets that finish as quickly as possible, as Autobotz at this point of time have started to pick up finishes as they lost the first one of their player, one of the key players to be specific, but at the same time, least do they realize that they have to make it inside the circle, right? Most of this team prioritizing it. The team which will be actually choosing to go towards a lateral era first and then come inside the circle will always have a upper hand.
Initiative Academy. We really thought that maybe there were chances that this team could make it. They still are, but they have to be dreamers over here. But picking a fight against a team that is going through such a tough time, GOG, the big question is GOG well equipped to deal with them? But look at Dreams, all by his lonesome. Team Blinds is charging in, checking every single nook and cranny inside this certain compound. But any single moment, they're going to charge in, and Dreams has to open fire, decides to go out, finally gives his position away, as Blind, still not having the best information, will take their chances, go out, as he manages to get one, but that's where he's going to satisfy himself, as Deadpool comes in and finishes him off.
I love the moment of Rage coming in over there. You know, they were jiggling around behind that and eventually goes in for a peek later on as Leader OP gets taken down. IE wants to strike hard as Nick OP is going to be using that grenade to give that initial in case that connects. The story will be different as it does, and at this point of time, Nick is looking a little more stronger as he has more information which is required for the side of GOG. But where are the rest of the players? It looks like the rest of the players are kind of abandoning him apart from Bullet himself. What is happening? Why do they want to run away from a fight?
Position points, half-hearted commitment into this fight, and Initiative Academy played the best in this particular situation, right? Surrounding the players of GOG, so many areas of entry, while on the other side, Mr. Spray and OR Esports, they're on a little bit of a collision course, and we remember Aru getting all 4 players of their team as Loki taking damage from elsewhere, barely survives. He's gonna patch himself up, but look at Bullet. Oh god, I can already feel his heart beating at this point, but Blazy, he still isn't overstepping.
Now look at his face in that minicam, right? You can see a little bit of a fear coming in. You can also hear his relaying information telling that there's another fight which is taking place over here as MJ gets cleared off from far away. It's going to be Team INS striking, and this is where, you know, they're going to regret this as GOG is just giving away whatever they had for themselves and opening opportunity for the others to take it home.
But look at Walkouts, you know, they're also on a little bit of a redemption path, right? Because it was Aru who got the better out of all the 4 players yesterday. But for now, Team INS are off to a decent start. But Bullet, does he know? Does he step out? Does he take the shot? A lot of thoughts going on in his mind. And all he's hoping for is Initiative Academy to be a little oblivious about his whereabouts. But the moment Blazy 2K comes out in the open, he's all by his lonesome. He is not accompanied by his teammates. Bullet, the only thing that he can possibly do is get a knock and a finish and try to survive. But I think that's not going to happen.
Now, I don't know how come Blazy is still not looked at to this corner, right? I do understand there's a wall right in front of him which is going to restrict him. But at the same time, Bullet staying over there for a longer time could be casualty for another angle altogether, right? We can see Nigma Galaxy in the map is kind of rotating around as well as this team is trying to take the buggy and run away. If they look back, the story will be different. Will they do that? No. But he's called for the war at this point of time. Bullet needs to run to cover, make sure he has a vehicle for him to work around with, or else IE is going to come back and strike at him again.
GOG. Oh, Bullet, no. You're not supposed to do that, buddy. Had he maintained his calm there a bit, but right now, Esports Walla WSF in the worst possible situation. 2 players already taken down. Look at Ronnie step out of his vehicle, but Bajwa does manage to knock him out. AJ still in the mix. The vehicle explodes, but somehow, Esports Walla WSF survive. But again, with just 1 player remaining. We'll get that revive on Tango though, but that is where the trouble arises.
Now, IE on the other side. Blazy knows the location of Joker at this point of time. Puts down Cheyenne. But this one grenade coming in from the side of Joker can be very, very vulnerable. Yes, it does take down a player. And also gets another knock for themselves. As Joker is going to be pushing in towards the side of Blazy. If this knock comes in successful, it's going to be much more easier for them as Crazy Soul. Because of the terrain, a little bit of an issue for him. But still is persistent and does connect. INS are on a killing spree as they get the final finish for themselves. And IE has to say goodbye.
Billion, this is still a doable situation, not until now. Enigma comes out of nowhere, Joker. Clearly out of options. Eggy from the right-hand side. He might push in any single moment. Crazy Soul needs to provide him that quintessential cover fire. Billion has also lost out on his life. A very important game for Team INS, and Enigma are surely here to ruin their party.
Now this is where, you know, they can rake up more finishes for themselves as well as far away. It's going to be GOG Bullet who puts down Eggy and gives away his information again and again. We have been seeing Bullet doing the same mistake when is the last man surviving unnecessarily. But eventually, with no medkits for himself, this could be the end for GOG in match 2, where they have 2 more matches and they have to go wild.
I really feel I think they were out of vehicles out there. So I think he had to resort to such measures. But Zenopi, out of nowhere, gets a knock on towards Rex. But this is where Team Big Brother Esports, an important day for them, because this week pretty much has been on the downside. Now this is where they have to recover. This is where they have to have a good game, and I'm pretty sure by all means they can certainly do that, as the circle has shifted a little towards the eastern side of Chumasera, where Walkouts are really prying for the win.
Now this will be the first time where we'll see a different kind of terrain altogether, right? There's a road which is going right to the dead center, dividing the circle into 3 different halves. And who will be holding which corner is going to be the next big question, as play comes in from the side of Scream, puts down the side of Autobotz. Fox has its Fox hunting time over here in the map of Miramar, as Scream gets one for himself.
Big brother. I mean, Scream, he's been one of the players we've always been talking about. Hell, almost had his head blown up, but it was Beard Baba towards the end that will do that. But Autobotz still, I think, considering how they played in the previous game, they have that little cushion, right? They can let this one slip by, because the other teams, they are struggling, right? It's all about Walkouts having a really good game. Esports Wala just survived by the last player, Bajwa. They also go out just 1 position point, those 5 finishes, again, making sure they have those 6 points overall, still keeping them in the mix. Now, Team MG, they're very cautious, very careful, but INS and MG right beside each other. I really have a bad idea right now.
Now this is where I say, right, these are the 2 teams who need to be very, very careful, who need to get those position points, which are really, really good at, getting for themselves over the course of time. I know they'll have to clash as they make it inside the circle, but who's going to be the spoiled sport for them is going to be the next big thing. But ACBC on the other side are holding a very good angle, trying to restrict the side of Enigma to be coming in. Let's see what's going to happen over there. As of now, it's going to be ACBC. As we speak about the Devils as they appear, it's going to be Rain and Evil Sky who have to do wonders, as Rex is coming a bit more closer. Evil Sky, this is the very position in where we did see him do wonders with the grenade of a low toss, as Rex is going in for a high toss. Does he go for a low toss again?
I mean, I do not know what does he go for, but right now what Evil Sky is going to do is try to spray around at Rex. But look at what Rex is doing, a perfect deception. But if the vehicle blows up, then that's not going to matter anymore. As Avi, he's going to get finished off. Evil Sky instantly coming back to covers, but still, he's trying his level best to figure out. But the moment the smoke dissipates, the moment the entire vision does not get out in the open, that is where the trouble arises, as Big Brother from the backlines they decide to push, and against all odds, Rex is still breathing.
Now this is where Rex will be playing for his life. He's going to be playing for some position points for the first time, or waiting for a right moment to strike. I know all this iQOO is going to come into play only if these two, depends on, if these 2 teams depend on what's going to be their next move. ACBC is still not backing off from the location they have. I do understand they need some vehicles to traverse and go away. What I'm thinking right now is if Evil Sky goes and sits in the same car which Rex is sitting because of the smoke cover, and then tries to traverse inside the circle, that is going to be fun.
Still has no idea. Look at him. ACBC still ensuring, but Rex not moving a muscle. Has his heads out. Are ACBC aware of it though? Oh, there you go. Rex just pops out of nowhere. Eventually gets a finish though, but still ACBC almost skipped a heartbeat. But for now, the circle completely shifting towards the players of Walkouts, as Aditya is going to be unleashing all that lead. One of the players being taken down. Kosti is also going to follow suit, as now OR Esports, they want to make sure that the top spot is theirs, and they're definitely at the right path.
Obviously, Pav Killer is going to be going in for the heal battle pretty much far away. He didn't go in for a rotation, but eventually there's going to be ACBC who's coming into the fray. They want to make things bad for all the teams over here as well, as BB's from the other corner knows exactly where Evil Sky is. They're going to be spraying it down. I did predict Rex is going to be traveling in the same vehicle. I just hope he was just waiting for them to carry him inside the circle, but ultimately it was him striking and then getting taken down. Now coming back, we have Walkouts from the other corner, the best spot in the house. They have old foreman standing with 6 finishes. This is the game they needed for a really long time. If they get that winner chicken dinner, they're going to be so happy.
Crazy things are happening in the lobby, but Walkouts still holding on, still stable. They know they've been in such situations, still have all 4 of their players alive, as Big Brother suddenly on a very fast collapse. Haxer still unleashing all that mag, and now he might think of a push. He knows that the players of Big Brothers are crippled, and Capron needs to provide that perfect support fire.
that support fire come in. Oh, look at that. Haxar again putting down Scream, giving an opportunity to get these things done, as BB could be the next team which is going to be hitting the ground hard, and from far away it's going to be Kepron with that beautiful grenade coming in and putting an end for the side of BB. This is where they're going to be happy, right? They're going to be counting out the number of people alive and thinking we have almost made it. But on the other side, MG also get out of this with very, very less finish points for themselves.
Oh, the 4th position finish. I think that is something that they have to settle down with. Haven't really been the most aggressive bunch, as Rain getting pushed over by Mr. Spray does have that high ground advantage though. This is where Caprin has to make all the moves, has spotted him out, but no one to fire shots at him, as Walkouts from the downlines, they have their PlayStation at the perfect position. And it all comes about to the circle. Nobody has the benefits of it, and this is where Atanki is moving in on the players of ACBC.
Now ACBC have to watch out for this one man, because Atanki is so capable that he can take down the complete squad of ACBC and allow Walkouts to take this home very, very easily. But at the same time, one other bad thing for the side of ACBC is this: they have to make it inside the circle. And I know Walkouts are just waiting and wanting for Atanki to make it inside the circle and try to challenge off ACBC, as it's going to be much easier for them to attain that winner chicken dinner.
Oh, at this point, we're just waiting, right? Atanki, he's one of those variables that is here just to cause trouble, right? Nuisance for ACBC. But such an important game for ACBC and Walkouts over here, ensuring that top 2. But right now, Atanki, he's been fired upon. Haxer is trying to ensure gets that finish, but it will be, of course, to their team itself, as Caprin gets the better out of it. Now, only 2 teams remain. ACBC, their positions are compromised. Mr. Spray does have that concrete cover, but not for too long.
Now, Rain was one person who was trying to hold that off angle or the blind spot. Eventually, he got taken down, right? So, it's going to be a 2v4 situation where Walkouts would want to take the territory for themselves, as Kirito, the kind of spray he came with that UP50 is really good. The push comes in. Throwables is going to be coming into play anytime soon. If not, this frontal battle can be something devastating for the side of ACBC, as they've come so close to this winner chicken dinner and might get betrayed, as Kirito is going to be pushing and Rasa gets taken down. The final moments of the game in front of us, ladies and gentlemen, as Walkouts get the most wanted winner chicken dinner with enough number of finishes. Can they make it through?
They certainly can. I believe in them, ladies and gentlemen. Finally, a sigh of relief as we head into the post-match segment powered by Loco. And you can see the players, they know they are men on a mission, right? This chicken dinner, well, has given them a little bit of a relief, but they still need a few more good games. As we take a look at the point standings, Walkouts have secured 24 points out of this one. ACBC, not too shabby. 21, exactly what they needed. But look at Autobotz. Are those 7 points going to be enough? I still feel yes. But the MG, the 6 points, I think they really need to dig in hard now.
The teams who had to perform kind of have performed apart from the side of Walkouts, right? This is what I say, grab the opportunity when given to you. I mean, eventually this was the only game where they were expecting the side of GOG to come in and dominate, or for the side of RT or Retribution to actually perform. But eventually the pressure, this is what pressure does to you, right? When you know that one match has gone wrong, the second one is going to follow up because of that pressure.
Yeah, it just keeps mounting, and at a point it comes down to the fact that you cannot do anything about it. But for now, I mean, GOG Esports just 1 point. I do not know what on earth were they thinking in that fight against Initiative Academy. No cover fire. Might as well has fought that one out. But what they even followed up, I think the only rational explanation is they were out of their vehicles, right?
Yeah.
They did not have any vehicles. They knew that they cannot do anything. They cannot get inside the circle, because that is what happens when you play a map of Miramar. For Blind Esports, though, 4 points, I'm not happy.
I mean, they're safe, right? They're pretty much safe. They know that, somewhere I feel that, looking at the points table, at the kind of close calls they are in, it's going to be so hard, right? When you see teams like GOG and RT Retribution performing so bad whenever given an opportunity, that is where the confidence of Blind Esports is going to be coming up. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be looking at the match summary at this point of time to understand what has happened. We might not see any kind of grenade finishes, but still we do, with 4 grenade finishes coming in, 37 assists. I think that's the least we have seen so far.
I mean, it's all right. It's all right. Let's not get into what has happened in Miramar, because now it's not about getting the knocks, right? It's all about getting the knocks and instantly engaging in a fight. Now, teams are not thinking twice or thrice. Should we go in? Should we step in? But yeah, just go for it. Now, Global Esports were one of the most notorious teams inside the lobby, went after Team Hydra. But the funny fact is that still, despite all odds, Hydra were the ones who managed to survive longer than them. So Pav did have to carry the team, but nothing to worry about for the boys from Hydra or Global Esports. But yeah, just 2 airdrops, 2 tier 4 grenade finishes, it's all standard, right? The healing numbers were definitely less because now teams did not get that much chance to breathe. It was either fight or else you die.
Now, this is where, when it comes to healing, we know that the team which actually adds into that number is the side of GOG because of the very late rotation inside the circle. Because every single time they just challenge the first circle and then come into the second circle. And we have seen this time, I really want to ask you this question. Why were they, so hesitant to take the fight when they knew that they had a good firepower from their side?
Because they know this is the second game that they're playing. The first game they already messed up, right? Second game also they cannot, because after that, you can already see all these teams, they're just going all guns blazing, right? And they do not care about what's happening. And this was one of those games in Miramar which was the strongest suit. Now that is where the problem arises for GOG, because the next Miramar they will be of course playing, but that is where that will be their last game. And leave everything to the last, I think that is something they cannot afford. But as we take a look at the FT Craft, Walkouts, clearly the best team in the lobby, had the best rotation. The circle also did favor them, and as a result, they come out as the victors.
Now, hard work. Look at that. For the first time, we're able to see that everybody have put their guns to the talking, and an average of 500 is what everybody have gained. And with few finishes here and there, I do understand only 2 teams were very, very peculiar about getting those finishes, but ACBC were the clinical of them all with 1125 damage and getting 9 finishes for themselves. But 2-3 disappointments for me over here. One is going to be MG. The second one is going to be obviously the side of Team IE as well, because they did go in and take a fight. They did initiate everything well, but suddenly after that, the way they've fallen down is so bad for them when it comes to the overall points table.
When you talk about Team MG, this has always been their playing style, right? They never really engage in fights, always prioritize on the positionings. As ladies and gentlemen, the time has arrived. It is the overall standings, and well, we do see Hydra officials right on their tails of Global Esports. Is that the reason why Global Esports wants to just put a stop at them? They want to hold on to the top 5, and as a result, they can certainly aim for maybe Enigma Galaxy. Maybe Enigma Galaxy is a team that they should go after next.
I wouldn't want to, any of these teams to pick up such rivalry before getting into the grand finals, right? Because when you already have taken a rivalry with one person so strong, it's better you just stick to that. Because 2-3 teams, it's going to be hard. But right now, we're going to be looking at the most important picture of them all, where we have FS Esports coming down again with 324 points. I'm so sorry. And that is where it's most important for them to hold that, because ACBC 303, we'll consider that an average.
We certainly will. And this is where. Oh, Walkouts. Still at the 17th position, but now they have nullified that little distance, that little gap that was there. And same goes for Team INS at the 294 positions. I think one thing about INS and WSF, which I kind of find the only good thing over here, is that no matter what, they still manage to get a few finishes to their name. Despite whatever happens, whichever team charges at there, they still somehow come out swinging. And that was the case with both of them. This time around also, Esports Wala WSF picked the wrong fight. I mean, they did not want to, of course, Global Esports just charge in at their direction, and despite that also, they still managed to come out on top.
Obviously, and I really love the positioning of Walkouts. They did not have to traverse too much around the map. They did come in from their normal location. They made it inside the circle, but eventually held on to a very, very good hard compound. And ladies and gentlemen, when we speak about something really good, that is where this beautiful device comes in. And iQOO smartphones have a very, very good promo for you guys. Please go check that out, and after that, we'll speak further.
Watch it, earn it.
Wow, it's all crazy out here. The final day, I mean, BMPS, I really do not know what to say at this point because now the teams, there are few that have really come out playing at the best of their hearts, right? But when you talk about the other teams in the mix, now this is where, before we get into all the discussion, we've been talking about our sponsors, Loco, of course, India's biggest gaming and live streaming platform. And now they've always been there in the scene, a huge part in raising the Indian ecosystem. Might as well check that out. There's all a lot of giveaways going on, but we're going to have our discussions even carrying forward through the highlights. As ladies and gentlemen, it comes out on front of our screens, and a lot to take from this game in Darka.
Obviously, I never expected so much of firepower, right? I was expecting everybody to first prioritize the circle, come in, and then they might take a fight. But eventually, the rotation clashes. And before all that, this initial one which just came in over here where Hydras, I mean, oh my goodness, I don't know why this statement is being made over here. And this was the moment where I felt that Nick OP could have capitalized, just concentrate on the person in the front and bullet from far away. He had very, very good off angle to take the people down, but eventually did not choose to do so, due to which they had to pay a very, very hefty price.
Yeah, I think this is where pressure really kicks in, right? You start doubting your decisions, but this was the fight I was talking about. Again, Bajwa and Karan being two of those players that are doing so much for their team. Now, Ronnie comes in from the backlines. AJ and Ronnie, they were the two players surviving for Global Esports. Look at Bajwa, instantly retaliating back. Bajwa gets a little bit of a high ground and somehow just finishes him off. And right then and after, we had this fight between INS and Initiative Academy also break out. But what Enigma did, especially Rex over here, I loved every bit of it.
Now look at what happens at the final moments, right? I do understand that Evil Sky at one point of, oh no, we just skipped that. Okay, so it's fine because we did witness it once, we're going to witness it later. Oh, this is the moment where Evil Sky went in a bit more closer. He got into the vehicle, he started driving it, eventually realized there's another person in the next seat, that's a shotgun seat, and then eventually they had to retaliate on it.
Oh yeah, I felt for a moment that he held on. What could have followed, right?
Yep.
It was getting a really interesting situation. But ACBC also, I've got to say, you know, they have been there in this particular situation. But more than everything, Walkouts is one of those teams that I really feel has got what it takes to qualify, has got what it takes to make it in the top 16. Because they've had that similar storyline even in the past, and they still have managed to come out through. And the same can be said for ACBC, but now the number of games are of course reducing. Now, for a good thing about ACBC Walkouts, they've got 3 more games remaining. But what definitely is not a good news is for teams like GOG and Esports Wala WSF, because now only 2 matches remain.
Now, this is where we said, right, on an average, 40 points is what we were speaking about. 2 matches gone down. Now, with 2 matches, they have to get 40 points. And that is where, you know, everything is going to come down. 10 finishes with the winner-winner chicken dinner might give a sigh of relief for them. But again, you know, at least 10 finish or probably 5 finish winner-winner chicken dinner is something they'll be looking forward for. Because obviously, it's going to be so hard for you to take any kind of frontal battles and attain around 15 points, which is kind of impossible in the lobby we are in right now.
And, you know, to make things even worse, Retribution RTR, they won't be playing Vikendi, right? One of their strongest games.
Maps.
And they're not going to be here, especially how they've messed up the first 2 that they were in. And this is where the trouble really arises. Do they have what it takes, you know, finally come out swinging? Because they need a chicken dinner no matter what. All these teams do, especially teams after INS. They need it desperately, right? Because INS won good game and then they can make it through. Same goes for teams like Walkouts. Kinetic have had a rather decent start, and they're going to be coming into the mix if for Vikendi. I think what could be the right idea is always have that contingency plan of healing going on. Spread out, do whatever you want, because now we're witnessing teams fighting it out against each other. So a lot of areas to cover. It's all about doing your homeworks. It's all about knowing where your opponents drop. Have one of those players go for a hard revive, go for a hard healing battle, and I think that could work out.
No, this is when you say hard healing is where I do have to bring in the picture of GOG in the map of Miramar, right? That is where Bullet was holding back and MJ probably went around and he was like, I'm going to survive. Probably if required, I'll go for a heal battle. And where does he end up? Right to the dead center of the map, almost to the dead center of the map where other teams are going to come in and dominate. And this is where the next question arises. Where would you want to place yourself inside a circle if you're going for a heal battle?
I think the entire idea of MJ getting out was not that he wanted to do a heal battle there.
Okay.
All he wanted to do was, at those situations, you've got to stick around the edges if you're the lonesome player. It was, for Bullet, he was a lost cause, right? He could not get out because Initiative Academy anyway was scouring through the lands. They searched every angle. They just did not check that spot. And that is all he had to do. He was like, MJ, you're there, you're out there, you can survive, you can run, run. Now, that is the only call out I think that must be going on in their mind.
But yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to head on to the next match. This is going to be pre-segment which is coming up powered by Loco. Pre-match segment coming up powered by Loco. And this is where you're going to be hearing a bass voice coming in. And that's going to be the man himself.
Well, I guess I am going to be here, but just as I adjust myself, we are going to have a little bit of a switcheroo. Once again, apologies for that, Arca. However, boy, it is going to be exciting because once again, it's going to be B going up against C in match number 69. And, well, a lot of you are going to have a few giggles out there. Let me catch my breath. Why don't you just take over? Whew.
I mean, the previous game was intense, right? There were a lot of opportunities given. The final windows are starting to close with just one more window open for teams like RTR and GOG. What is your take? Like, how do you deal with pressure? I do understand this is what they're experiencing new, right? They might have gone into lobbies. They might have played around with other, small tournaments here and there. But when it comes to the official tournament, when you know that you have to go big, how do you tackle that kind of a pressure? Because you've already been in that scene before.
Look, the thing right now is, we keep talking about pressure. Your hands start getting shaky as all the adrenaline is coursing through your veins. But again, that is what separates champions from the rest. Now, what I believe is a lot of these teams at the bottom right now, this has been their first big break.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the biggest pedestal that they can ever think of, coming in and showcasing what they've got. They've already won a lot of hearts in the process.
Yeah.
So all they have to do now is go back, look at it with a positive light. Because if you are going to be, kicking yourself in the boots and just thinking that, everything is all but lost, that is not what a winner is all about. And, again, we are going to say bye to quite a few teams over here. 2 games remain for a few of them. And right now, for groups B and C, this is it. The final 3 games. And the best thing is, I do believe B and C are going to be playing the next 2. Yeah. And as far as C is concerned, well, it's going to be the next 3 games which are going to basically write their fortunes and write their history. But again, it is going to be an amazing time. And I guess we do have something come up. Why don't you take over this time?
Oh my God, this is the moment where we have to thank our sponsors. That's going to be iQOO, as iQOO smartphones have come up with a beautiful device for themselves. That is going to be Neo 6, a beautiful gaming device for sure. So ladies and gentlemen, please go ahead and see how to slay your dragon.
Well, when you have 90 FPS in your device, when you have that cascade cooling system, and when you have that 80-watt flash charge, everything is going to be possible. And as far as BGMI is concerned, I don't think there's anything better out there in the market for it.
Obviously, because, the one most important thing for us when we're grinding is you need to keep your device with full of juice, and also it has to be cool. And these are the 2 main factors which they covered up with this device. And why not buy it? And where do you buy it? You're going to be heading on to Amazon and making sure that you take it before it goes out of stock. And also, there are some amazing offers on this.
Alrighty, now this is going to be exciting because in game number 1, we did see Soul Mortal come in and, well, put up quite a show. But now, if you remember, we have another big boy stepping in. Viper is coming and joining his comrade, as I do believe Omega is going to be sitting this one out. So boy, oh boy, this is going to be the soul of the good old days, right when all the action began. And I see where you're going to get at, but again, you did say that this device in our hands keeps everything cool. The next game is going to be icy cool, because we are going to be flying to Vikendi. It is going to be the Tundra, and well, we are going to see some clashes, and soon enough, all that white snow is going to be turning red.
You know why I'm laughing so much? I've been listening to you lately telling that, oh, looking at all this action, I want to get back on that, into that action and get back competitive. When you see most of your, I would say colleagues, all the senior players.
I got my first big break with these two boys as well.
Yeah, exactly. And when you see them over there, don't you feel like, guys, just add me over there and I'll show you my skills on the sniper?
Well, I will show that probably someday, but for now, we are going to let you know that you can get your hands on some really great BGMI merch, and you already know the steps. Check the link down below. Predict who's going to come out on top as far as points are concerned, and all these goodies might be heading your way. But along with that, keep one thing in mind. We are giving away 10 of these iQOO Neo 6s. All you have to do is make sure you check this chat. There's a pin comment, right? You are going to click it. You are going to fill a form. I'm learning from you. And you make sure that you do subscribe to the channel and follow us on Instagram to just increase your chances. But now, we are going away from your screens, and well, oh boy, roar. It's going to be the T-Rex's jaws that we are going to have a look at.
Vikendi. Exactly, that is where I was coming in. That is where I was coming. When we come to Vikendi, this is where we want to know where the circle is going to be forming in. Fixes did point out to a point that, those teams are not having a good time. Better rely on those healings for yourselves. Move around the map. Make sure you're in equal distance or far distance from one another, and you make sure you go for healing. But at this point of time, ladies and gentlemen, we have another amazing player coming in for the side of Team Soul. That's going to be Soul Viper, as the flight goes in the air, and the flight path seems to be going like this from the side of Cement Factory, heading towards the side somewhere between Carsters and Porto. It's going to be such a great game.
It is going to be a great game indeed, but the thing is, we've never really seen anything in the south. I just heard that you corrected yourself again. The thing is, we have some distance between us and the screens, and sometimes, especially with your ADHD, it can get a little tricky because the words are just jumping around, right?
I really don't get that. It's so hard for me to explain. I'll exactly know what to say, but eventually it just fumbles.
Hey man, the best thing is, life is a learning curve. We all make mistakes, but it's how we get back up. That is what, of course, matters. And speaking of the circle, well, nothing really out of the ordinary. I'm sure a lot of these teams are going to be happy about that, but the drop clashes is something that we can expect. Now, we did see right at the beginning, Team Soul, they did jump out, pretty much the first teams to do so. Now, we know they love heading to the Winery. And, well, I love the Winery too. However, for different reasons, they might just have a little bit of a kerfuffle right over here with FS Esports. And now Akshat, he does have that Uzi in his hands. He knows someone else is supposed to be close by, and that someone else is not going to have a weapon in his hands, as K47 is going to be the first casualty in Vikendi.
Now, this is what I called as a suicide mission, and you literally give up your life. FS at this point of time, an unnecessary fight which they're taking up, as Goblin at this point of time wants that bird to get taken down before it reaches the ground. He does understand where is it heading to as well, to the vehicles, and that is where he's going to be concentrating on his fire. But Explicit on the other side is going to be living up to his name and trying to run away, and was a very, very clever one. He's blessed that, there is no scope coming in towards the side of Goblin.
Imagine if he had a scope, even maybe a red dot or something, because, sometimes the iron sights, they can kind of get in the way. However, Team Soul off to a great start, and as we had kind of, anticipated, the fact that Mortal was playing the first game is going to make the younger generation of Team Soul a little bit happier as well, because, like I said, he's one of the pioneers in this game, and with Viper joining the fray, I guess things are only going to get better. And we've seen this team do this exact same thing time in and time out. They love choking their enemies. They love snuffing out all that oxygen, and they love racking up all those finishes. And speaking of finishes, Goblin is going to be the first one who's probably going to go in and, well, let his weapon do all the talking.
Now, one other thing which is just coming in my mind is I can feel two different kind of synergy. One synergy is where Mortal and Viper are going to be vibing with. Another synergy where, Akshat and Goblin are going to be vibing with. These two different kind of synergy, how they're going to collide, conjugate with one another, and bring out a brand new one where the olds and the news are going to sink in to dominate the map. That is something to watch out for.
Also, something interesting over here. Now, it has been almost 3 minutes on the clock, and Striker just hit the ground now because they weren't taking any chances, right? They love heading to the winery, and although they know that Team Soul is already engaged with another team, maybe those calls came in. Hey guys, our position is still up for grabs, as it looks like Ace Black could be in a little bit of a situation because between him and his team, there's a team we know as Marcus Gaming, Team MG. Now, Marcus Gaming, you did bring them up, right? I mean, not the best of starts for them.
Yep.
They are still in contention, but these next few games have to be pristine.
Because the teams below them had not played a game, and they are all over here, right? So they have given an opportunity now to make sure that they knock at the doors and take away winner chicken dinner, probably 10 to 15 points, just to build up that pressure to that position of 16th and make sure that they are the next best contenders for the grand finals itself. But let's not forget to see that FS Esports, they still have Explicit and Itman right to the very location towards the side of Hot Springs, where Itman is again heading back. Is this another suicide mission coming in from the side of Team FS?
Well, the thing is, I do believe he's going to go and try and pick his teammates up because they need points. I mean, there's no walking about that. There's no need to beat around the bush. And I do believe it's going to be a quick evacuation mission that he is going to be on because, like I said earlier, Team Soul, they've got nothing to lose. However, all these other teams who are languishing towards the bottom half of the table, oh boy, they have everything to play for.
Now, every single map when you're playing this, if you're not having that average which we keep speaking about, right? Why is it important for us to have that average point in every single game? Because ultimately, if one game goes wrong for you and the people below you or above you gets that average for themselves, again, there's going to be a contentment. And in the until the final map of the day, we still don't get to know who's going to be getting into the 16th position.
Well, of course, it is all going to come down to the line. It is going to be till the end. It's going to be a nail-biting finish, and, well, things are going to be exciting. Now, for the Walkouts, they are in a good position right now. Nothing around them at this moment. ACBC, asking, ye shall receive, apparently. ACBC just a bit to the south, and the distance is going to be somewhere around 400 to maybe 500 meters. So for now, both these teams, again, points are going to be of the essence for them. They need something or the other over here. They are going to take their time, and for now, they're going to be looting to their heart's content. But, as I do have a look at the map all around, all the teams are kind of just getting away from one another, making sure that nothing happens. But looks like ACBC could be heading on in a bit of a fight, as Evil Sky is going to be the first one, and now he's going to realize, possibly this compound is taken, as the Walkouts are going to strongly have a nice little grasp on it.
There were several times where I've seen Abrar or Mr. Spray always tend to be on the offensive side, trying to take down the opponents, In case they come closer, they'll be the first one to press the trigger. At this point of time, UP50 versus the side of Team Lioness, Deadpool and Rage. Look at them just converging on their prey as Rage God is doing the best of what he can and lives up to his name of Rage versus Rage, where Rage God is going to be living up for the God himself, but eventually gets taken on because he comes off that cover which he had for himself.
I mean, all right, let's just break this down right now. He knew two people were coming from the left, and have a look at that. Rage is still going to be alive and kicking on his feet, surviving by a sliver of HP. The movement that Rage God just portrayed on the screens was sublime. It was beautiful. However, I do believe he was a little bit too cautious about just getting that little finish point. Again, I don't really blame them. He could have been a thorn in the side of the team that they go up against, Blind Esports, and he maybe could have gotten another couple of knocks for himself.
Now, this is where Blind would like to capitalize on, right? They know that every single finish point which they take is going to be helping them become concrete in that 15th or the 14th position. But at the same time, let's not forget the side of UP50, the loose cannons who have nothing to lose for themselves. They're just going to be going against every single team in the lobby.
See, again, that is exactly what we were talking about, right? I mean, maybe he could have gone for a few more finishes. Had he succeeded, he could have got 3 finishes for himself. But again, at this point, buts, ifs, and maybes is not something we are going to talk about. What we are going to talk about is Hyderabad Hydras. Well, their position is going to be contested once again by Mortal, Viper, Goblin, and Akshat, as it looks like they are going to take the fight straight to their doorstep. Elsewhere on the map, anything out of the ordinary for you?
No, right to the dead center of the map, we have the side of Team MG for the first time getting converged by 5 different teams. I've never seen MG in any map, going to the dead center and then having 3 to 4 teams contest them. But that's going to be one other thing as we speak about the side of Team Soul. finally we'll be able to see somebody in the blue, right? And that's so refreshing for the fans.
Of course it is, and for Hyderabad Hydras, now up until this moment, they knew that, okay, the winery is going to be theirs for the taking. They, of course, did hear a few vehicles come by. That is why Striker is going to whip out that big bad Tommy gun. And, of course, he wants to go all Tommy and, well, all gangster over his opposition. But, uh-oh, I see somebody has an M24 down there. And is it going to be Sniper's season? As they are going to have a little bit of a spread.
Oh, no.
Is going to be coming in. That might be a bit of a mistake, but lucky for him, he still has a few walls for cover against Hyderabad Hydras.
Now, this is where the information might be relayed, telling that, you know, there are a team over here, and Goblin trying to traverse through. He'll also be making it to safety. This is what happens when you know your real estate really well, right? So when shots comes in, you're going to go behind those ridges and make sure you get into safety, as they're going to be traversing more and more and taking the tension away. It's going to be our Esports versus Enigma, and we have to see which is going to be standing tall, as one last man, or the only one man hero, tries to be the hero for the team and plays a very hefty price.
Well, he is going to be wiped out, but he still has 3 more teammates lying in wait behind him. He was just caught a bit off guard and out of his comfort zone, as Dreams this time is not going to be the first one who goes down for Nigma Galaxy. Again, it's going to be Apollo the God himself who is going to be dishing out all that damage. Now, this fight, of course, is going to be taking place in Podvosto, just east of Mount Kresnich.
Yep.
And for now, for both these teams, they are going to be in the circle, and this fight is something that is going to be important, especially for our esports.
Yep, they need those finish points, they need those placement points for themselves, and sometimes this is where they have to decide whether this is a fight which is necessary for me or not. And if they feel it's unnecessary, that is where they have to prioritize the next circle going to be coming up, because it's not going to be soon that it's going to be formed, and they're not having the right kind of vehicles for themselves. They're going to pay a very hefty price.
A hefty price is what a lot of teams are going to pay. In fact, 8 of them are going to be going through that little situation, because chances are we might not see them again in the finals, as OR Esports, they are going to be coming across the bridge with Aditya, making sure that everything is tickety-boo, and they can do that without any problems. For now, they do have a nice little compound all for their taking, and the problem with Vikendi is that, you know, this is basically the meta in this game, right? You want to make sure you have some concrete cover, and there you have, speaking from cover, Deadpool is going to get the better of DG, and Phobic is going to be taken down by Williams on the other end, and Phobic, in fact, is going to be finished off as a grenade is going to go forth. However, it isn't going to damage anything just yet.
Now, this is where Blind are looking really, really strong, right? This fight looks to be theirs, as Blazy will be the next person in the crosshairs of Williams, as the grenade is going to be cooked in towards him. If this connects, I know the story will be way too different. It doesn't. Probably, yes, the splash radius does connect a little bit, but now it's all about the bullets doing the talk.
Well, right now, smokes are going to be deployed, making sure they obscure their vision. But lo and behold, from behind, it's going to be 7C Esports, but Shadow lurking in the shadows over there is going to strike first, and he gets taken down instead. It is going to be a little bit of a trade-off, but Blind Esports, they are in a bit of trouble. They have 2 members up and standing, and now they are literally between a rock and a hard place. But you got to keep one thing in mind. This is going to give Initiative Academy enough time to recuperate and hit them where it hurts most.
Now, this is where Deadpool is still concentrating on the side of IE rather than looking out for the side of 7Cs, where he gets a little bit of a tag and then falls back. They have to re-strategize something. They have to get to know what to do next, as 7Cs is still waiting for these 2 teams to become a little bit vulnerable, and when they rush in, they're really good at picking up all those knocks for themselves.
What 7C are doing is they are going to be the watchers on the wall right now. They make sure they have the high ground, and although these guys do have the comfort of their little fortifications, of all that concrete, oh wait, that's a big grenade coming right at you. Lucky for him, he still has that one first aid. Now, what I was saying was, you know, 7C Esports, they are going to bide their time, but you know what? They don't need to lose anything, because they might just come in, they might just come in guns blazing. Have a look at that, how they are going to be surrounding the enemy, as Blind Rage is going to be taken down by Prince, who is going to be making a little bit of a wizard in the map of Vikendi, and Spraygard is going to throw a grenade. Now, he might just get that sound key that someone actually is going to be inside, and this could be problematic. However, oh, point blank, no, it comes back at him, and now he's going to be on fire. Drop and roll, you have a lot of snow to work with.
Now, at the same time, Deadpool on the inside is going in for that famous heal battle, because he knows the fight between these 2 has taken off, and 7Cs at this point of time wants to fall back as well. There's a very small window for him to escape from this because of all those smokes, but let's not forget IE on the other side is also suffering. If Saran Grenades connects to Deadpool, that is going to be the end of the story for the Blind. After putting such a valiant effort, this is goodbye for the side of Team Blind.
It could be, because looks like they were caught off guard. In fact, they're going to be the blind side, and now the Molly's going to coming.
Oh!
Shots are going to be fired. Spray God once again is going to be on fire, both literally and figuratively, because he did get the better of the opposition. Now, 7C Esports, they have lost one man. However, this, like we said earlier, gave IA enough time, but the grenade isn't going to explode where it was intended, as Williams is going to get the hell out of there.
Now, IE had an opportunity to run away from this fight, right? They could have allowed Blind and 7Cs to fight it out, try to play for placement points, but ultimately, they're pretty overconfident or pretty self-confident that at this point of time, we can take the fight against all these players. But let's see how that's going to pay out for them, as 7Cs at this point of time are kind of spreading around, coming in from different angles, one person from the top. Let's see how well he can strike as Loki gets taken down.
Loki is going to be taken down, which means now Blazy's got to go back, and this is where Sauron can push in. Elsewhere, OR Esports are giving Enigma Galaxy a run for the money, and speaking of them, Aditya up against two, he's going to get them both. No, this time he's going to be taken down as one of our frag leaders is going to be brought down on his knees, and well, a grave has already been dug for him. Matanki, on the other hand, knows that maybe somebody is going to come in for that loot, throws a little preemptive grenade. Now he knows they're outside the wall over here. He goes, he peeks, he shoots, almost gets Apollo down on the ground as well.
Now Max on the other side, he was with the grenade, right? In case he had a gun, he could have given a little bit of a cover fire, as Jelly at this point of time has been chased by two players of NGX, and eventually with that compound cover, he's going to have his teammates come a bit more closer, and prioritizing the zone is going to be Enigma Galaxy, where they have not only have to reel themselves, but also have to take this fight in front of them, as Max is in the cross, as Jelly tries to push in with that AK, can connect anytime soon, but relies on the deadliest of the gun. But Apollo with that M4 shows how things can be done, as two men standing will have a lot of job to do.
They do have a lot of job to do over here, because now it's going to be a 2-on-2 situation. It's going to be Aru and Atanki going up against Apollo and Max, and now Apollo comes in the crosshairs once again. Aru takes a little cover behind the tree, but Atanki is going to get the better rep from a different angle. Now, there's only one man standing for Enigma Galaxy. He has repositioned himself, however, looks like Aru knows exactly where he is. One big grenade could spell trouble. Unfortunately, he is going to have to readjust his little trajectory. There you have it, switch to FPP. That is going to be it. And with that one big bang, Enigma Galaxy are sent to a galaxy far, far away.
With three finishes for themselves, Nigma Galaxy, we all know they're safe. They're going to be happy experimenting all these things, but to the dead center of the map is where we have to witness Marcus Gaming still alive. You know, they had 5 teams around them, but still they're going to be happy. To the southern side of the map, we have around 5 teams, whereas the northern side of the map, we have the side of Kinetic and IE. Both of these teams needs a little bit of a pointer for themselves, at least 10 points in this game, and let's see what's going to happen, as OR still making it late inside the circuit.
Well, again, they can afford to do that, right? Because you got to keep one thing in mind. They have managed to wipe out a squad, but now they have been reduced to a 2-man army. And speaking of an army, I love the fact that Mortal is whipping out that M24. I want to see a few heads pop. I want to see a few heads blown clean off their shoulders. And for now, it looks like they are trying to walk over the team that won Erangel, Team Walkouts. Can they do this? Because I think we might just see a head pop out of that window. Question is, are we going to have a bullet fly at high velocity and, well, hit someone right between the eyes?
With the momentum of the game, I mean, I just hope that the teams who have the center of the circle exactly knows what's going to happen next, because eventually, if the circle takes a drastic shift towards the side of Mount, that is when things can be pretty dangerous for the side of ACBC, MG and BB, where they'll have those dangerous rotation clashes. And let's not forget that Hyderabad Hydras are trying to play it safe. They were so close to the side of Team Soul at one point of time, right? But still, they've survived, come in safe with 3 men standing. They are next to the side of Villa.
I like how Mortal is the one who's going to be taking the charge this time, because you got to keep one thing in mind. If you notice one thing, there were only 3 members of Team Soul at this position. Goblin is already just outside the little town of Goroka, and looks like he's given a little bit of a cue. Hey guys, there might be someone over here. We need to push in as a team. And of course, we know this lad can do a lot on his own. However, when you do have a team to back you up, it is going to be just a little bit better. Azal there shoots at Viper. Viper takes a big chunk. Oh my goodness, this could be it. He is going to be brought down onto his bloody knees, and looks like his days might just be numbered. But lucky for him, there was a little opening in the house, and the revive should be coming in.
Now Akshat comes in, he goes in for the revival. Will Walkouts again be to their old ways of trying to come out from the hard cover, goes in for attacking against a team which they feel is a little vulnerable? I think no, because suddenly Walkouts are playing it very, very sensible, right? They're prioritizing the zone. They're making sure they're inside the circle and also not coming out in the open unnecessarily. But at the same time, every time you taunt the big dogs, you have to be careful, right? They might come in against you, and this is a point where, you know, Goblin has the circle, and this is where Mortal is also trying to take the tires out, and that's a very clever thing to do, right?
But of course, you want to make sure you disable each and every vehicle that you can, but for now, they are going to try and force them to come out on foot, because you got to keep one thing in mind, right? Although Walkouts have made it through now, solely because, you know, Team Soul is going to be putting all their attention, as we mentioned earlier, to the team that was in Goroka, and that, of course, are the boys from Initiative Academy. But I like how, from the distance, they are still going to be shot at, and elsewhere, Team Kinetic are going to make the Walkouts pray, and in fact pay for coming in their direction, as a couple of them are going to be taken out, and it looks like they are falling one by one here, buddy. I'm just having a look at it, and that's it. That is all she wrote. Team Kinetic are going to be dashing the dreams and hopes of Walkout Esports, as now they are going to have to walk out without any points.
Now, this is what I said, right? Walkouts had to be very, very careful with what they do. Eventually, they come and make a big, big mistake, as Mortal at this point of time is still waiting. He's been calm, he's been composed, he knows exactly where to look at. With one knock coming in from the side of M24, let's see how he can capitalize next, because it's all inside a hard cover.
Well, you have to make sure you go for the head, especially if you have some armor on you. Elsewhere, Initiative Academy now are going to try and dish out some damage in Team Kinetic's way. They are still in a good position. In fact, this little fight is going to be taking place across that frozen lake, which I love traversing on. But even again, Team Soul there have their work cut out, because from behind, looks like Big Brother Esports are going to try and make a move. And speaking of BB, buddy, they need to have a few good games to make sure they cement their position for the Grand Finals next week.
Now, Beast OP thinks that, you know, the Team Soul might not know not know its location, and that is what they'll be looking out for. But on the other side, Mortal's crosshairs perfectly placed. That 8x is just waiting for some head to pop in, and we all know once that goes down, there's going to be a rush coming in, because obviously BBs at this point of time are playing a very, very split gameplay. We can see in the minimap, eventually Scream comes in, nobody's on the stability, but still the shot connects against the side of Zen OP. That's going to be fear struck in the hearts of BB.
Well, they know the position has been given away, and Scream luckily is going to dodge a bullet as it goes whizzing past his vehicle. And now Beast will be taken out. In fact, another body shot is going to connect, and Mortal definitely has worked on his accuracy. There you have it. Once you have the M24, 2 body shots might not be enough if the person is wearing a level 3 vest. However, that vest is going to be negated. It's going to be broken right now, and Beast does live up to his name. He went down to a sliver of HP, but is still alive and kicking. But now the circle has shifted slightly away from all these teams between Mortal and his teammate Goblin. They're going to have to move and somehow get to Akshat and wipe his position. But this is where BB could be a little spoilsport.
Now the circle shifting towards the side of Mount is what was a very, very big concern, as Williams from the side of Blind is being a solo player inside this place. Oro and Athanki, who have no clue that there's a player over here. Can Williams strike exactly when required and pick up these 2 finishes for himself, as Oro was kind of visible. There he comes out in the open, has to pay a hefty price. The finish also comes in quickly, as Williams is waiting out for Athanki to do the thing, as eventually it's going to be Molly coming in, an MP5 versus the side of AK, which is going to be standing out tall.
Well, right now it's all going to be who connects first as he jumps out the window, and now it's going to be a one-on-one situation. Athanki finds William, and there you have it. We have a little bit of retaliation coming in, as Williams is going to get himself 3 finishes, and look at his face. He is not phased by anything right now. He knows he needs those points, as elsewhere, Initiative Academy are taking the fight to Team XO, as Fierce has been brought down. Sensei goes down crashing as well, because Rockstar is going to be coming in from the other side. Now Loki knows that he got a knock somewhere over there. He is going to try and go for the finish. Unfortunately, the problem is our Esports are going to be pummeling them with bullets from afar, and in the blink of an eye, FS Esports are going to make quick work of ACBC.
Now, at the same time, Initiative Academy, the way they compose, the way they want to hold this hard compound, shows that they're wanting this winner chicken for themselves. But they're just 2 men standing, right? How far and how well can they play this? As there's going to be another team that's going to be Kinetic, who actually knows that there's a team over here. They have MG out of nowhere coming inside the circle, as BBs also make it inside the circle. This hard compound inside the side of Goroka has become the next big hell.
It is going to be hell for a lot of teams, and it looks like Team Soul are still going to be in a nice little spot for themselves. Again, all 4 members still alive and kicking. That can't be said about UP50. Oh, God, is he going to do what he does best? Yes, he does. As down goes Ranveer, but it was courtesy of Princes. And which means now Sarkar, well, he is going to be the last man standing for his side, as for some reason he is going to deploy a few smokes, but this is where it's going to be indiscriminatory fire in towards the smoke, and there you have it. Ranveer is going to be snuffed out by the play zone, as now 7C Esports, they have 5 finishes for themselves, 3 of which come via Spray God.
Now, our esports are having a very good spot inside the circle, right? I know HH could be the spoil sport for them, just in case they come in and strike when the time is right. But on the other side, KE versus IE, which we predicted, as Loki gets taken down, a lot of pressure on the shoulders of Blazy as he's bought his team so far. He's going for a grenade at this point of time, trying to restrict the opponents to actually rushing in towards them. But how long can he hold back, as eventually the scavengers are going to be coming in? Blazy, he can shoot at this point of time. I don't know why he doesn't do that. Eventually has to pay a hefty price. Jiggles around, puts down 2 players. The third one also comes down. The last man standing is gonna be God. Blazy's got himself boosted, but eventually pays a hefty price because he had an opportunity to strike earlier, which he could have done.
Oh my goodness, have a look at that. He just lets his UMP do all the talking. If he had a few more rounds, he could have done something, but over here, I do believe he gave him a bit too much time to come in and get that final nail in the coffin. What an amazing effort over here, but it looks like another team. We were mentioning that our esports were in a good position. Their position is contested by Hyderabad Hydras. Now on either side, they have lost a member, and it looks like it is going to be a 2v3 situation as far as the boys from Hyderabad are concerned. Canary with the grenade, that could be devastating. Unfortunately, it isn't going to find its mark, but now it has given Maxi enough time to rush in. It is going to be a one-man situation for him. Only one man is going to be keeping the floats afly for the team of our esports, and that man is going to be Canary. He is going to be shot, and unfortunately, Ace Black is the one who comes in and puts him out of his misery.
Now this is where, you know, our esports, I really thought they'll have another good game, but eventually they go down to the 11th position, and following them is going to be the side of Marcus Gaming to the 9th position, where 0 finishes for themselves.
0 finishes is not something that we were expecting, and of course, the 9th position, they aren't going to get anything, but now it's going to be Team Soul going up against Team Kinetic. Goblin, of course, is going to be the first man for his team to go forth. He does have a grenade. He knows where the enemy is. It is going to be flung in the direction of one of the members in the smoke, and it is going to connect as Onyx, the Rock himself, is going to be brought down. But this is going to give his team enough time to circumnavigate around their position and just kind of get a little bit of a spot for them. Viper, however, could be caught out in the open, either by BB or the boys from 7C's behind, because look at that, 7C Prince, he is going to get a bit better of one of them, but Viper from the distance gets the better of Kinetic God.
Now Mortal and Akshat out of the game. It's going to be important for Goblin and... I'm so sorry. Mortal and Akshat out of the game. I really thought that Viper could be the next man going down, but eventually he's surviving, trying to prove that he can prove his mettle in this game, as he's got a lot of information against the opponents right in front of him.
I like how Viper is giving his teammate perfect cover right now. Goblin over there was in a precarious situation, but Kinetic is the one who could have been that little bit of a knife in the back over there, and again, that is what teamwork is all about, ladies and gentlemen. Elsewhere, Beat Scream is going to be brought down, and now EXO is going to be moving in as Zen OP is going to be brought down by the G36C. However, Helga and all this smoke is still going to go in for that revive, which means still Big Brothers again. Keep one thing in mind, buddy. This is a big game for them. They need this, and Snacks is going to be eating away outside by the blue zone as Goblin is going to fall, and I do believe Team Soul are now out of this game in the 7th position.
Now Kinetic KU, one of the players who's actually staying alive outside the circle, going in for a heal battle. They've got enough number of finishes for themselves, 7 to be specific, and all they need some possession points to make sure they come out of that very situation they are in the overall points table. As Sarang at this point of time puts up some smokes, that smoke trail is going to allow him to traverse a little bit inside the circle. FS Hitman is also alive on the other corner from the side of FS, as shots are going to be connected against the side of Snacks, and it's a goodbye story for the side of Team EXO.
Now the best thing is Hyderabad Hydras are going to be at the base of Mount Kresnich, and well, all they have to do is wait for the enemy to come in their direction. And 7C Esports, they are going to be moving in a vehicle because Spray God has one, as Team Kinetic finally run out of potential energy, and they are going to be brought down in the 5th position because Hitman, the last man standing for FS Esports, is going to go down in 4th, which means, well, 8 points is not a bad outing. But now Hyderabad Hydras, they know they have the advantage. They know that 7C Esports are going to be a bit split up right now, but have a look at their finishes, buddy. These boys are hungry. These boys are playing with their prey. Question is, are they going to be a pack of wolves in this frozen tundra? Because Maxi has spotted one of them, and Sarang is going to have to take cover. But Hellgod could be coming in from behind and be a little bit of a pawn in his side.
Now this is what happens every single time 7Cs goes bizarre, right in the final circle. Sometimes the team tries to converge in towards them, and that's going to be the side of BB. Hellgod, Beast OP is pretty much far away. It's going to be coming in from another angle in case he can strike as well. I think that could be the beginning of the end for the side of 7Cs.
That could be the beginning of the end. However, now his position is given away, and Beast is still up and kicking. And there you have it. Hellgod is going to make sure that Sarang is going to be put in the ground, which means now 7C Esports have Prince and SprayGod all by their lonesome. SprayGod trying to secure a little bit of a vision on the enemy. He is going to anticipate that something might be coming out of the smoke, but this is where Hyderabad Hydras are going to be just laying down a barrage of lead, and Prince is going to be spotted in the distance.
Nice.
Manti with his G36 is going to bring him down.
Now eventually 7Cs are looking a little bit vulnerable because of the man disadvantage. One last man standing. SprayGod, we all know he's capable of clutching it out for the side of Hyderabad Hydras, but one thing is there, that they have high ground, they have the circle for themselves, and they have to concentrate on two different areas. One is going to be Beast OP from the side of BB, and the other one is going to be SprayGod from the side of 7Cs, as Ace Black at this point of time is going for the perfect rotation. Will be finding SprayGod anytime soon, and once he does, he's going to be putting an end to him, and it's going to be crosses right to the head and finish off. It's going to be 7Cs.
Well, of course, SprayGod had no idea that his flank was out, and now it's going to be a one-man job for Beast OP. Question is he going to be overpowering Hyderabad Hydra just yet? Because they are going to get maybe a little impatient. They know they have the man advantage. The UMP is going to come out. They have no idea that he's right underneath them as yet. As Maxi is going to finally spot him out over the hill over there, over the house. But now his sound is going to be given away. He is going to shoot. He almost connects with one. He almost gets a knock over here. Grenades are going to be going off left, right, and center. But it's going to be Hyderabad Hydras who are going to be your winners here in Vikendi. I like that, they are most comfortable with Miramar, but looks like it doesn't matter what biome they are in. They get the job done as we head into the post-match segment powered by Loco.
Now this is where, most of those teams will be actually having the calculator in their hand, and they're going to be like, how many have I done and how much more is required for the rest of the day? And Kinetic on the other side have got 13 points for themselves. I know far away, Fix is going to be having a little smile on his face. He did say that, there are teams like this who need to stand out and perform. FS Esports is getting 14 for themselves. Any other team to point out is going to be Blind. Again, 5 decent points where they can cement themselves to the very position they're holding. But Initiative Academy and RD Sports, what an opportunity they've lost. And we have to see how that's going to affect them. Let's not forget MG as well.
Well, I do believe the teams that you just mentioned right now, Initiative Academy and Team MG, could be in a little bit of a pickle, because chances of making it to the top 16 are growing slimmer as the games keep advancing. Big Brother Esports, a 3rd position finish for them. We were kind of thinking that, they could be in a bit of trouble, but, we're going to speculate about that later, because I think once again, someone is going to be crowned the iQOO MVP, and he has already possibly sailed the 7Cs, because I kind of have a feeling it is going to be SprayGod coming in with 8 finishes. Have a look at that damage.
1,222. I just hope you remember that in between the tournament I did tell you, if SprayGod wakes up, that is when 7Cs will start to get some finishes for themselves, because eventually this man, if he's got his 4x recoil to perfection, he's going to be taking down every nook and corner of the map, and following him is going to be 7C Prince, who's got 3 finishes for himself, 549 damage, but most of the hard work done by 7Cs, nothing to compare.
Of course, looks like his eyes are wide open, and of course Hitman is going to be joining the fray as well, i.e. Blazy 2K, 1 finish, but of course 808 points of damage is just quite a contrast, as Williams is going to find themselves on the leaderboard as well. Now, it is Vikendi. Let's have a look and see if any records are broken, because, well, the match summary is going to be popping up. But for now, everything looks good, but I like the assists this time around. Normally in Vikendi, it's all about compound fights, right? And you barely get time to pick your fallen comrades up. But this time around, looks like we had a little bit of a distant engagements happening.
Yeah, thanks to the courtesy of the circle. Every single time it went in, it came out in the open. There was long distances fight which was happening, not too much of a hard cover for the teams to actually go around. Even though they were hard covers, it was so so far away from one another. They had time to pick up their teammates, but right now, looking at the FD graph, look at that skyscraper coming in from the side of 7 Seas. 2,345, 2,345. Finally, another number which is going to catch my eyes with 12 finishes for themselves. And on the other side, if there is any other team who did do the damage, and they were not paid for that, damage they did, is IE. Just 2 finishes for 1,559 damage.
Speaking of both these teams, they were in a bit of a kerfuffle because, IE could have taken a bit of an opportunity. They could have actually taken advantage of that position. However, it is what it is. As we have a look at the overall standings, and 7C Esports again with a massive game are going to make sure that when Hydra official go down by 5 points, however, Hyderabad Hydras with the chicken dinner are going to be happy in 6th.
Now where again 2-2-2 finishes coming in from the side of 7 Seas. The top of the table, this is where there's got to be much changes, right? There's a lot of difference between OR and Team Soul at this point of time. Even though they do the best of what is left out for them, I don't think so in the 2 matches they can collect 50 to 60 points, which is next to impossible. But we're going to be going down to check, because this is the last time, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be witnessing the overall points table. This is map number 3, and after this, it's all about pen and paper, and all of you be ready for your maths to be tested.
Luckily, the Indian education system is pretty good, and all of us are going to be like this, good at maths right from the beginning. But this is it. Enigma is going to slip down to the 9th. Again, not a big problem for them. Big Brother Esports, good game for them, kind of cementing their position in the 10th spot over there. FS Esports climbing up to the 12th.
Oh my goodness, look at where Blinder placed themselves. This is what Fixes I told long time back, that if Blind doesn't play carefully from the first match itself, they might get contested for the 16th position. They do not have much of position points for themselves, and that's going to be the concern, as we have 304 as an average point for any of these teams. Look at that. Immediately after them, everybody have got 156, 143. They had just 130 possession points. In case they fall in a tie with the 16th position team, that is where the problem is going to rise.
10 points separate Walkouts and Team INS from the top 16. However, you got to keep one thing in mind. This is pretty much the midway point as far as the day is concerned. Everyone has played 46 games. Everyone just has 2 more games to either make it or
break it. Now, eventually, we are able to see the bottoms of the table. The light has become very, very bleak, right? It's going to be GOG and Esports Wala WSF. They have to do miracles just to make sure that they make it into the next round. RTR Retribution on the other side, 280 points, will be one of those teams which will have their last window open. Either run for it and make sure you're outside the house, making it into the grand finals, or I didn't think so. It's going to be easy for them.
I mean, it isn't going to be easy for them, but I'm just trying to visualize, just trying to picture the amount of pressure that is going to be on the lads at the bottom right now. Because, again, you can only say and do so much. Take a deep breath, do this, do that. But again, it's all going to come down to them. The adrenaline is going to be coursing through their veins as they hold the devices. The only thing is they got to have nerves of steel. But that is the beauty of this tournament. And of course, none of this would have been possible without BGMI Crofton for giving us such an amazing game, and our lovely sponsors in the form of iQOO and Loco. And you know what time it is, of course. Before we get in on the action, let's once again have a look at how to slay your dragon.
Watch it, earn it.
Now, when I say, what are you waiting for? Of course, it goes without saying that you better head over to Loco, get yourself one of the iQOO Neo 6s, but let me just rephrase that once again, or let me just say it aloud once again. what are all these people watching waiting for? Because we have 3 more games in store. Each team has 2 games left to, again, just cross that little finish line because they are so close, yet so far away. Arca, whew, I'm getting butterflies right now. I'm getting flushed.
I mean, this is where I say, right, experienced teams might have a little bit of a balls of steel, if we call it, or nerves of steel, if we call it, that they might go in for a breather and they're going to be like, just enjoy the game. Whereas, no matter how many times you tell it, for the new pros, they're going to take that, pressure onto their shoulders. As ladies and gentlemen, we'll be stepping into the highlights for one last time to witness what happened. It was Sol Akshat from the beginning, starting things off.
Poor guy, though. I mean, K47, he really had no options. Didn't have a weapon. And over here, Rage God, if you just look to your left, the way they were lined up, maybe, just maybe, he could have got a couple of finishes for himself. But now Deadpool is going to make sure that he makes them pay. Remember, they were reduced to a 1-man squad after this because 7C came in as well, as Shadow did get the first little strike, but Spray God gets up. And, of course, all that accuracy and all that training comes in handy.
Now where Spray God is not going to stop himself. 1 finish is what he's got so far. We're going to be seeing him regularly on this highlight reel. But Deadpool on the other side, inside, was literally getting roasted as Spray God yet again went in and put an end for him. And let's not forget, after that, OR Aditya, the way he went in against the side of Nigma Galaxy was also really commendable until he got taken down and finished off.
And of course, this grenade is going to go boom, and with that, Nigma Galaxy were sent packing. But this is where Williams performed his heart out. Nobody knew that anyone was in the house, right? He was basically hiding in the attic up there, and as soon as the boys come in, he gets one completely off guard, and well, we thought Abdanki might do something. But luckily, courtesy of that little skirmish, Arca, Blind Esports get a few points, and Blazy over here with a blaze of glory gets 3 down. Even Team Kinetic would have been thinking, wait a second, what just happened?
Now, at the same time, Blazy could have gone in for the reload. He had so much time with that UP50, but still he doesn't do so. Yeah, UMP, and he doesn't do so, and eventually he had to pay a very hefty price. But at the same time, let's not forget that, Snacks got taken down because of the zone, and also the Salt coming in from the side of BB and HH. One good rotation coming in from one player, Ace Black, put an end for the side of 7C.
It did indeed, and of course, he was cooking a grenade for the opposition, for the enemy at the other side. However, you got to be aware of your surroundings. But the thing is, in this game, Marka, sometimes you are so zoned in that you forget to check your peripheral vision. And for all of you guys out there, just make sure you look around because something that is unexpected is usually what is going to happen.
Now, at the same time, this is where we say, right, you need to have all 4 men standing. That is because you're going to have some few extra set of eyes and ears who are going to relay you information. Spray God at that point of time was the last man standing. All he could do was look forward, and he couldn't hear distances, and eventually had to pay that price, which he did so much of hard work, right? 8 finishes in one game and 1,000+ damage. Oh my God.
Still the iQOO MVP in the game of Vikendi, and again, that is what kind of separates him from the rest of the pack, because once he gets going, once all the cylinders are firing, and well, he just has that little momentum that just carries him forth. I mean, 8 finishes, and then even in the last game, his team did well. Sarang was, I do believe, the iQOO MVP in game 1. So again, 7C Esports, once they have that momentum rolling, I like saying this, they're like a runaway truck with the brake lines clipped.
I just hope they don't crash. In the grand finals, they need to have a little bit of a control over that as well, right? Because eventually, just in case they're relying on Spray God, you get adapted to few gameplays, right? Once Spray God starts to fire like this, you're going to be like, okay, he's going to do the job. And eventually, in case they lose Spray God in 1 or 2 games earlier itself, that is when, the rest of the teams will be challenged. And I just hope they're ready for it. I'm not telling that they're not. 7C is one of those teams who have always been on the top of this complete community. So, yes, we would see what all challenges they might have to face.
Well, again, the thing is, they are a massive organization. 7C Esports, they've been at this for a long time. In fact, a lot of these boys have kind of stuck together as well. It was a breath of fresh air to have a look at Prince come in and actually have an impact on the game because, we saw him in week 1 quite often, especially in the maps of Erangel, where he is much better versed with the topography and with the terrain. But again, looks like Vikendi is definitely one of their strong suits. But Hyderabad Hydras, I love the fact that now they have pretty much conquered everything, right? And that is what the game is all about. You have to be versatile, you have to be adaptive, and, well, that is what makes champions separated from the rest of them. And speaking of which, I think let's do one thing, Arka. We have had 3 games. Everyone knows the break is coming up. I think you and I will discuss a couple of things as well. So for now, why don't we say bye-bye to them for the next 5 minutes? Because, again, we're going to say bye-bye. Get yourself some refreshments. We're going to be back in 5 minutes starting now.
This car won't drive itself, right? Where to go, when to stop, read the map. अब ये सब तो in-game leader ही कर सकता है. And danger rarely announces itself. इसलिए आगे बढ़ने के लिए एक स्काउट भी जरूरी है. And without the fragger being there to wipe out the enemies, moving forward तो भूल ही जाओ. और फाइनली गाड़ी आगे बढ़ाने के लिए सिर्फ पहिए नहीं, जैक भी जरूरी है. कोई भी मैप हो और कोई भी रास्ता, जैक ऑफ ऑल ट्रेड्स के बिना टीम नहीं बनती. विदाउट यू एज द सपोर्ट ये गेम नहीं चलती. योर फ्रेंड्स आर वेटिंग फॉर यू ऑन द बैटल ग्राउंड्स. फिर से अपने यारों के साथ चिकन डिनर करोगे, साथ मिलके रैंक पुश करोगे. बैटल ग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया, डाउनलोड नाउ.
जब कोर्ट पर बनी टीम ऑफ 5, छठे यार का दिल टूटा ऐसे जैसे टूटे कांच. क्योंकि अब से कोई नहीं होगा कभी भी लेफ्ट आउट. Battlegrounds Mobile India brings you the new 8v8 TDM mode. Let the action begin in Santorini.
It's not about being like everyone else. It's about having your own destination. It's not about how you fit in. It's about the skin you choose to fit in. It's not about you belonging somewhere. It's about you belonging with your squad. Because everyone can be a player in Battlegrounds Mobile India. All new Battlegrounds Mobile India with new modes and maps. Let the battle begin. Download now.
ट्रेन और ट्रैक्स के छिचक के बीच अगर लोकल में बैठी टीम मुंबईज अपनी गेम पटरी पे ला रही है, तो बनारस की पतली गलियों में राजेश गेम में पतली गली पकड़ रहा है. थैंक्स टू सिमरन, उसके क्लैन के रैंक का कोई बाल भी बांका नहीं कर सकता. बड़ा बाजार में कैसा भी हो वाईफाई, पिंटू अपनी स्क्वाड को दे रहा है हाई फाई. और अरविंद उर्फ शार्प शूटर को है पता, द वन हु शोज द वे इज द रियल ताला. चार मीनार के पास एवरीबॉडी नोज ये सिंगल हीरो और 2 हाथ का गेम नहीं है. इरेंगल और मिरामार से भी बड़ा एक मैप है जहां हर कोई अपना रैंक पुश कर रहा है. बैटलग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया, इंडिया रैंक पुश कर रहा है यहाँ. आप हो कहाँ? डाउनलोड नाउ.
What's your biggest weakness?
My biggest weakness?
If I had to pick one,
I'd say that
My biggest weakness is that I'm a real giver, you know. I give more than I should.
are you going to keep all the loot for yourself, huh? We don't need glory hunters on the team. I'm firing on all cylinders, 100% of the time. Gives others a huge complex. Arey bhai, can't find any guns here. I'll be toast if I have to carry on with this frying pan.
I'm too calm and composed for my own good. Nothing can rattle me. I'm in constant zen mode. Beast mode, guys! Come on, let's go! I scout kar rahe hain, yaar. Hello, respond!
I just can't push people against their will, you know. Even if it's for their own good. Seeing people uncomfortable just doesn't sit right with me. अबे तुम रेड जोन के बाहर नहीं निकल सकते, कंफर्ट जोन के बाहर कैसे निकलोगे? चिकन डिनर के सपने भूल जाओ, तुम्हारी किस्मत में भूखा मरना लिखा है.
Pick the game, drop the act. All new Battlegrounds Mobile India with new modes and maps. Download now.
Fixes, I like how we keep our word, right? We said it's going to be a short little break. It was 5 minutes, but once again, hello and welcome back to the iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Pro Series powered by Loco. As you can see, my name is Angad, I go by XP. His name is Amrit, but he likes Fixes. Vikendi, I know you wanted to be over here because you know all the little drama that was happening, but this was kind of like that old school Vikendi, right? I mean, something that you expect, all those compound clashes.
Of course, now teams, they know. They've got a few of them have already qualified. Few of them have to be prying for the central position. So now everybody has, it's like a no holds barred match, right? If they need it, they go for it. We did get to see a lot of those fights happening, you know. Kinetic, of course, almost just messed it up. But kudos to Blazy, man. I loved what he did.
Well, of course, we're going to be talking about it a lot more as we are going to be heading into the pre-match segment powered by Loco. And, well, it is going to be Group B going up against Group C.
Oh, yes, of course. Now, this is where we have to, you know, talk about, well, teams like Group C because it's their penultimate game.
Well, it is going to be one of their final games, and Fixes is going to take a little bit of a breather. As once again, you know, to survive in this business, you have to be a little bit of a thug. You have to be strong. You have to be hard. Of course, I'm talking about 8-Bit Thug, who's joining me once again. How are you doing, buddy?
Great. I mean, like, it's been a great day. Great games, good games. I think there's a lot of cutthroat competition going on between the teams from 13 to 19. But I think we are moving towards the closing edges of this entire league stage. And I think some teams have actually cemented their spot and some teams might just lose out. We'll have the bottom 8 coming out really soon. So I'm just looking forward to see.
That is exactly what my next question is going to be like. So for these teams right now, it's just 2 games in hand, right? I mean, how do you mentally prepare yourself for that?
Go for the kill. I mean, like, I think when it comes down to last 2 games, like I've been saying this over and over again, it's not about being defensive right now. It's about full offense. You try to take some drop fights, try to, you know, clear out some space for yourself. I think because if you try to still make those movements, those rotations, which haven't worked in apparently 36 games that they have played, I don't think they're going to work here on. So I think it's absolutely about going for the kill and maybe going back to the roots of round 1 and round 2.
So basically you're saying do what you do best because, you know, when we all started out, that was the certain thing. You get a knock, you go in for the push, and, you know, that's what he's saying. So now I saw a little switcheroo coming in Team Soul today. We, of course, had Mortal coming in. They got the chicken dinner. Viper came in. So question for you, you know, when the new Soul, you know, the new breed of players, when they play with the old boys, is it something that you do often at your camp?
Not at all. I mean, like, this was just to, you know, give the audience an experience of the older Soul. But I think we don't really meddle much with the main foe of Team Soul.
Right. So basically what you're saying is last quick thing that, you know, I mean, the new breed is what you're focusing on and you're going to give it your all for this.
Definitely.
Wonderful. Once again, Thugs, thank you so much. And, you know, it's all these words of wisdom that everybody looks out for. But now we're going to look at how to slay your dragon once more. Fixes.
Yes.
We've been beating around the same bush a lot of times, right? Go for those finishes. Go for the fight. Maybe now that Tugwa himself came in and said that, maybe you guys might just take note over here, all of you looking out there. But again, that is going to be the name of the game at this moment.
Oh, of course, it has to be. Now, this is where, you know, it all comes down to how aggressive you can play at the same time. You need that chicken dinner, especially for the teams like Walkouts. They need to do it again to cement the spot, but seems like we've got a little bit of a substitution going around. Nothing really out of order. Savitar comes in instead of Ladin, but one more is what I'm looking out for. It's going to be UP50. So 2 substitutes not making a huge difference. Now, this is where I can actually bring some topics about Team 7C. They get Prince in. They suddenly look consistent.
They do indeed. But before we talk about the game and the players, again, this is all for the viewers because BGMI is going to be giving away some nice little merch in the form of t-shirts and those bottles to beat the heat. All you have to do is check that link down below, predict which team is going to be coming out on top as far as points are concerned on the day, and spam your hashtags. Who knows? You might get something. And if you aren't lucky with that, maybe you might get yourself one of these.
All you've got to do is pay attention to the chat section, right? We have pinned our comment. You've got to subscribe to the BGMI official esports channel and also their Instagram handles, and then you have to click on that link, fill it up. It's as easy as it gets, but again, you have to be lucky for that. 10 phones are on the giveaway, but now it's time. Well, the penultimate wrangle of the iQOO BMPS League stages. Now, this is such an important game for teams, especially from Group C, because after this, they will just have one more remaining to play. And if they do not perform, especially our teams like Team Kinetic, then you never know, we might have to bid them adieu.
Well, we did see that little cemetery for all those planes of yesteryears. They do not want to be putting one for themselves. But now, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be Group B going up against Group C as the C-130 is going to take to the skies for the second time over the plains and luscious forests of Erangel. And let's see how I think we're heading to the eastern direction with a little tinge to the south as we are going to be flying over the plains of Gatka and ending somewhere between Milta Power and Nova Ripnoy.
Give me a Southern Circle XP.
Come on, baby, let's go.
Let's do it together. We want a Southern Circle. If it goes anywhere other than that, I think the teams are done for, right? Especially the teams just heading up north. But thankfully, we do not have to see any more of that global esports Hydra rivalry as of now. But where I have my eyes are at the teams, especially Team Blinds and Walkouts in this case.
Now, Blinds, again, we thought that the last time around in Vikendi, they were all but written off. But Williams this time steps up to the plate and makes sure he gets his team a few extra finishes and, of course, those much-needed position points. This time around, they are going to be dropping along the western highway over here, just scattered a bit, making sure they have as much loot for their taking as their heart desires. But all the other teams that are going to be dropping off late, before we speculate about that, I just want to see what the circle forms.
Do you observe something paranormal not happening over here? It's something out of ordinary because this also Initiative Academy, both of these teams know their journey is pretty much over. They want to pick some fights and they are going for it.
Funnily, the circle is pretty much identical to what we saw in Game 1 today, which, of course, if you guys have been paying attention, you are going to know. But for now, KSR is paying attention. I wonder if Initiative Academy are doing so because they have dropped down at the same spot. And we are going to expect a few clashes. And mind you, Fixes, we have a lot of other teams nearby as well.
Oh, yeah. At this point, Initiative Academy, they do not have any care in the world. They just want to push. And KSR certainly does not have the right weapons to deal against it. Needs to back off. That is indeed what he's up to.
He is going to back off for a little bit, but the intended targets in the form of Initiative Academy are going to lose one of their members, courtesy of Manti from Hyderabad Hydras, and now he does manage to make it to a little bit of safety. Now, both these teams are going to open up on Initiative. However, for the teams, for either of them, it's pretty much they're done and dusted, right? Now, it's all going to be about bragging rights and all those delicious Insta-reels.
Of course, now it has all come down to that, but Initiative Academy, they are going to be relentless. They're still not going to back off. They know they want to pick some fights, and does not matter. Their journey has been so far so good, but Blazy, of course, at a different entire galaxy altogether, gets taken down. Cause of concern for Initiative Academy? No is the answer.
Well, looks like they want to take the fight straight to the enemy as they are going to reposition themselves. They do have those Car 98s, but I wonder if they have enough spokes. But have a look at your map. Blind are going to be doing something completely different. That's what we were talking about earlier. I was like, wait a second. What are they doing on that western edge? Again, they're trying to make sure they stay as far in the center of the circle as possible, and their gamble this time, Fixes, has definitely paid off.
Not just them, right? It is also Team Kinetic. Ideally, we've seen them around the Water City areas, maybe Lipovka this time, knowing the fact that Hydra is no more playing. They've decided to head over to Yasnaya. Now, considering this circle, I do not know. I really do not fancy their chances because where do they enter from? Is it from the northern side? You've already got so many teams. Is it from the eastern sides? That's a big no-no. Are they going to go all the way down south from Sosnovka? Maybe a possibility, but a sliver of opening, I feel, is they have to let Hyderabad Hydras and all the teams on the northern side first pass, and then they'll have to make a very late entry inside the circle. But Kinetic, I'm starting to get worried about them.
Speaking of late entries, Team MG, the northernmost team on your screens right now, are going to be looting up to the heart's content in Zarki. Now, they need to come in a bit late as well. Again, shots are going to be fired. I'm going to hold my thought right now as UB50 are going to try and get the last few remaining members of Initiative Academy. 3 are going to be running away at this point. And Elsecar's like, Well, a little bit of a flashy play over here, just spinning that grenade on his finger. Lucky for him, it is still not unpinned. Otherwise, he would have gone boom.
And then wouldn't have really bothered if it did. But yeah, I think
Chicken dance and all, eh?
yeah, I mean, UP50, go for it. Go for it. Walk off home with your heads held high is what I'm thinking about them. But on the other side, on towards the Western highways, I spot out maybe a fight between Team Initiative Academy and Team Blind. Now, this could be some free finishes for Team Blind if they are wary about it. Now, keep in mind, this is the first time they've tried to execute something from the western side. Now, this has worked out so far because now they've got so much of space to breathe. They do not have Autobotz to worry about, so much loot, but they really need to make it count.
They do indeed, and of course, they are going to be driving in the same direction along the Western Highway. We're going to see if anything picks up over there because for now, Blind Esports, well, they are going to cement their position down in Pramosk. Team XO, on the other hand, still in Milta. You know what this means. 7C Esports are going to be lying in wait at some point or the other, just trying to be a little bit of a thorn in their side. But now, as teams are pretty much getting ready to pack up and leave their favorite drop spots, this is where you expect a few drive-bys. This is where you expect some action to finally break loose.
Look at this. Big brother, they're doing the INS dance, right? Just waiting at the junction spot, waiting for the players of ACBC maybe to cross the bridge and maybe take them down as they have their players stationed properly. But for Team EXO, I would really love to finally see a 7C and EXO fight happen right here, right now.
And chances are, with especially Sarang coming back in and Prince in the fray, well, it could happen. But now this is the question. Have a look at how all the teams are rotating, right? Most of them are going to be hitting them head on, but BB at the north of the bridge, ACBC heading in their direction. We might just finally see a massive bridge fight, which again, except maybe that one time that INS opened up on them, we haven't really seen.
Of course. Now, this is what I was talking about, right? Big Brothers, they've already set camp, but Initiative Academy going up for the hills. Now, well, they're somehow anticipating or banking upon the fact that the circle is going to shift entirely towards them. Now, Initiative Academy, they certainly have nothing to lose, but I do not really feel like the circle's going to go anywhere, but I think they really want to mess up Team Blind's play.
Who do you think that was? I do believe it was Deadpool who probably had his crosshairs set on Phobic over here.
Oh, yeah. Indeed.
It was Deadpool with that M16. Of course, if you master this weapon, it is going to be hitting you with quite a bang, especially if you use it on that burst mode of fire. 3 bullets, if you control that, it's going to be just a bit too much to handle. But for now, I like what Initiative are doing. They are taking that initiative. Maybe it's a bit too late, but like you said earlier, it is going to be fun, and it looks like we might just be switching to the bridge as 2 teams are going to be heading towards one another. On one side, we have Big Brothers, on the other, ACBC.
There it begins. Evil Sky comes out, realizes Hellgod is going to unleash all the fury of bullets, but somehow he makes it into safe covers, but he has to ensure the others also pass as Haxer moves ahead, does not take any damage.
Doesn't take any damage, but Beast OP is going to try and scour the flanks over there just to have a look and see whether they're going to be stopping or whether they are going to be running away. Because keep in mind, we still have 2 members from the side of ACBC still on the other side of the bridge, which means we still might have a little bit of a kerfuffle. And Scream, what he's doing very well over here, is making sure, well, he is going to just isolate them, which means it is going to be a bit tough for Capron and his boy, Rain, to make it in.
Thou shall not pass. ACBC got in such a tough spot over here. How do they get away from here? Do they take a dip inside the water? Because the moment they do that, I think Scream is going to read it all. And they're never going to make it to the shorelines. Now, this is where ACBC will have to come out swinging. They'll have to do something out of ordinary.
To counter your point, and speaking of water, looks like KSR is going to meet a little bit of a watery grave. And, well, we are going to have a look and see where this is happening because it is going to be in the river just around Georgopol. Now, speaking of ACBC, have a look at how the teammates have kind of come east of Fair Repair. They are going to be around the positioning, but it looks like Soul is going to be taking on Initiative Academy at the quarry as Phobic is going to be brought down once again, and Goblin is going to be the one who does all the damage.
There you go. Akshat, no remorse. Just instantly goes in, gets the finish. Initiative Academy, a huge spread. Somewhere down the line, it's hurting them. And, well, they've let themselves loose, but for ACBC, this is the doubt creeping in their minds, right? Do they actually engage against BB? Because, of course, they can get a few knocks, but they can certainly not afford afford any casualties. Where BB, well, they've got nothing to lose. They will definitely bring the fight right to their faces.
But I like what they're doing. They realize the bridge is blockaded, even though they have two members on the other side. Rain is going to go and try and pick up a vehicle and come from elsewhere. And speaking of elsewhere, EXO going up against 7C Esports. This is what we wanted to see. Immortal, can you make it to safety? Because Prince is so close to blowing your vehicle, but looks like a few more shots could have done it. Unfortunately, he has found a little bit of cover for himself. But on the other hand, it does look like Team EXO, oh boy, they are going to be down on their luck, as they're going to be a one-man squad from here on forth. Or maybe, I think two of them made it out.
Of course, they did.
Whoa,
What really
UP50.
concerns me is UP50. Yes, sir. They are ruining the game of Walkouts at this point. Now, Walkouts did come out swinging, did get that chicken, but the last game of Weekendy was not the way they thought. And suddenly losing out on two players, they cannot afford this. Look at the setup, XP. Preposterous.
It is preposterous indeed, and now a few more are going to be coming forth, and I wonder if they know that they are a bit too close for comfort. Kirito is going to have his little bird's eye view, but the problem is, buddy, the blue is going to be chipping away in their health. Now, the thing is, I did notice one thing, right? Team MG did lose Dionysus moments before, but it looks like they patched himself up, and through all this commotion, they managed to sneak in past the ruins.
Oh, of course. I mean, I was taken aback a little bit. I thought, UP50 might try and ruin their games as well. But this is the moment, we do have the circles again somewhere panning down south of Katka. FS are in a prime position to do that. But for now, I mean, ACBC finally can breathe a little. But do they have information that BB have left them and move on ahead?
Well, I guess that is where Evil Sky and his teammate are going to be coming in handy, making sure they scout out ahead. But I noticed one thing over there right next to Nigma Galaxy. Our Esports' hero looks like he is acting like a hero right now. He's already on the main island, while the remainder of our Esports are going to be coming through that western bridge. And Capron is going to get in his vehicle. I do believe they might have a bit of a confirmation that the big brothers have kind of moved back just a little bit and cemented themselves in that compound just north next to that hill. But now Team EXO, they made it to safety, as 7C might just go for Nigma Galaxy.
They can. The way they've been playing, they haven't really shied away from any fight. They've taken it to the enemy's faces. Now with Prince, like we've discussed, right? 7C, they always play like they're going for the finishes. With Prince in the fray, always make sure they also have those position points to back them up. Now it's clearly on the edges. But what I'm getting, I'm getting worried about is Capron. He is nowhere anticipating the players of our Esports are going to strike from behind. If that happens, ACBC, oh, well, that's going to be such a bad day for them.
Now, the funny thing is, remember Rain was on his side. He took a boat across, and now looks like we are going to have a few teams lock horns, as 7C might be taking on Hero on the other side, while our Esports could be laying down some shots at Capron. But he does make his lucky escape, and looks like he might regroup with his teammates. But look at what's happening up north. It's going to be Team EXO hitting the last couple of members of Walkouts. And wait a second, why are they going in that direction?
I mean, they do realize their competition though, but look at Hero just steps over Sarang, takes him out as Prince. He's going to be unleashing that mag. Hero on a really low HP. Spray God steps out of his vehicle. A beautiful spray to take him down, as our Esports, they are losing numbers.
They are losing numbers indeed, but it looks like 7 Esports are going to be capitalizing on those finishes. Now, they do have 3 members still remaining on the other side of the bridge, but the circle, buddy, has shifted up north once again, and looks like Initiative Academy are giving Team Soul a little run for their money. They are bullying them. In fact, I do believe Hyderabad Hydras are going to be nearby as well. All the teams right now, let me just paint a picture, are playing bumper cars. And speaking of bumper cars, Matty, he gets out his vehicle, hits the deck, he wants that little control over his weapon, and Akshat could be taken off his backseat, but for now, Team Soul still survive, but it's Dionysus from the other side, the god from Everest himself, who is going to bring him down onto the ground.
He's got to unleash all his wrath today. If not today, if it is not a good game for Team MG, well, they're done. Just mere position points is not going to ensure the entry into the top 6, right? They have to go in hard. They have to get those finishes. And then is where maybe there are going to be some dying chances that they somehow make it through, as OR and FS are in a little bit of a mix.
They are in a little bit of a mix. However, if there is a moment of silence in the game, if we could have a look at the map now, Blind have rotated around from the Western Highway. They're going to be coming up to the northern plains of Gutka. ACBC, buddy, are coming in from the northern plains of Gutka as well. But for now, it's all good because FS Esports are taking the fight straight to OR Esports. Now, OR, of course, they have nothing to lose. FS, however, have everything to play for.
Oh yeah, I mean F is one of the most consistent teams. They certainly have been delivering, but look at K47. His helmet just cracked open as Team Kinetic goes heavy on 7C. Now, if they can secure these finishes, that is definitely going to help them in making sure that they have qualified, because Team Kinetic, they are losing out on games. Just 2 more remaining, just 1 more after this, but elsewhere we do have a little bit of a battle between Hyderabad Hydras and BB, and HH, they are definitely on a prowl.
Well, Striker is going to strike first at the observatory over here, as he does get the better of one of the members from BB. But now MG Dionysus is going to be opening up on Soul, as our frag leader is going to be brought down. And speaking of that, you know, we are going to bring something up later, but Ace Black, he's going to run him over. In fact, the vehicle goes on top. He does get hit a little bit. Unfortunately, ZenOP was aware of that situation. He let that buggy fly over his head, and now it is still going to be even Stevens. Now, Hyderabad Hydras, they have nothing to lose, right? All they want to do is just give hell to Hellgod and his teammates. Maxi has an idea where the enemy is. A grenade could be coming his way. Unfortunately, it's just going to take away half his HP.
Of course, now he needs to heal himself up. This is where ZenOP needs to provide that cover fire, but Mandy gets the better out of Hellgod. Our next grenade will definitely follow. Of course, wants to ensure that finish, but Scream, he needs to respond. He needs to retaliate, but does not do so.
For the revive, and he gets it. Now this is where ZenOP needs to keep a keen eye on the left flank as far as his team is concerned. It looks like he isn't going to be able to do that, as Hellgod is taken down. Scream could be taken down as well. There you have it. Maxi is going to get that one finish for his teammate. Is going to make sure that Scream is going to be screaming at his screen right now, as ZenOP, well, all he can do, buddy, is look on helplessly.
Oh yeah, ZenOP, but I don't think he's going to survive for longer, because look at the backlines. You've got the players of our esports already. All these position points and the finishes as Havita makes the escape and gets away with it. But what really comes into play is how the circle has shifted. Team Soul right at the center of it. Yes, he's of course playing the DBS. Eventually gets picked away by the mischievous god Loki. But for now, Initiative Academy, they want to fight it out against Team Kinetic.
They do, however, another fight is breaking out as UP50 are going to now pay a heavy price, because they were going for OP OR, as Sarkar is the last man standing. He jumps above him, he shoots. Is he going to connect? Yes, he does. Almost loses his HP as well, but for now, Aru is going to be in a good position. However, the team is going to be in a precarious position, but have a look at the way they made all this cover up against that little dipper truck. But elsewhere, as we were talking about the fight, DG gets taken down by Onyx from the side, and now this is when Kinetic can move in, get a few more finishes for themselves.
They need to realize it is Initiative Academy. They also need to disengage, because we have Team Blind in the fray as they just push in, get the finish, but they really need to watch out. On their left hand side lies the players of Team Blind, as ACBC under heavy fire. Haxer has to do something out of ordinary, needs to come to his aid of his teammate. If he does not do that, Nigma Galaxy or maybe OR can just eat them up.
That was amazing. Suppressive fire coming in from ACBC, as Jelly almost got them in the flank over there, but unfortunately for him, he was taken down and he did have to hit the deck. Now, OR Esports do have 2 finishes for themselves. They have all 5 members alive, but the thing is, the circle is going to make a little bit of a switcheroo in some time, and let's see where they are going. Keep one thing in mind. I was going to bring this up. ACBC are out in the open, right? Enigma Galaxy, they do have that compound, but to the side, Kinetic are going to be taking the fight straight to Blind Esports.
We've seen the circle in the past, right? It has shifted exactly where MG were. The one game where UP50 managed to get the chicken dinner, but the gods of BGMI have other plans in mind. But look at Team Blind, already 2 players down. What do they do now?
Well, they have to keep sure that the blind side is going to be secure, as Team Kinetic, they could be coming in. Now, again, on paper, they are a 3-man squad, but this is where OR Esports, as expected, is going to be pushing in on ACBC. Remember, it's a massive game for them. Rain is going to be taken down. Haxer with the grenade. Can he do something big over here? The grenade is going to be flung. Unfortunately for him, it isn't going to do any damage as far as OR Esports is concerned. He does get another one out of his pockets, out of that backpack. Might just throw it in Aditya's position, but the thing is, it isn't going to be precise. Now, Jelly, once again, trying to confuse the enemy, trying to go around them, is going to get the better of Capron, and in fact, looks like Capron could be in a fight of his own.
Now Atanki needs to patch himself up, but before he does that, Nigma Galaxy with that grenade coming in, Caprin, well, the flank completely given away, out of options. Clearly he needs to heal himself up, but look at Walkouts, they're somehow sneaking in, but Aditya just goes pouncing, gets another player down as Haxer, the final player surviving over here. He needs to win this duel, but can he? That's a big question. Steps out of his cover, fires, but this is where Aditya just goes in pouncing, gets the better out of him, and goes home. Other players of ACBC.
Elsewhere, looks like Team Exo are going to be eliminated by FS Esports. They are going to have a good day for themselves at this moment. Still, all 4 members alive, but Kinetic seem to have a little fun as well. And speaking of fun, KU is going to be a bit shook up because that grenade landed a bit too close for comfort. But Deadpool is still going to be raining down death and destruction. And on the other hand, speaking of grenades going boom, Manti was taken down by a member of RE. And it looks like Maxi is going to go down as well, which means Hyderabad Hydras now are going to be carrying the torch forward by just one man, and that man is Striker for the win.
It has to be Striker, but now he's going to somehow tuck his tails and run. Now, considering the fact he's going to be out in the open, under fire by the players of Walkouts, but Kirito has been taken down. Now it all comes down to a brawl, and the dream shattered by the only player of Hyderabad Hydras. Oh, what on earth is happening, XP? I cannot believe what my eyes just saw.
My goodness, that is what all the drama is going to be lying in store for you right now, because the teams that need most of the points have been falling one after the other. But this is where teams like Team MG, FS Esports, Blind, and Team Kinetic can have a bit of respite. And speaking of respite, OR's position is going to be contested. Aru with a sliver of HP behind the rock, but Enigma Galaxy, maybe they think no one's there. And now this is when Aru strikes, because Dionysus from the other end is going to get the better of Max. And now there's just one man standing behind, well, lying down behind it. And this was a bit of a mistake. You're not supposed to throw any grenades or smokes out at this point, because you give your position away. And with that, OR Esports, against all odds, are going to be sending Enigma Galaxy home.
OR Esports, Aru again, the clutch maester just stepping up when it's required, but the zone is in a no man's land, right out in the open. A little bit of cover that Team Blind or maybe Kinetic can really capitalize upon, but a very important game for Team MG. Mind you, they've already got 3 finishes to their name, but now they have to focus somehow on getting inside the circle.
Now again, outside the circle, there's still a fight breaking out. It's going to be Kinetic going up against Blind. It's going to be one man down from either side. It's going to be a 2v2 affair. Rage and Deadpool up against Vero and KU. Now it is going to be even, Steven, at this moment. They might in fact just go in for the revive, because have a look at that. They still have 10 seconds. Wait a second, buddy.
No.
That could have been problematic. Bayo right now could have basically spelled trouble for his team, but trouble is going to come on the side of Blind Esports as they get shot at from the distance, I do believe, by our Esports.
Oh yeah, Rockstar just trying to pepper down a couple of bullets as Jadu. He's got to deal with, Aru over there. But Team Kinetic, Bear almost just flustered up with that grenade.
Goodness.
Intention was to, of course, lob a smoke, get that little bit of a vision. But look at Team FS. They can also capitalize on the situation, get the better out of the both Team Kinetic and Team Blind. But for now, it's all about the contestation of the hilltop, and Team Kinetic have to defend with all their lives.
Now the problem is, when either of these teams move out, they are going to get shot at. But luckily for them, MG Dawn is going to be brought down by FS Esports, because they were being a bit of a thorn on their side. Team MG out in the fields, they do have the hay bales for cover, they do have some smoke, but it looks like Dawn could not make it to that precarious cover in the nick of time. And now Hitman, he has an idea where they are. In fact, Diana's position could be given away. Wait a second, Ghosty, you weren't supposed to stop there. If that buggies goes boom, Team MG, again, they were in the best of positions over here, might be paying a heavy price. And speaking of paying a heavy price, our Esports playing spoil sport for FS as they are going to be brought down. And this is where Blinds capitalize on that position, moved in and wiped out Team Kinetic from the face of a wrangle.
A sigh of relief for Blind, but still, they cannot smile at this point. Have to settle with just a chicken dinner. Nothing less will matter for them. Aru trying to make it inside the circle, gets shut down, thwarted off from the lobby. But now Team Blind, they are the kings of the hill. They have their positions compromised. But this is where FS can act as a spoil spot, can mess their game up, and can send them packing.
Speaking of FS, they are going to be sending them packing. As Power Killer, well, he just had a massive grenade flung in his direction. And it was a good run. Oh my goodness, Deadpool, you could not be lying in the open, especially when you know know that there is open grounds right in front of you, and well, Hitman is going to hit him so hard that he was put on the ground before he even knew what hit him. But, now this is where Team MG, they've got a little bit of breathing space. Pavkalo is still going to be out of this, but looks like Ghosty, just the moment that I took their name, is going to be brought down as Hitman, is going to be brought down by Canary from the distance.
Unintentionally, though, helping the players of Team Blind just out a little bit. But for now, our Esports, they have their eyes set at the players of Team MG. Dionysus could be the one going down. And yes, Team MG are eliminated at the 4th spot with decent amount of finishes as Hitman lies in the open. But Shadow, he's got to pull off everything along with Rage. The 2 players that they needed are still alive. Canary being shot at from the backlines, but still somehow keeping himself alive in such a difficult situation.
It is a difficult situation. Blind, they do have to make a move. Our Esports, they do have all this cover, but have a look at K47. His position has still not been given away, even though his teammate Hitman is going to bleed down, and now he spots the enemy over there. Rockstar in a close control spray over there is going to be taken down, but again, the suppressor is something that's going to help him. They have no idea where these bullets are coming from.
They certainly don't.
Oh,
baby! Getting taken down, and still no clue of what's happening. Can't go for the revive. Have to remake a dash for the circle as RE have found a pristine position for themselves as K47 might look to put an end at them. But for now, our Esports Canary knows that Hitman is just beside him, has secured the knock. His attention is that Shadow.
Now, the best thing is, the thing working for K47 is that little bit of an incline towards our Esports. In fact, he might just make it to the circle. Blind Shadow administering his last first aid is going to have to get up, is going to run. If K47 is looking in his direction, he probably sees it, but he's focused on the other side, and now he might just help FS Esports a little bit because it's going to be a 1-on-2 situation. The only problem is K47 doesn't have a helmet. He doesn't have anything to patch himself up with, and if you have a look at it, he barely has a vest. However, what he does have is that Scarrel in his hands. The question is, can he make her sing?
I think there's a slight idea for our Esports where he possibly could be. Now, if they pay attention, if they pay close attention, they know that it's just that one little hay bale out there. And perfect grenades could really work out. Either ways, both of these teams have comfortably made in. And for K47, it's all about, living up, pulling off a clutch of his lives, which I do not think might happen. But still, let's see what does.
Well, he does have that big bad gun, the M249. A grenade could be coming in. However, it does kind of seem like Canary, if he throws it over here, it's going to be just a bit too far. But the thing is, oh boy, K47, his days are pretty much numbered, but he is still going to try and give his best as Canary. He's going to hop, skip, and jump and try and see if he can spot the enemy. And, well, some random firing is going to be coming underway at this moment.
The grenade being cooked over. Canary has no idea. Finally does though. Another one's going to follow suit, but now he's going to go out for a little bit of a soiree. Just trying to scour the land, maybe flush out K47 out of his cover as he finally fires. Both of them spot each other. Now this is where it all goes down, XP.
And Jadu is going to come in, and well, there you have the last 2 shots of the game, and our Esports are going to snatch victory away from FS, who, mind you, again, against all odds, managed to get the 2nd position finish. But your winners, as we head into the post-match segment powered by Loco, are the team, our Esports, with a delicious chicken in their mouths.
Oh, yeah, indeed they do. But right now, I'm really concerned what's going on with Team Blind. How digged in. Oh, 13 points. I mean, XP could have been 3 more.
Could have been.
Of course, had he spotted out K47 instead of going after the players of RE, because he was the only player alive, could have secured himself that 2nd spot and an extra finish point. So, I do not know if it's going to bite them in the backs, but I loved what happened in this match.
It was just amazing. And of course, have a look at all the other teams. FS Esports in the 2nd spot with 21 to their name. Team MG, again, they need those points, buddy. 11. I wonder if it's going to be enough because, it is all going to come down to that final game. Team Kinetic in 6th with 10.
Now, the only thing that really catches my mind over here is Team Walkouts. They come in, get a chicken dinner, and the next 2 games, just a point out of that. Now, they have only 1 game remaining, and nothing short of a chicken dinner can save them from their miseries. Now, this is where UP 50, they had been the notorious bunch, right? They realized, we're going home, we have no chance of making it. Might as well spoil a few parties out there, and it was Walkouts that they had to pick upon. But this is somewhere, I have to bring this conversation up. Walkouts should have anticipated this.
I mean, they just came across that bridge willy-nilly thinking, oh, it's going to be, smooth sailing from here on forth. But as you mentioned, they were supposed to anticipate that something is going to be a bit awry on their path to glory. But again, that is how the cookie crumbled. And of course, that is life. Once it happens, all you can do is either learn from your mistakes or go down crashing with them.
And this is where, you've got to talk about teams like ACBC also as well, right? Not a game that they would have really wanted, and somewhere just getting caught off, right? Have nowhere to run and hide in a sandwich situation. OR getting the better out of them. There was even the players of Nigma Galaxy, and if I'm not wrong, maybe someone from Initiative Academy from afar. But regardless, whatever it was, I really liked how Team Kinetic are playing throughout the day, right? Despite the fact that they're not getting that much position points, but they're somehow making it up with their finishes. This time also with 10 points, I feel they're on the right track.
I agree with you because, although game one, I beg your pardon, was something that they did do good, but they couldn't really pull it off. That's where the Autobotz basically got the better of them. They did manage to get a few finishes for themselves. So even if they get an average of 10 to maybe 12, 15 points in a game, that's going to be enough to make sure they make it to the next round. And, well, again, it was just a little bit beautiful over here. Yeah. Forgive us because we're going to keep rambling on about this game because it was so exciting. And, the circle also kind of played a little bit of a spoil sport, especially if you keep in mind that left, maybe the western side of the circle, right, where we had Blind, where we had Kinetic. That fight could have gone either way, but spoil sports coming in from FS Esports at one end and our Esports at the other.
Oh, yeah, of course. Now, that was indeed the tipping point of this match, right? Had Blind gotten it through, could have been their game, could have moved in a little bit faster, but now is the moment who the iQOO MVP is. Maybe we're going to know after a while, but what a wholesome game.
Before we find out who the iQOO MVP is, let's just once again thank iQOO and, of course, Loco for sponsoring this amazing tournament given to us by BGMI Crofton, which means it's time, once again, to have a look at how to slay your dragon. Oh, we're getting good at this.
Oh, yeah. We certainly are.
Watch it, earn it.
What are you guys waiting for now? Of course, you are waiting for your opportunity to make it to the big stage as well, and that is where Loco comes in with India's biggest gaming platform and also in India's biggest esports community, because after all, yeah, we are family and we do love fighting with family, because who else will you fight with? But before you do that, you want to get yourself one of these.
One of these, and how do you do so? It's pretty much right in front of your screen, right? Head over to the chat section. On that pinned comment, you have that link, right? Before doing that, you also have to subscribe to the BGMI Official Esports channel and Instagram handles of BGMI Official Esports. But this is where I think...
follow us on Instagram too.
Yeah, you can do that as well. But I think production is playing with our hearts, right? No iQOO MVP, no stats. They know they are building up the drama and the hype as we set into the highlights of the game. It all started with the primary player of Initiative Academy being taken out of the picture, and that is how they went down.
Crunch! That is how Sarung went down. But again, retaliation comes in quick because you had Prince at one end, and of course you had Spray God making sure they punish him for his mistakes, and Ace Black tried a similar thing. However, Zen OP was a bit too aware of the situation.
I'm slowly but surely getting a little concerned about Big Brother, right? I think they had just that one Miramar game that went well, but other than that, we haven't seen much out of them. And they were also one of those teams kind of facing the heat a little bit. But this is where we've got to give commends or kudos rather to Striker, right? Just escapes from a really uncomfortable spot and still takes the two players of Walkouts out.
Now, at this point as well, we did kind of say that ACBC, boy oh boy, were they in a sandwich situation, because you got to keep one thing in mind. Yeah, sure, you had teams all up ahead, then you had Aura behind them, you had Hyderabad on one hill over there, you had FS Esports on another hill, and, well, you know, the story for them wasn't looking too good.
Oh, so it started with this, right? Just goes in for a ram over. I mean, he was looking out for cover. He's like, oh, I see a spot. Let me try to get a few finishes. And, well, I mean, just after he got the wipe, one of the crazier ones, his happiness was short-lived. But Aru has been my favorite player so far from OVA, the way he's been delivering, right? Imagine playing a supportive role, and still when it comes out to assaulting, he's never failed his teammates.
He hasn't, but over here, Hitman, of course, getting a finish for himself. And Deadpool, you know, you got to be aware of your surrounding, right? And even our esports buddy, they had a good position over here. And I've done this so many times. You know, you see a little bit of movement amongst trees. Chances are it's not going to be a bird. Go ahead.
I mean, this is where, you know, I was just about to mention K47.
Oh, yeah.
That one finish could have earned him 3 points.
But he knew. So even though we had a suppressor, right, when you do get shot, you kind of have an idea where the shots are coming from. So what he was told was someone is along the edge of the blue zone. So that is why he was zoned in. He was focused, and he wasn't really expecting anyone to be where Hitman once was. Even for our esports, remember Hitman was still behind that same hill.
Yes.
They knew that he was down on his knees, and they weren't going to get out of their position and come for him. But that is where K47, you know, just snuck in like a pro on the prowl and kind of surprised them.
This is where I have to bring in Scarrel into discussion. Now, Scarrel, the thing with suppressor is
I like it.
The suppressor radius, right? The distance that you can hear where the shots are coming from. Now, mind you, sound visualization is off. Teams have no idea where that bullet marker is coming from.
That.
And Scarrel, the specialty lies in with this weapon is that it's got the least radius, right? Unless and until you're in very close proximity, you'll have no idea where the shot will come from. And that is how he ensured that he gets the 2 finishes for himself.
True, but again, you know, I mean, I definitely agree with you. Of course, you know, this is a professional tournament, so we aren't going to be giving them any visual aids. But, you know, they have been playing the games for so long because they've been scouring the planes down below.
Yeah.
And they know that, all right, they got somebody over there, there's somebody over there. So the only other option left for them was at the periphery. That is why I think, you know, he was just zoned in. But as you mentioned, you know, coulda, woulda, shoulda,
pressure.
maybe buts and ifs. He could have got 3 more, but I wonder if it is going to be enough. Because suppose if they fall short by 2 or 3 points.
I don't know. I'm going to have a heart attack with the way the games are going on, right? Blind Esports, when it was much needed, they delivered. Now, the thing that we have to bring up, XP, is they just have 1 more game remaining. And you know, out of what sort of shenanigans all the other qualified teams are up to, right? They're having this... they do not really care about who in front of you is. They just want to go in. They're considering it as a practice match for them. Maybe just easing themselves up a little bit. And that is where the teams that are under the hammer, they are facing the heat. And this is where the discussion about ACBC really comes in.
I mean, they were, you know, we can say whatever. They were in a sandwich situation, a rock and a hard place, and of course, a genuine rock behind them. But the thing is, you know, they could have probably pushed into that compound a bit earlier. So
Yeah,
like, you know, when Thug was here, he was talking about the same thing. For all these teams, what we have been saying for the last week is that you have to take the fight to the enemy. You can't let them decide. You can't let them play the fiddle and call all the shots.
Oh, you certainly cannot. Now, at this point, you know, I was really thinking that it may be Walkouts because they have dealt with pressure in the past. They've been doing that all along. Maybe today could have been their day. But being a little complacent of the fact that they could have been targeted because this has never happened before, right? UP50 has never gone after the boys from Walkouts because they're the sweetest out there. And who knew?
Oh, the sweetest.
The sweetest kittens in the house. And who knew UP50 would be doing something like this?
Not
It's
so
atrocious
sweet,
right now. And, well, they've got to pay the price. Now, this is where I feel bad for Walkouts. Now, you know, one bad Vikendi game, another one followed by the Wrangle, and 1 more remains. I think that is going to be, well, the final game of Wrangle. And if they do not perform, if they do not deliver, goodbye.
Well, again, like we said earlier, only 16 teams are going to go forth to the grand finals, which means we are going to say bye to 8 of them. Now, out of these 8 teams, we already know 2 teams aren't going to make it, and we're going to be realistic about it. UP50, they aren't going to make it, but again, they're just having some fun. Initiative Academy aren't going to make it.
Yes.
That's why they're also just trying some new things out, go out with a bit of a bang. Now, for those 6 teams, it's still pretty much open because, well, we haven't showed you the overall standings. We are kind of in the dark right now as well because if we were good at maths, we wouldn't be sitting here talking for a living, if we're going to be quite honest. But again, it is going to go down to the last game.
And it's the last game for teams from Group C.
Oh, yeah.
And if I'm talking about Group C, it has to be Kinetic. The only team. UP50, like XP said, we've ruled them out. Kinetic will have to ensure they get at least 10 more points, which they have been delivering or which they have been doing every single game here onward.
What's your take on FS Esports in the last 3 games that have gone by?
I think for FS Esports, it's pretty much they've been qualified, right? If you remember the overall standings, FS Esports has been one of those teams that kind of has a similar style of play like our Esports. Always focus on being consistent, getting inside the circle. That has been their mantra, and they have already succeeded. I'm not going to raise fingers at them, but a little bit of lingering doubt in my mind is Team Big Brothers, because apart from that one good game in Miramar, which was not that good, and maybe a 4th finish is what they got, they've not had a merry time.
All right, another team I'm going to put under the spotlight.
Okay.
They have 2 games in a row. Team INS.
The thing about INS is the games that they've engaged in, at least they've managed to get 5 or 6 finishes. Now, this is something that I like about this team because that has always been their USP, right? Never shy away from battle. Just take it to your enemies' faces. Do not feel the pressure. But sometimes, the best of them tend to crumble, right? One bad mistake, maybe in their drop location, someone out of ordinary just comes down on them. What do they do? How do they react?
Well, that is going to be a question that we are going to have to wait and find out because, again, like we were saying one thing, that they do love taking fights, like the loose cannons of the lobby. The first game, going up against Esports Walla WSF, everything was theirs for the taking. But the moment Joker goes down, it's like panic starts setting in. And once you take one of the big boys out of the equation, that is when the opposing team gets a little wind underneath their wings as well.
This is where, you have to bring in the discussion about WSF, right? This is one of those teams we have seen. They love to play around the edges. For the first time, now they're starting to feel the heat. They decided to go for the center. Of course, the circle shifted a bit away from them, but their objectives were set. Now, for INS, they were really in close vicinity of that spot that they were holding, those trenches over there. So, INS was already stationed. WSF comes in, they realize, oopsie, it's a fight. There's no point backing off, and even if they had held on, it would have anyways been the boys from Autobotz who would have struck from behind.
Are you talking about game 1 at this moment,
game 1,
right?
yeah.
So even at that point, I think WSF, they were ready for the fight because the way they were trying to surround them, they didn't anticipate, as you mentioned, the Autobots coming in from behind and playing spoil sport. And then, of course, after that, as we mentioned, again, we love talking about the same thing over and over again. They went east, whereas probably they could have gone west. And because, Autobots, they ended up in the 2nd position in that game. And maybe, just maybe, it could have been them. So, all right, let's do one thing. Before we talk about the next game, because I know you're like, hey, guys, can you stop talking right now and let our players play? We'll do one thing.
All right.
We're going to take a quick little breather, just making sure everything is running smooth and tickety-boo and everyone's on a level playing ground. So, for now, it's going to be another quick break, after which we will be back. We are going to be speculating our hearts out, but you do not go anywhere because only 2 games are going to decide the fate of your favorite teams. See you in a bit.
This car won't drive itself, right? Where to go, when to stop, read the map. अब ये सब तो in-game reader ही कर सकता है. And danger rarely announces itself. इसलिए आगे बढ़ने के लिए एक स्काउट भी जरूरी है. And without the fragger being there to wipe out the enemies, moving forward तो भूल ही जाओ. और फाइनली गाड़ी आगे बढ़ाने के लिए सिर्फ पहिए नहीं, जैक भी जरूरी है. कोई भी मैप हो और कोई भी रास्ता, जैक ऑफ ऑल ट्रेड्स के बिना टीम नहीं बनती. विदाउट यू एज द सपोर्ट ये गेम नहीं चलती. योर फ्रेंड्स आर वेटिंग फॉर यू ऑन द बैटलग्राउंड्स. फिर से अपने यारों के साथ चिकन डिनर करोगे, साथ मिलके रैंक पुश करोगे. बैटलग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया, डाउनलोड नाउ.
जब कोर्ट पर बनी टीम ऑफ 5, छठे यार का दिल टूटा ऐसे जैसे टूटे कांच। क्योंकि अब से कोई नहीं होगा कभी भी लेफ्ट आउट। Battlegrounds Mobile India brings you the new 8v8 TDM mode. Let the action begin in Santorini.
It's not about being like everyone else. It's about having your own destination. It's not about how you fit in. It's about the skin you choose to fit in. It's not about you belonging somewhere. It's about you belonging with your squad. Because everyone can be a player in Battlegrounds Mobile India. All new Battlegrounds Mobile India with new modes and maps. Let the battle begin. Download now.
ट्रेन और ट्रैक्स के छिचक छिचक के बीच अगर लोकल में बैठी टीम मुंबईज अपनी गेम पटरी पे ला रही है, तो बनारस की पतली गलियों में राजेश गेम में पतली गली पकड़ रहा है। थैंक्स टू सिमरन, उसके क्लैन के रैंक का कोई बाल भी बांका नहीं कर सकता। बड़ा बाजार में कैसा भी हो वाईफाई, पिंटू अपनी स्क्वाड को दे रहा है हाई फाई। और अरविंद उर्फ शार्प शूटर को है पता, द वन हु शोज द वे इज द रियल ताला। चार मीनार के पास एवरीबॉडी नोज ये सिंगल हीरो और 2 हाथ का गेम नहीं है। इरेंगल और मिरामार से भी बड़ा एक मैप है जहां हर कोई अपना रैंक पुश कर रहा है। बैटलग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया, इंडिया रैंक पुश कर रहा है यहाँ। आप हो कहाँ? डाउनलोड नाउ।
What's your biggest weakness?
My biggest weakness?
If I had to pick one,
I'd say that
My biggest weakness is
But I'm a real giver, you know. I give more than I should.
Are you going to keep all the loot for yourself, huh? We don't need glory hunters on the team.
I'm firing on all cylinders 100% of the time. Gives others a huge complex. Arey bhai, can't find any guns here. I'll be toast if I have to carry on with this frying pan.
I'm too calm and composed for my own good. Nothing can rattle me. I'm in constant zen mode. Beast mode, guys! Come on, let's go! अरे scout कर रहे हैं यार. Hello, respond!
I just can't push people against their will, you know. Even if it's for their own good. Seeing people uncomfortable just doesn't sit right with me. अबे तुम रेड जोन के बाहर नहीं निकल सकते, कंफर्ट जोन के बाहर कैसे निकलोगे? चिकन डिनर के सपने भूल जाओ, तुम्हारी किस्मत में भूखा मरना लिखा है।
Pick the game, drop the act. All new Battlegrounds Mobile India with new modes and maps. Download now.
Watch it, earn it.
Well, we promised you it was a short one, and indeed it was. Now, it's all pre-planned for you guys. I'm telling you, because about the hype that's getting built up, Arca. Surely, we'll have to get into business mode right now.
4 positions to be specific, I still feel 13, 14, 15, 16. All of these 4 positions are still to be contested. And let's not forget the teams in the below. I mean, all of a sudden we have GOG coming in, we have RTR coming. They all have 2-2 games to play, right? Yes. And this is where they have to give their 100%. And I know the teams which have just one more game to play, they're going to be keenly watching this. They'll be like, what we have to do next is actually written over here. But the worst part for all of them is that there is no points table coming up. They need to have their pen and paper ready, and they need to keep writing every single point which they receive.
No, I mean, they have got managers, analysts to do that. But yes, it was a strict instruction from us. We do not want it to be shown up. We want the hype to be created. We want you guys to be making your to be doing your maths, right? But this is where we still have to say what's out loud, what's out clear. Group B have just one game remaining. That's the final game of Erangel. Now, for Group C, it's just that game of Miramar that matters. And this is where, you know, the entire discussion comes in. If Kinetic can have at least even 10 points, they've seen it through. Unless and until someone in the final game just comes up with maybe a 40-pointer or something, they might have
but still it's going to be a little hard, I believe, because Kinetic, the kind of points they've raked up in today's game, oh my goodness. I just hope that, you know, these teams perform like this from before. If you see this week's performance, everybody have got almost 100 points for themselves, and all they had to do was 75% of this hard work in all the previous weeks to keep this tournament so healthy that even the teams on the top would have suffered so much to make it into the top 16.
Oh, of course, no denying that. Of course, they should have done that, but it's again speculation. We're not going to blame them for that. They're going to come up with a lot of excuses, but what lies in front of our screen, ladies and gentlemen, is the fact that Blind and Walkouts, they're out of games, right? They just have one game to perform. Team Blind, somewhere down the line, you know, they're getting there, but not the way they wanted. But yes, there's been one of those teams has been very consistent in terms of positioning. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I am talking about our Esports, right? Now let's take a look at their overall performance and find out how they have been playing throughout the entire iQOO BMPS.
Now this is where, you know, from day one, you know, this is one thing which we have to look out for our Esports. Suddenly when the graph started going down, that is where they picked up. But Erangel has been their best map. That is pretty much evident over here. Day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, all of it is where they started dominating. But day 2 and day 8, according to me, were the best of their performance in this tournament.
Clearly, we could see Erangel has been their strong suit, right? There have been few games of Miramar where they've performed really well. I think week to day 8 is one of them. But every single time, you know, I'm not disappointed. They always have something backing up them. Now, I think week 2, day 8 has been so far their best affair. And even today, they've already racked up 27 points for themselves. Now, this is where the discussion really comes in. Are they prepared for finals? Do they have what it takes to maybe just bag it all?
Now, this is where the question comes in as their most recent performance. How was it? And will they continue the same into the next part of the tournament itself? From 8th to the 11th day, we can see they're having a decent time. And they're having consistency as well. If you see, you know, 47-24, that's a very decent one. And let's not forget, after that, there was a little bit of a graph which is going to be dipping. But eventually, again, raises up on the 11th day. And today also, they're performing well. So if this consistency is held on in the finals, I do believe that, you know, our Esports will also have a wonderful tournament for themselves. And let's not forget that nobody's going empty-handed. It's just that the title they all are looking out for.
At least they've made it to the top 16, right? They're going to get some chunk of that prize pool we have. The biggest, ladies and gentlemen, in the history of Indian esports. But when we head into the finals, Arka, it's a whole different ball game, right? We've got a complete clean slate in front of us. Now, this is where I rather strongly believe that the teams that open up in the first day will have a very good advantage. Now, this is where I would like to redirect our attention towards a team that had been the best performing team in week number team, that is Team EXO and their Chokers tag. Now, they have that, you know, they're wearing it like a necklace, a medal of honor throughout. BGIS, they were dominating day 1, day 2, then in towards the final day, they flustered up. Do you think this is going to happen the same in the finals?
No. I strongly feel there is a big no in front of us when it comes to this. Because Team EXO, the way they're picked up, you know, it's like the graph either comes in like this and then there's a choke period. I strongly feel they've already had their choke period in this tournament in the beginning itself. So it's like a choke and now the graph is going up. And I strongly feel that, you know, the first few games they perform well. As you already pointed out, it's a very short grand finals according to me. And this is where everything will matter. The first 3 to 4 matches which you play, if that goes into perfection, if you have 2 to 3 chicken dinners in those, there is no way anybody is going to stop you from getting those titles. And I know that Sensei will be aiming exactly for that.
You know, he's been doing that for a long, long time. Every single tournament, he dominates day 1, day 2, and suddenly something happens. The next few days do not go the way they want, and that is how last time they were deprived of that title, where Skylights Gaming, they were in the mix. Now for EXO to ensure that the first spot to be theirs, they will have to build up a humongous lead, and it's so difficult when you have such strong contenders, right?
Exactly.
Teams like Seoul coming in, teams like OR that have been so consistent throughout. Now look at Team Seoul. You know, they've made a mockery out of the entire system, right? They do not care. They know they're on the top and almost on the top. They got Mortal in, gets a chicken dinner. They get Viper in. Yeah, they're going through a little bit of a phase. Of course, Omega, their IGL is not playing, so we can excuse them for that. But with such strong contenders into the scene, this is where EXO has to be off to a flying start.
Now, this is where one question comes in my mind, which might sound a little silly, but still, you know, I think it might matter in the grand finals. Experimenting just few matches before the finals, where the synergy of two players might go off, is that the risk Team Seoul is ready to take, bringing in Mortal and Viper at this point of time? Or it is just that the other two players actually needed that rest because of the pressure they were holding? I mean, they brought this team to the top with the limelight. Let's not forget Goblin. Oh my goodness, 100+ finishes. There was a point where we all spoke about Johnny and his domination in a tournament, where he's the person who will always have the top finishes, and suddenly out of nowhere comes Goblin. We were expecting him to grow like this, but this kind of a graph going in his career, what do you have to say?
Now, addressing to your first question, answer is straight no, right? Their Team Seoul, they will never want to experiment that in the finals, and it's all about how does XP call it? Shosha. It's all about the Shosha out there. They just want to have a little bit of emotional connection with the audience. They know there's no chance on earth their tickets for the grand finals can be taken away from them. Get Mortal in. Now, honestly, if you ask my opinion, I mean, having Mortal playing in instead of Hector actually made sense. I'm not going to lie about it. Well, when you have Hector into the picture, we have seen him a little off in terms of going aggro, right? In terms of taking those 1v1 fights, where I really feel the title of being the best supporter goes towards Aru from OR, because whenever Orange Rock, or rather OR, needs them, he's delivered, right? But this is where, I mean, this is a stark possibility. It can happen. If it does, I'm going to be happy, because the way Mortal was playing, he was not under pressure. He was just playing for fun. But, you know, in the finals, how things are going to be, it's all heated up. Teams are going to be looking at very minute details. Now, this big question also did come up in my mind, right? One of them is team hiding their strategies. Now, you ask the players, you know, I text these lads and they're like, you know what fix is? We have few strategies up our mind. That is like a double-edged sword for me. What about you?
Agreed, completely agreed. Because your strategies, if you're hiding it and never implementing, and suddenly want to implement and something goes wrong, especially in the grand final, which is so big, I don't think so anybody can risk such a big gameplay or risk such a bit strategy. But at the same time, since you brought in OR into the picture, I have two things to say. One is to ask and one is to say. For the side of Aru, you know, he might be a supporter, but the way he turns into an assaulter when required and picks up those finishes, oh my goodness, I think that's the best example for you to have a supporter. The second question is, are they prepared to take that big title at this point of time with a young IGL like that?
You know, we're going to answer that. But there has been one of the team that has been the loose cannons so far. Global Esports, ladies and gentlemen. And we've been talking about them. I mean, you can take a clear look. They've kind of been the villains of the iQOO BMPS so far. The way they've been playing, the way they've been bullying teams, the way they've been thrashing Hydra, or maybe trying at that. And this is one of the love stories that I really would want to see, you know, erupting out even in the grand finals continue. We want that masala. But taking a look at the statistics, I think week 1, day 2 has been one of their best days so far. They did earn a lot of points, out of which they did manage to get that 19 finish chicken dinner, right? But apart from that, I think week 3, day 11 has been pretty merry for them as well.
Yeah, but one thing which catches my eye is that game changer day for them. 40, 20 and 8, almost 70 points in just 4 matches shows that, you know, they suddenly shoot up in the overall points table, and then on they were a little bit consistent for the next few days, and that's the best part of it all. But finally, after the 8th day when they started to experiment and all those stuff, let's not forget the big weekendy map they had as well. 18 points. I mean, that was also an amazing day for them.
I think week 2 is where we could see a little bit of consistency coming out of Global Esports, right? Week 2 is where they kind of resorted to the defense mechanics, where they started to take fights when it was absolutely necessary, because there was somewhere, there was few ups and downs going on between them, right? Global Esports. But what I'm excited for this team is how they perform in finals. Now, we all know that the league stages was like a test match, if you talk about cricket. Now once we come into the fact that it is the finals, it's more like a one-day international, and this is where you've got to hold on. Every game really counts, and the big question is: are teams like Global Esports, are teams like 7C prepared for those days?
I mean, very rarely can you see a T20 on the final day of test, right? And this is
Today
what
is
is
a
happening.
T20.
Yeah, exactly. Today is a T20 game going on over here for most of these teams, and I really want to see who's going to be standing out up front to get themselves the best of the games they've played so far. But at the same time, as you said, a lot of teams need to keep their head held high, because the way they perform, the way they've proven themselves, the way they've eliminated the so-called pros in this community. Oh my goodness.
So-called.
Yeah,
He called it.
so-called, because obviously, all of a sudden there will be a moment in your life where you're in a peak and you just get those bragging rights for a really long time, and someone knocks at your door, slaps your face and says, yo, I'm standing right in front of you. And that is what happened to most of these teams in this tournament, I believe.
I think the reality check did come in the iQOO BMOC round 4, right?
Yeah.
Because the teams that have made it to BMPS, well, they've proved their mettle. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, enough talking banter, as we do have the pre-match segment powered by Loco, ladies and gentlemen, as it is going to be the final game for teams from Group C. This is where teams like Kinetic really need to come in swinging.
Now, let's not forget the side of UP50. Last chance for them to, come out and show what the best they do, because where is all of this happening? It's going to be happening in the map of Miramar. And when it comes to Miramar, one love story which never comes to an end. Will UP50 yet again go to those houses of Team Soul and try to challenge them out? Because right now, we have two other players of Team Soul coming in. One is Mortal and Viper.
Yes.
And they know that, there's some Emperors in the lobby. So they're like, let's try and go pinch the Emperor and see what best we can do.
Oh, they certainly will try and do that. I think yesterday they kind of held themselves back a little bit, but today I think they're just going to go all out. That being, ladies and gentlemen, this phone is definitely an all-out phone you can surely have your eyes upon, as our sponsors from iQOO have a very special message for you guys just about now.
Oh, wow. 90 FPS, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands in where it needs to be. And Neo 6 is where you would want to land your hands with. And also get in for the grind. Head on to Amazon right away and get the best deals on this device. But at the same time, one question for you. The biggest question which is lingering in my mind, I know most of these people in the chat would also want to know, a young IGL like Jelly is going to be coming in over here from the side of OR. Can he take his team to that big trophy?
Oh, he certainly can. I believe in him. But before I answer your question, of course, we've got to talk about the giveaways that we do have. Something that we're giving away. You've been loving us. It's time to give it back. Of course, you can support your favorite teams. Hashtag whichever team do you think is going to be ending out on top by the end of the evening, just on the fact that it is today's days, right? Show your support, and if you're lucky, then you might win some beautiful goodies. And if you're not, you can also try winning 10 of these iQOO Neo 6 that is on giveaways, right? On your chat section, there is a pinned comment. There's a link over there. But before you press on that link, make sure you subscribe to the BGMI official esports YouTube channel and follow them on the Instagrams. While you're at it, you can also check us out as well. But this is where, we come down to the discussion about OR esports. Now, this is a question that I did ask Jelly a couple of days ago. Now, do you think you guys are going to win the trophy? Do you think you've got what it takes? Now, this is what he had to say, right? The last time he played in the iQOO BGS, it was a team that was given to him. Now, this time, when he comes out to play in the iQOO BMPS, this is a team that he has created.
Exactly.
Now, considering the
Exactly.
fact that he's built up this entire roster, everybody knows their roles. That is where the job of IGL gets 50% over. He does not want to. He does not have to be the one making all the callouts. And I feel that OR Esports are a very strong contenders to the title.
Now, this is where we already have 3 big names for the title already. And let's not forget, there are some loose cannons coming in over here. Big Brother as well as Global Esports, right? All of a sudden, they have taken the limelight away from everybody on the top of the table. And do you believe that, if they try to play as a loose cannon in the beginning of this games itself, they get those finish points as quickly as possible and then try to play for placement, do you think they also have a shot into the title itself?
I think for Big Brother Esports, like we said, we've seen them in the past, right? They did come in as a new squad, new roster, and that time you could say they were underdogs. But after iQOO BGIS got over, that is where they got picked up, right? That is where they got the chance, and that is how we're seeing players like Scream develop into players that they are right now. Now, it hasn't always been about Scream. I feel in weeks 1, it was Zen OP who was doing the job, but while we transitioned till the week 3, I think Hellgod has also picked up a pace in terms of being on the top 20 fragger board. Now, I really have good vibes coming in from the boys from Big Brothers. I really feel they have a bright future. But are they contenders for the title? When you ask me that question, I'll have to say one thing. It all comes down to the first day.
Oh yes, obviously. And let's not forget that, the other titles are also going to be contested, like MVP and also most number of finishes, because they also have a big chunk of money, as well as the bragging rights, telling that I was the MVP of the tournament, even though my team couldn't make it. There are a lot of contenders for this. Joker coming in from the side of GE. Then we have Zen OP, as you already said, Scream coming in, Goblin coming in, and we also have Spray God coming in all of a sudden. Sarang coming in. Who do you feel is one of the top 3 contenders for you for this title of MVP?
I think the ones that are on top 3, undoubtedly, right? They've proven themselves in the past in the games where it all mattered. Goblin, of course, being the one on top, but Aditya, Atanki, also these 2 players. But I think Fierce is also one to really watch out for. But
EXO.
Enough talk right now. Enough chit chat. I know you're gonna get bored of us. You're already, but finally, it's moments. Last game for teams from Group C. They have to deliver the final Miramar of iQOO BMPS League stages, ladies and gentlemen. For one final moment, let that moment sink in, and we venture into the territories. But even carrying forward with the discussion, right, I really feel that teams to watch out for will be Team 7C and Global Esports. How are they going to perform in finals, right? Because mostly it's all been about engaging in fights. Now, when they get a little serious, when they play for position points a little bit, you never know, they could come out as the victors. But this is where there have been 2 teams that we have never really looked at. They've never really paid much attention, but slowly, surely, they have done the job. This is where I have to ask your thoughts about Team Enigma Gaming and Hydra officials.
Now, suddenly you come into the game when required, and all of a sudden again your graph goes down. That is where people will start to doubt your potential, right? That is where I lie. I love to see them as an audience point of view first, and then as a career which stands in front of them, especially for the title. Nigma on the other side, they have performed much better before. Enigma on the other side, slowly the graph has been going up. I do understand they rely on 2 to 3 players of theirs the most, especially Rex when it comes to finishes and whatsoever, but at the same time, as you said, these are the teams which performance of the first day and the second day will matter a lot for them as well.
It is indeed. But finally, time for business, right? Well, we are in the church, and all you fans out there, especially the fans of Team Kinetic, will surely have to make prayers. And more than that, I think GOG and Esports Wala WSF need it, because nothing less than a chicken dinner can save them from entering into the top 16. But for now, one last gaze at the mountains, the ranges of Miramar, and then we will be back into action. We've been talking about that Seoul UP50 fight, and this time we do have Mortal and Viper with us, so UP50 could maybe fancy their chances, but here we go. The big bird has taken it up to the skies, and the flight path trajectory, ladies and gentlemen, is from El Pozo towards Los Leones' southern side.
And this is where the team's going on to the most northern side or the northern eastern side of the map. We have to be very, very careful and hoping that the circle goes close to them, because eventually holding the circle, having the high ground and the hardest cover in this map is going to matter a lot. And let's not forget, defending it will also be one of the other priorities to make it until the end.
And, I just, I'm going to let it breathe a little bit. I just have my eyes at Picardo.
Yep.
UP50, are they taking a drop? Do we get to see multiple teams fighting it out? Because everyone wants to take down Mortal, maybe for their Instagram reels. I took down Mortal. We know how the hashtags work. We know how the clickbaits work. But yes, UP50 is headed over there. So are Team Soul. But I also do see 7C. But I think they might go a little towards maybe Graveyard or Hacienda del Patron.
Yeah. And also, let's not forget that, the fight on the other place between Hydra and GE, where I really wanted to bring in the second love story. And Jackson is going to be running for his life, waiting it out for Dynamite on the other side to pick up a gun and then come in closer as DBS, AK, M7. Oh my goodness, look at the cavalry which is going to be rushing in towards side of one man from the side of Team Hydra.
I could literally hear him yelling for help at this point. But Hydra, I mean, you've got to give it up to these boys, right? They don't want to back up, right?
Yep.
G is going after you. Jackson takes a jump again. Manya does hear the footsteps, but has to get inside cover yet again. But look at Dynamite making those moves from the backlines. Can get the better of Manya. What on earth is he doing?
Now, at this point of time, he's looking like a small cockroach for me. That's going to be Jackson running around in the kitchen. But at the same time, the backup which is required might be coming in. Two different Uzis are going to be coming in. One far away is going to be Rage God trying to take it into the face of Akshat, as Mortal and Viper are going to be in the back end waiting for the others to strike and then come in and dominate. But let's not forget, UP50 are there to enter into the building of Team Soul. This is the first time I've seen UMP becoming so offensive and trying to challenge Team Soul to the dead center of where they stand.
Oh yeah, UP50. They're trying their best. This time they've dropped over at the red buildings. Look at KSR's position. Oh, Akshat has a slight idea of where his teammate is. KSR cooking up the grenade. Akshat instantly realizes and backs off. Now he's going to be safe and sound for now. But the only interesting fact is both of these teams do not have any loot. And while all of that is happening, ladies and gentlemen, the circle has again taken a southern shift, centered in at Chumacera.
I mean, something else which is catching my eye right now is our Esports and GOG going on a face-off at Porto. Are you serious? This is what you want to do? Pull out each other's leg. They become a frog in a bucket at this point of time. Nobody is allowed to go up. But let's not forget, among all these things, one team which is going to be very happy is going to be Blind, right? Because they know that they've somehow made it to the top where the other frogs fight. They're going to be hanging on the thread above the bucket. But coming back into the game over here, ladies and gentlemen, look at how Team Soul is cornered to one place at this point of time, as UP50 successfully struck fear in the hearts of Team Soul.
I mean, thou shall not pass is what UP50 have, but Goblin making some big moves. He wants a little bit of loot because does not have that Kevlar on him. But KSR is not going to move a muscle. Akshat has all the idea that is necessary at this point. As UP50, they're going to try and loot out a few more compounds, but I hope they have enough information relayed of Goblin's position.
Yeah, but at the same time, what I love the most about Goblin, no matter how far he is, he's going to stick on to his basics, right? He's going to be like punching in the air, making sure no matter what happens, I'm not going to give away my footsteps, which he has done wonders even in the previous match of Erangel, where he came in and became one of the key players to get that winner chicken dinner. But coming back into this specific game, I think, what UP50 did over here, they just allowed one person to go into that building, grab all the attention of Team Soul so that they don't get the right kind of farming, whereas the others might be going in. As GE at this point of time, knuckle down, one man already lost in. That's going to be the, I think it was the shotgun which did the magic for them, but ultimately Parv has come in closer. He kind of knows the location of the enemies. He's going to be tossing up a grenade. If this connects, this is a time where Hydra says, yo, GE, we are in the ground.
I do not understand why Hydra officials are so scared. Because Parv had all the time on planet Earth to try and lob that grenade and get two players down along with him. Still resigns himself from doing so. But Jackson, is AJ aware? Does he know Finally gets on his Uzi, goes into
Oh,
straight,
nice!
gets the better out of Ronnie, but the trades do follow suit. And this is where Manya has also got to close in as AJ angrily gets the finish for his team as GE have managed to already reduce Hydra to a two-man squad.
Now this is what happens when you don't stick together. I don't know why this has been a big problem for the side of Hydras. I just hope they learn from this, right? If they perform like this in the finals, I don't think so it's going to be easy for them, as Dynamite at this point of time gives away his location and falls back, because that's the best thing to do right now. Resort for his teammate, probably regroup and then strategize, or else he'll also be hitting the ground way too hard. And GE at this point of time is clearly made a statement that we stick together and we take all of you down one at a time.
Hydra, I mean, I'm sorry to say, fans, I'm going to disappoint you. They have really wet their pants. No second thoughts about it. I mean, their body language, they're scared, but they still want to take the fight. I do not understand why. But for now, KSR, he's made some movements, right? Along with Sarkar and RageGod. Now, the next contestation can be between Mortal and RageGod. Mortal, I believe, is just outside the red buildings. Akshat, he's making sure he provides cover fire. But look at Goblin. At such a prime position, he could make a whole world of difference.
Now, let's not forget that Soul being very clever, you know, lured UP50 right into the building as they have come out and turned the tables. Can this be the move of the tournament itself, where Viper has a pretty much close combat with in front of him? I know he's got the deadly AK and DBS. I would rather want a DBS at this point of time.
Oh, I would.
But eventually, you know, he runs away, then comes back again into the crosses. Oh my goodness, how much more of blessing has this guy got, as KSR is still waiting to strike.
Still waiting. They might meet heads right now. Viper and KSR7. Oh, he spots his. Hands out. KSR still not out on his triggers. Realizes that grenade goes in. That was a pristine moment. He could have decided to strike. Viper getting a little impatient. And this is where KSR lets himself loose. And again, UP50. Why you do this?
Dominate when required. UP50 as Team Soul at this point of time will again go back to re-strategize. Look at them converging. Look at how Akshat is holding that round, right? He's just going to be on the corner, waiting it out. Probably jump down as soon as Mortal gets a knock for himself. And eventually, Goblin does that, and Akshat is going to be jumping down as Mortal is going to be shifting his position as well. He's going to be Goblin having a view of the opponents as well. And a push comes in. Let's see how UP50 is going to strategize against this. And the mistake made by UP50 will surely be capitalized.
Oh, their happiness are short-lived as RageGod also gets wiped out. Goblin giving them that perfect opening, and Team Soul had their work cut out, and Akshat, the MVP, 3 finishes, you know, taking advantage of all that chaos that ensued in this particular fight. And I mean, KSR had all the time in planet Earth, could have picked up Viper. There was nothing to be worried about. Should have gone right then and there the moment he was trying to cook up a grenade. And I do not know why UP50, I mean, they're creatures of habit, I get it. But these sort of habits are something that you have to let go.
These sort of habits are something which pays you a very, very hefty price, obviously, because capitalizing on what you have in front of you and then, you know, regretting is obviously not the answer in a tournament like this. But at the same time, one other thing which I loved was Akshat's position. After he had done the damage, he was holding such a position. He was like, I won't go in, guys. It's for you guys to give me that initial. And once you do it, I'm going to make sure to come in and capitalize. And that is what exactly he does.
Whilst all of it was happening, UP50, they're out of the tournament. This was your final goodbyes. We loved you. We hope you come back in stronger. But now, Arca, business time. Circle shifting towards Chumasera. We've got the boys from ACBC around the center. 7C getting there. Enigma somewhere around the power grid, trying to rotate in. But my eyes are searching out for GOG.
Oh, yeah.
Who are still, ladies and gentlemen, who are still yet to make their move inside the circle. They had really cried their backs off because it was a fight, I think, against our Esports, and hopefully so, as I stand corrected, they have not lost anybody.
This is where I really felt that GOG have done the right thing, right? In this game, as Kraniak on the other side is going to start trembling. He's going to be getting down, and eventually Sarang, one of those contenders for the MVP title, is not going to stop himself until he's going to spray down and make sure he connects some bullets to the head of the enemies, as Dottie is going to be over the horizon as well. I don't know, with this 3x spray, it looks like Sarang is going to be unstoppable. All RTR has to do at this point of time, tuck their tails, go into hiding, and then try to revive Craniac.
I think Sarang is definitely has taken the accolades of being the mid-range king, but look at 7C. They want to fight it out against Retribution RTR. This was again one of those teams, and very important game for them, but I'm pretty sure their chances are also very bleak. Duty just backs off a little bit, has to reposition himself, and so are the players of RTR. 3 of them already cornered to one position. 7C at this point will want to get the better out of Duty, but look at Retribution RTR. They are making a run for their life.
And I do believe that's the right thing to do, right? When you don't have the right kind of resources, you're already tagged out, and you don't, you're not having the best of the mind, but eventually, Chono has different things to say. He's going to make his teammates come back and try to take the fight, but let's not forget INS also coming into the picture. Both of these teams actually need a lot of points, so who's going to be backing out from an unnecessary fight, whereas the other will be taking advantage of that is going to be the next big question.
INS have already let themselves loose, already fired a couple of bullets. There you go. Joker trying to immobilize their buggy. Jono tries to go in. Makes it into cover. But this is all safe and sound for both of these teams if they tend to survive, right? But for Team INS, a very important game. Maniacs trying to get into cover. Gets picked off by Sarang. And now 7C Esports. They're not going to look behind, but they will have to, as Duty has been spotted out. Now Aladdin coming from the backlines has a open vision, but despite that, Duty still gets the better out of Sarang, and Savitar suddenly has himself knocked out.
No, at the same time, Duty doing wonders over here, eventually gets taken down because of Savitar coming from behind, but Coops is going to capitalize on that as well, as Chono and Dodi both are down on their knees. INS is trying to push in at the right time. Could this be the game changer where INS can take it all home, as Craniac's one grenade is trying to restrict them, as the other one will be trying to take down the side of 7Cs.
INS smell blood. They know this is their time. They need to pounce. Crazy Soul already pushing in. Has to deal with Coops. Does manage to get a knock. Can he get the second one? That's the big question. Shane from a different angle altogether sprays at another player, and there you go, another one falls RTR. They are in shambles as Chono, a last fight, a last stand for him, but there he goes, falling down, and Retribution RTR, goodbye, says INS, but 7C, they somehow still have 2 players surviving.
One finish was actually stolen by the side of INS in a very, very clever way of doing. But on the other side, it's going to be Team Soul versus the side of Enigma. Avi is just going to restrict himself, as going to be very beautiful cover fire coming in from the side of Goblin pretty far away, where Akshat is going to be regrouping to his teammate. But what a game we had just now, witnessing the perfect time, I would say, for the side of INS to come in and strike, as Savitar has got a very good off angle. I would like to say this bird eye view will be relying information, and Prince can strike to take down Crazy Soul.
INS, they are hounds at this moment, right? They have been looking out for every single player, every single body that they can get. Ensure they have the central area to themselves. And now Savitar could make a world of difference, right? Now Prince need not move a muscle over here. He has to be steady. He has to be sturdy as a rock. But still, he's made those movements. INS have an idea. Crazy Soul out with that grenade, the perfect opening that they need, and goes kaboom! Is going to be Prince. Now Savitar, does he respond? Does he retaliate? Joker already pushing in, getting the finish, but Savitar does not still wanna move, but he is doing something notorious. A grenade right at the center. Now INS know. Joker firing at his direction. They'll be taking it up the stairs, and down goes 7C as INS 6 finished strong already.
Now this is where I would like to say Team INS have taken things way too seriously, and RTR are going to regret of coming back to the same fight which they thought is not necessary, and eventually had to pay a hefty price. And let's not forget, there's another team coming in closer. Could this team be the next one to get taken down? And that's going to be Hyderabad Hydras, who heard all the commotions from pretty far away. They're going to be coming in as INS are preparing themselves to evacuate this place, where they have the best spot in the house.
GOG, this could be a nightmare. Look at their West. It's global esports that they have to deal with. Elsewhere, Enigma and Team EXO, they're fighting it out against each other. It's fine. We don't care right now. I'm just scared about GOG if they do not get a chicken dinner, if they do not have a good game. And so goes the same for the players of Esports Wala WSF. They were right at the southeastern side of Chumasera. and they are safe and secure for now. The next shift is going to be quintessential for every single team. And Team Kinetic, they have their objective set, right? They have to be consistent, 7-8 points, and they're good to go.
Obviously, I mean, Team INS have thought this through perfectly. Came in and struck when exactly when the iron was hot, and eventually the circle shifting away from all these teams, favoring off the side of FS, who has already made it through peacefully, and Hyderabad and the Hydras. I'm so sorry, Hydra officials at this point of time with 2 men standing is kind of gatekept by the side of Team FS. But which team will be slowly making it inside the circle? We can already see Team INS, EXO, and GOG all are making it inside the circle. As you correctly pointed out, I think GE versus GOG will be the fight to look out for, because ultimately the winners of those two will be making it very, very clean into the next round. I know GE is not in the contestment, but still, let's not forget what kind of impact they can leave for the side of GOG.
But look at FS, Hitman, making all those fearless moves, already going in very close. Dynamite goes down, and so will Bart. Takes a fight, but kaboom! And it's a little bit of a TK. It's alright. It's alright. They've got to get inside the circle. They have to look at the bigger picture. But Team INS realize they still have the better of the zone. But right next to them lies the players of Team EXO. This is where, you know, I have my eyes set at the fight between GOG and GE. But now Kinetic, a very important fight for them. This is against a very informed Team Enigma.
Now, at the same time, Team Enigma knows their throwables, how to restrict the teammates from coming inside, as throwables are going to be chucked in towards the side of Evo, who's having a very, very safe spot. Kinetic, without information, going in for the resources would have been the biggest mistake they have done. Not only they're burning resources, but also giving out their location with so much of moments, as Avi on the other side wants to come in from a different angle and try to take down the side of Team Kinetic.
They don't have any pressure right now, Enigma. They can even go out for all they could care, but the same cannot be said for Team Kinetic. Now KU has already taken up the stairs, has the first floor. Can he lob a few more grenades? That's what's going to be important, but Avi's position has been compromised. But there you go, KU goes after Eggy, lands a few shots and eventually backs himself up. Needs to patch him at the right time, because Enigma, they've taken it up to the stairs, up to the rooftop. Now this is going to be a little bit of a reset, as Avi has to do wonders.
Now this is what I said, right? Burning of resources unnecessarily. Now in case they had resources with 3 different directions, if they tossed it upstairs, the story could have been so different, as Evo comes in from a different angle. His footsteps have been given away. I think God has a vague idea from where he's coming in from. And let's not forget, they're just merry-go-round around this building, right? One side it's going to be Kinetic who tries to come in. Eggy on the other side kind of knows the location, as God tries to come down and taunt out the side of Eggy. Eggy is going to, you know, hold his nerve and just be as composed as possible, as Kinetic at this point of time. The more they extend this fight, Autobotz are going to come in to dominate.
Oh yes, you can already see on the minimap, right? They have their eyes set. They just want this fight to break out, and they will contest. They want those finishes, these position points. They have had a very good last day, right? But now Team Kinetic just scouring around, and everyone just eyeing out for that first knock. Look at the plethora of smokes that have been deployed over here in this particular case, right? Everyone wants a piece of the pie, and again, the first knock is going to be crucial, as Eggy realizes, well, the safe haven isn't safe anymore. He backs out, now heals himself up.
Now the next circle is also going to be forming, and eventually AV gets taken down, and it's important for Kinetic to hold this composure to make sure that, you know, they take down the other 2 players, as Enigma at this point of time are looking a little bit vulnerable, but I do understand that, you know, they might want to survive at the circle. Again, going away from the teams which won this game so far. I know that Autobotz at this point of time will have a small smile on their face as they make it inside the circle, but let's not forget to see how Enigma for the first time are suffering to, you know, take down a team.
Now Enigma, Evo, Eggy, 2 players surviving over here. Now this is where Kinetic really need to go in hard and heavy, as there you go. Eggy somehow trying to defend, but Evo falls down, courtesy to Onyx, and there you go. The entirety of Team Enigma gets out, gets deleted from the server. Now Team Kinetic, they still have little semblance of cover still inside the circle, just a little bit, but they still need some better compounders. DOG letting themselves go could be the worst possible decision that they made at this point. Messing up against the bullies, you better watch out.
Now, at the same time, they do not have control over the zone as well. It's going to be a fight for taking out between INS and GOG as Nick OP gets taken out. Not the right kind of fight, as you correctly pointed out. There's going to be the next man coming in. Retaliation was really good from the side of Nick OP. Bullet OP, but on the other side, he has to watch out for those pixels right below the vehicle where the finish might come in as Crazy Soul gets tagged off with the grenade coming in from the side of GOG.
I love his micromanagement, the way he is shifting himself around. But Joker, he's got to make those moves already down. Bullet goes down. And down, same goes Nick with him as well. As leader, somewhere inside the vehicle, he's got to tuck his tails and run. But where does he go? He's got so many squads shooting at his direction. Not just one, but many. But INS, 10 finish strong already as FS. They're burning, but still alive.
Now this is where I would like to read out the GOG. Might get out of the tournament with 9 finishes, with 9 position, 0 finishes for themselves. The final map, they have to go bonkers as INS is not stopping themselves. Puts down another player that's going to be immortal, and EXO is going to be challenged this time.
Oh yeah, Crazy Soul wants to get some first hits for himself. Needs to patch himself up, but will make do with the bandages that he has. As Akshat just goes ham after the players of INS. Nothing seems to connect at this point, but look at Leader fighting with life and death, but still, Akshat gets the better out of Joker. I'm pretty sure the revival will be there, but look at Viper. Does not want to let go of Crazy Soul, even out of his sight, but for a single second, but K47 making a move and could fall down.
Akshat still holding that red dot towards the enemy. He really wants to make sure that nobody's going to come into this compound. It's kind of pretty much in the open, right? And the zone is going to be favoring the 2 solo players of 2 different teams, Sensei and Leader OP. And let's not forget that WSF also has an important game in front of them. They've survived better because of the man advantage, but let's not forget that Kinetic, they're also giving the 100% over here. 4 finishes strong, they're looking, and they've taken down the side of Enigma. But how will they make it inside the circle, as a lot of crosses are going to be towards them?
Sensei almost had that silhouette visible over there, but Team Kinetic, how do they get inside the circle? You've got Esports Wala WSF looking out for you on the low grounds. The moment they step out, they do see all these smokes popping out. This is where they finally are alerted. They know there's someone who's trying to get inside the circle, and it is the perfect opportunity for WSF to rack up a few finishes.
Now, at the same time, Autobotz are coming in from the corner where they feel they're the strongest, as Leader OP is still fighting it out with the side of FS. Could this be the 3rd finish for him, as he's doing the best of what he can, being the last ray of hope, but eventually Goblin is going to come out, tag off the side of ABC. Look at that force spray going into perfection, as the next one might be falling down thanks to his reload. That Autobotz is going to be surviving a little longer.
Autobots, they're getting crushed at this point. Team Soul are making a good workout out of them, but Team Kinetic is also going to charge in from the other side, but they have to be ready as Viper strikes and BO goes down. KU and God have to provide that cover fire, need to ensure the players of Team Soul do not charge in at their direction.
Now GOG is still surviving. Single man FS, single man Sensei, single man from the side of Team EXO, as Soul has got bonkers against the side of Kinetic. Puts an end for them completely as Kinetic gets taken off. And look at where they've gone down with 8 finishes for themselves. Team Kinetic at the 6th position. Oh my god, I thought they were all out. It's going to be God, the last man standing. The zone is doing a lot of damage, where it's going to be walking into a lot of process. And eventually WSF is going to put an end for them finally.
And Sensei finally falls as well. But look at INS, 13 finishes strong. This time, however, just remain with 2 of their players as Goblin. This time, he has his eyes set at the players of Esports Wala WSF. A very important game for them. They haven't made their presence felt. They have been focusing heavily on just getting position points. But Akshat, he is going to deny them the luxury of that vehicle. And in doing so, Goblin picks Honey up as well.
Now this is where INS from the top is just going to watch the others fight out with one another, as Team Soul at this point of time are going to concentrate on the other corner because they want the real estate which is in front of them. They want to cover up every look and corner, as Leader at this point of time will be tagging off Goblin. I think he kind of has a vague idea, that's why he's going to be cooking up the grenade. Will this be the story of GOG ending with the 4th finish, the 4th position? Yes it is, 4th position with just 2 finishes for themselves, not the one which they were looking out for.
But look at FS, after shenanigans, stating off Soul's finishes there, and Soul pretty much pissed at this point. they can do something. But INS Billion, he's gonna survive with all his lives. Goblin goes after Clutch. I knew this was coming, but how does Clutch hold himself up? Can he pull a Clutch as a grenade goes falling in a little shy, but this one won't be, as somehow he still lives. But there you go, Goblin putting an end to him as Team Soul. They're also looking strong with 11 finishes with their name as Mortal just suddenly erupts.
Now this is where the big OGs are going to come out and show what they're capable of. Look at that. The follow-up comes in with the side of UP50. Still not feared by the bullets, which is going to be coming in towards him as Viper from the off angle takes that real estate for him. Goblin is going to be pushing in from the other corner as well. They're not at all bothered about the backstab which might be coming in. That's going to be Billion out of nowhere trying to do that $1 billion game as Viper's attention is come towards him. Can Billion take the other person down as Viper comes in, puts an end, and now it's going to be Soul versus the side of WSF.
But now Bajwa, he's got to pull off a magic. Right now, laser nade at Akshat misses. He's going to cook one more. Will it connect? That's a big question though. In the midst of it all, Tango has got that crucial revive that they need at this point. But this is the perfect time for Esports Wala WSF to try and push a Team Soul, try and hurt them where they're injured. But Mortal, a golden grenade might just be on its way as Tango does not take a lot of damage, but a second one will definitely follow.
Now at the same time, there's a return grenade coming in from his side. He's got the deadly MK14 for himself. Can he do the magic with it? Because he and Viper, two of the strongest, were together, but eventually gets taken down. The other one has gone in for a revival. WSF looking way too strong at this point of time. Eventually wants to put the final nail in the coffin. That's got to be Akshat over there. Esports Wala WSF, the most wanted winner chicken dinner, finally coming their way. But this is going to change the whole picture when it comes to the overall points table.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we head into the post-match segment powered by Loco, and come with the R and Esports Wala WSF strike. And boy, oh boy, a chicken dinner with 9 finishes to their name. Team Soul, you were amazing. We love you. But we're going to put you on the sidelines just for now because Team INS, I'm pretty sure they racked up 13 finishes and on a 3rd position. Now, this has completely changed the tables around. This is where the pressure is going to build up on so many of these other teams, Arka.
I'm just dumbstruck by this point of time. 2 teams, they just proved to us that if you gave me a pressure situation, we know exactly what to do. The rotation was like perfect. You know, every single corner they held, every single fight they took, they exactly know who to go forward, who should be rushing in, who should be giving the cover fire. Oh my goodness, 2 teams. Hats off to you guys.
Let's take a look at the point standings. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at how much have these guys digged in at this point. Esports Wala 24 points. Now Team INS 23 points. And Team Kinetic, hold on. They've also managed to secure 10 to their name. And GOG, well, I don't think that 8 point looks fancy anymore.
Oh my goodness. I mean, Blind, ACBC, all of these teams are going to be looking out for the final map because they all know they have to perform at this point of time. Team INS, I've never seen 320s in a long time when it comes to the final week, and 3 teams are able to do that. And look at the sharing of the possession points all of a sudden coming in. GOG relied on that possession points. If not for leader OP, I don't think so that, you know, they would have even had those 8 points. But at the same time, let's not forget, if GOG even wants to dream about making it to the next round, they need a 35 points, you know, to make it into the next round, which is next to impossible with a lobby like this. But let's not forget to see the bottom of the table, right? Hydra, UP50, 7Cs, RTR.
Retribution, RTR, one more game, I don't know. I'm going to write all these teams off, even for GOG as well. But now let's take a look at the iQOO MVP. Who's that one player going to be? Who's the player that stood when it all mattered? I know who it is. Has to be Crazy Soul. I'm just going to call it out because of the sort of contribution he had into this game. But, you know, we're just going to give our own MVP titles, because for me, I mean, it had to be Crazy Soul. Every single fight that INS got themselves into, he's done so much.
Absolutely. I mean, there were several other performances which came in, but he was the one man standing out over there. And let's not forget that, you know, If not for him, I don't think so the team would have survived at one point of time, because eventually when the teammates were getting taken down, he was not only picking up finishes on one side, on the other side he was also giving cover for the team, and that is what an MVP has to do, right? You know, assist as well as get those finishes. But ladies and gentlemen, now is the moment we come to the final map of the day. This is going to be the map of Wrangle, and I know that, you know, those fans, those big fans of the new teams which have come up over here and proved themselves, proved their mettle, you all are going to have calculators in your hand just waiting for them to go bonkers. But I would like to say just one line out of this. INS, hats off to you guys.
Hats off to you, INS, and same goes for Esports Wala WSF. But ladies and gentlemen, before we get into things, of course we've got to thank our sponsors, Crafton BGMI and iQOO, as they have a special message for you guys just about now.
Watch it, earn it.
Well, it's all loco out there. It's getting all crazy. We are just fanatics, just waiting for all the action to happen. Of course, one last game remains, but boy, oh boy, Esports Wala WSF completely changed the dynamics of how they approach their game, right?
Yeah.
They are one of those teams that love to take those fights. This time, they were way passive.
Yeah.
They were the kind of, how do you call it? They were intending to be the pacifists in the lobby. They waited for the right opportunistic moment, and once it happened, they did strike.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to get struck with a lot of information for yourself, all you have to do is head on to Loco and make sure you follow all your favorite BGMI streamers and casters out there, where they're going to give out a lot of information for you as to where and how the next part of the tournament is going to go around, as well as... Let's look at this one last time, right? Because eventually we need to know what exactly happened, who were performing the best, and who actually has the title for themselves as the MVP of the day.
UP50 again jumping into the lion's den. Do not go out walking. That was all it came down. But they had their fair share of chances, right? They could have secured that knock on Viper when the moment was right. But this is another thing. I do not know what's this love and hate relationship going on between Global Esports and Hydra officials. I would love to see more of that. But this is the moment, right? The moment Goblin knocks one of those players out of UP50. I think it was KSR that got taken down. Akshay just goes in like a madman and finishes 3 off.
Now, at the same time, let's not forget that rotation was perfect from the side of Goblin. Now, coming back to the most important game, which is there in front of us, I really don't know how INS pulled that off, right? They came in, stuck exactly when required, and from here on, it was just domination from their side.
The sheer balls they have, to execute such plays, right? Especially when you know your survival is on the line, and despite that, they go out with 13 finishes. I mean, I do not know how to respond. For Team Exo, I mean, it's sort of a alright situation. It's a-okay because honestly, they've qualified. I'm not bothered. Team Autobotz again tried to survive till the end, just resorting to their natural instinct, try to get as many position points that they could, and it was all that they could get away with.
At the same time, this is where I have to give credits to INS, right? They were all getting taken down, but still, they survive at WSF on the other side, all inside one shack. They try to do the best of what they can, but eventually, the way they bounce back from that situation was really commendable, because the whole area was controlled by the side of Team Soul. They took a little bit of an attention away from the side of WSF, and then eventually, they started to do the damage. And let's not forget that, even though they had lost 2 players, they come in, did the best of what they can as billion strikes against the side of of Goblin, and that is the opening which WSF were looking out for.
Oh yeah, and after that they just followed it up. I feel, you know, Bajwa was the MVP in that fight. Viper goes out for that revive.
Yeah.
Nakshat and Mortal just cornered to one direction, clearly out of doing anything out there, had to be picked off. Of course, when you've got 3 players charging at your direction, everybody needs to tremble, and indeed it is what happened. But yes, Esports wala WSF, one last game. Same goes for the boys from INS. But considering the kind of a performance that they have pulled off, I really feel that INS might have done it.
Now, this is where I want to get back to the teams which are playing it out, right? Because I really want to know whether Blind has also come back into this game. They're still, one last time they have to prove themselves. I'm looking out for the rotations and the positions of these 3 teams right now. They shouldn't come out in the open. They can't do the same kind of thing which they did over here, because eventually everybody will be watching out one another. So it's important for them to take the right kind of drops. Probably, where would you want to be? Center of the map, try to avoid anybody coming in closer to you, or go to the corners, pick up all those resources, go in for a heal battle if required.
You know, more than Blind, actually I'm concerned about team Walkouts. If you remember in the previous game, this time we do not have UP50, so it's going to be a little bit of a breather for them. But the question still remains. You know, it's going to haunt them, right? They went off to where they usually drop, and 2 of their players were picked off, and Hyderabad Hydras got the better out of them towards the end. So Walkouts, a make or break game for them, and they can settle with nothing than a chicken dinner at this point.
Now, Walkouts, Blind, WSF, Team INS. I know GOG is not in the picture. Let's just consider them because they are there. RTR Retribution. I mean, I've already named 6. You know, we need not name more. But still, if you guys want some entertainment for yourself and some drama, I'm going to read some more for you guys. Hydra Official and Global, we'll really want to see whether they're going to be clashing yet again. And Esports Wala WSF, they are also in over here. Initiative Academy is over here. I know, kind of, you know, they're pretty much already, you know, making themselves into the next round, or they might get kicked off. Because Initiative Academy,
it's done.
Yeah, it's done. But again, as I'm saying you, if they go bonkers,
no matter what they do, even if they entirely wipe out the lobby, it's over.
He's strong about this, but at the same time, ACBC are also playing this game as well. A lot of teams playing here, ladies and gentlemen. What you have to do at this point of time is share it among your friends, bring them all over here, as we're going to be stepping into the matchup. That is going to be pre-segment of powered by Loco, pre-match segment powered by Loco. And on the desk, we're going to have the big man himself coming back. There are a few questions to be shot against him, because there's a lot for those teams who are going out of this tournament right now. They need to learn, they need to understand. And this is where all those people who have represented the country, who have lived over here, you know, in this game, what are they going to do? So your wisdoms, Thug, over here on the desk, your wisdom for the teams which are actually going out of this tournament, because they'll all be left out. They're going to be disappointed. What do you have to say for them?
I think for them it's more about expansion of their learning curve. What I believe that when I look at the teams that are at the bottom 8, there's a huge points difference, except for barring the top 3, of course, the 17th to 20th. But for the teams that are at the bottom 4, bottom 5, I think they really need to work a lot on their tactics. They really need to go back, have, like, you know, they will have a long break before the next tournament kicks in. So I think they just need to work on the mistakes, try to understand the various reasons why they could not stand a chance against these top rated teams, because this is the reality, you know. I mean, like, although we do speak of such long formats, but losing out on such long formats gives you a very good reality check on things and areas that you need to work on. So I believe there's nothing to get disheartened, because ultimately they are the best 24 teams right now in India. All the among thousands of registrations that we got, all of the teams are setting out. Among all the invited teams we got, a lot of them are setting out.
Exactly.
So being the best 24 at this point is a pretty great achievement. But I think if you want to be the top 16, which is where the actual deal begins, you need to maybe go home, sit, and, you know, use this break that you might have over the next couple of months to figure out what you need to do to bounce back and take these teams head on.
Now, guys, this is what you have to do. Work on your mistakes. Make sure you stick together. Try to, you know, burn yourselves out. Grind much better. Wait for the next event. For now, we're going to be thanking our sponsors. That's going to be iQOO coming up. iQOO smartphones with this amazing Neo 6. There's going to be a small video coming up on our screens for you to show what this beauty is made of. 90 FPS, something going smooth in the device. But you know what's more important for us right now is the smoothness of the final map itself, because everybody needs to be very careful on their moves. I mean,
I don't know about smooth, because it is going to be chaotic. Someone is going to let slip the dogs of war, because, you know, we just saw Team INS coming in big right now. And speaking of teams, we are going to have a few substitutes, a few last-minute changes before the action is coming in. And Salman is going to be coming in from Enigma for Avi, and we haven't really seen a lot from this gentleman yet. Maybe he might just come and showcase what he is made of. And speaking of showcasing things, we are going to be showcasing these lovely t-shirts and bottles that you see on the bottom of your screen right now, and all you have to do is click that link below. Predict. Now, I wonder if you've been doing your maths. Predict which team is going to come out on top on the last day of League Stage Week 3. And who knows, you might just get some BGMI merchandise coming your way. And if you're unlucky in that, well, we're also giving away these bad boys.
Absolutely. What you guys have to do is get to the chat. There's going to be a pinned comment over there, right? So click on that. You'll be going to a specific link, which will later lead you to subscribe to our channel and follow them on their Instagram. And if you're ready to do that, and if you do that and come back to the same link which was given, which took you to a specific page over there, you're going to put your name and your email address and just wait it out, because this device is something which you need to have if you're a BGMI gamer.
Absolutely. Of course, that 90 FPS is something that's going to make you stand apart from every single other competition out there. And who knows, maybe next time we might be talking about you on our big screens. But for now, it is time for the final game in this league stage. It is going to be the nail-biting finish that we were hoping for, because after this, well, we are going to say bye to 8 teams. And the question is still open. Who are going to be going? So before the game starts, we're going to say bye-bye for one last time from the studio this week. However, we are going to visit Erangel once again, and I expect some shenanigans, buddy. I expect a couple of curveballs coming in, and hopefully we have a few more drop clashes and a couple of other teams ganging up on either the big boys just for fun, or some of the teams languishing mid-table.
I still want to do the math, you know. I still want to check out which is the team which has got that opportunity. The production at this point of time, the kind of seed, the kind of seed they put in our minds, you know, where we can't concentrate on one thing regularly, but at the same time, if this is the case for us, what's going to be happening with the teams? I know that the big teams will have their boot camp. There'll be 2-3 people who will be doing the math. But for the new teams, the new pros who have come in over here, you know, they're far away from one another. They need somebody to be doing the math, and that pressure also will be kind of mounting on them. I'm not sounding unprofessional at this point of time. I'm just telling that there might be some people over there, but you need to rely on the best of the information you have.
Well, see, they're going to know how many finishes they have in a game. They're going to know exactly what position points they get. So as far as the math is concerned, I'm pretty sure they have an idea. However, what is going to stand out for me is, largely thank you to the iQOO BMPS, they've had this spotlight that's been shining on them. And at the end of the day, when you have an opportunity, you can either grab it or let it slip through your fingers once again. And all in all, I do believe that most of these teams, they've seized that opportunity. But now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, for one last time in the League Week 3, the Big Bird is going to take to the skies over the beautiful map of Erangel. And this time, by the look of things, we are going to be heading down south. In fact, we are going to be flying over the shooting range, over the ruins, and eventually ending somewhere west of the Sosnovka military base. But speaking of ruins, which all teams are going to be left in its wake?
The flight path seems to be so clear. The flight path seems to be, you know, so silent at this point of time. But the teams jumping off early for making sure that they have the right kind of points for themselves. Oh my goodness, I'm already feeling my hands and legs go numb, because I know that there is AC over here. I know I'm sweating on other parts of my body, but my hands and legs are just going cold.
See, the thing is, right now, even I'm just going to take it down a notch, because this is the calm before the storm. Now, we saw in the last game, Esports, while at WSF, oh boy, they came out swinging, but the question is still going to be, was it enough for them to get the job done? Now, they still have another opportunity right here. Question is, are they going to make the best of it? Now, all teams are going to be dropping down from the heavens above, And already you can have a look that a few teams are switching things around. Blind this time around deciding that, you know what, they're not going to take any chances. They're going to have a little bit of a spit drop at the shooting range. And Severny, and lo and behold, have a look at the circle. It is something that is going to be in their favor. Now, RTR. We know that these boys love heading to the Sosnovka military base from time to time, but ACBC are going to be playing as well, which means they're going to be content with the ferry pair and the surrounding areas. But that also means they might just lock horns with Team INS. And speaking of Team INS, boy oh boy, these guys have been playing phenomenally.
Now, not only Team INS, also WSF are also in the picture, right? Even they have been playing amazingly well. And look at what's happening over here as GE is going to be hitting the ground. It's going to be Hydras yet again. Oh, the right kind of gun as well as Jackson almost took a player down. And eventually, we have to see what kind of retaliation will be coming in from that player. It's going to be Ronnie going in with the gun, but at the same time, shotgun versus the side of AR as Ronnie is going to be trying to duck as much as possible. And it's going to be the Hydras, the Wolves rushing in together and trying to take them down. Manya far away is also giving out its location. Hydra, why are you doing this?
Man, this is their city, and Global Esports have dared to step in. They're going to make sure they make them pay. And you know what? They did anticipate that. Now, Global Esports, they did glide all the way to the city itself, but Hydra were expecting this. They knew. They packed up a few weapons from a compound to the north and were heading back south. And now, although they have the upper hand, they have a man advantage on the boys from Global Esports. They don't really have a lot of options except falling back. But knowing Global Esports, well, as long as they have a weapon or two in their hands, they are going to bring the fight straight to the enemy. For now, Manya is going to be on the left of your screen as AJ is just trying to make sure he has a nice little path to fall back on, because keep one thing in mind. Although Hydra officials do have this building, there's only going to be X amount of loot, and looks like the stalemates have already started. And speaking of stalemates, Team INS down south could be heading on a collision course with RTR.
RTR Retribution, Autobotz, ACBC, all of these teams, and how well are they going to counter out the final game? Who's going to leave a big mark even though they're not making it to the next round is also something we have to watch out for, because ultimately there are only few teams, you know, who have proved their mettle, right? But at the same time, let's not forget to, you know, give a little bit of a limelight for those who actually worked hard. We have Walkouts over here, we have Blind over here, we have WSF, we have INS. These are the 4 teams who are actually fighting out for those positions to make it inside the next round.
Well, speaking of the 4 teams that you just mentioned, they're going to be still comfortable right now, Manya. Oh boy, he knows smokes have been deployed. He knows Hydra might either try and, you know, take advantage of obscuring their vision, or perhaps it is just going to be a little ploy on their part. And he's like, you know what, maybe we don't have the advantage, but now this is where Hydra could pick up a few finishes. Down goes Manya. He thought nothing's going to happen. In fact, Global Esports were thinking that, wait a second, if they've gone to the right, we're going to do the same. But that was beautiful mind play coming in from Hydra officials. They deployed all that smoke to confuse the enemy that, hey, maybe we're already over him. And Pop making sure he checks every single nook and corner, every single cranny, as elsewhere we did expect this happening. Coops from RTR is going to get the better of INS's crazy soul now. He does move forward a little slowly, but have a look at Billion and Joker. They could be spoiled sports.
Yeah, eventually there's where the shot's going to be coming in from. San would have given out the information. That's how backup comes in, as Joker wants to go a bit more closer towards the side of Coops. Will have to watch out for his teammates. Again, they also have a high ground, a vintage point where they can take down the side of Team INS.
They could indeed. For now, Joker's position is
nice.
Perfect switch over there. He did switch to the Uzi. He knows that rate of fire is something that's going to be helpful. And Chonu has the same idea as well. Now he is going to be jumping. The position is given away. Chonu has no idea that Joker already saw him coming in. And this is what we were talking about, ladies and gentlemen. Team INS firing on all cylinders, as the man himself, one of the most underrated players in the community, is going to make sure he racks up those 2 finishes. And Retribution RTR, they could be in a world of trouble.
Team INS Joker, oh my goodness, the composure, the way he was just holding his ground was also really commendable. Legend at this point of time is going to call his teammates. He's going to be like, I think I see him up, you know, behind this door. What we're going to do is just wait out over here as AJ on the other side is going to be striking. This is the moment where the backup has to come in. He's playing around with the mine, but eventually goes over the compound where it's going to be Dynamite from the other side also tagging him off. Reload is going to be the AKM.
Well, the AKM is
confirmations as well is going to be coming in, and Legend and Dynamite. Rakul needs to do wonders.
He does indeed, but right now it's going to be Dynamite. In fact, laying down some dynamite in his position as that grenade was just a bit too close for comfort. But this is where that Uzi-laden man is going to come up from behind. And, well, Legend might just go down as a Legend himself because AJ, although he is trapped in a little bit of a corner over here, smokes have been deployed because Knuckle and his teammates know that they need to keep him alive. In fact, Knuckle is the only other teammate that AJ has at this point. However, those smokes are going to work. Legend's position is going to be given away, and looks like Knuckle was trying to go for the grenade, but now he is just a little bit confused.
At the same time, Hydra, they somehow made sure that the teammate comes in to cover where they can go in for a revival. I do understand that, AJ could have struck immediately as soon as he got those knocks, but, he's heading in the right direction at this point of time. I just hope it footsteps doesn't give too much information for the side of them to come in, as Loki on the other side falls off from a vehicle.
Well, looks like he must have been sprayed with lead by Mr. Spray from Walkouts, as a result of which, before the vehicle went boom, he decided to get out, and, well, it left to his demise. Now, Walkouts do capitalize on that finish, but once again, we're still going to focus on this little skirmish between Hydra Official and the boys from Global Esports. Now, AJ did set up a nice little flank over there. He actually caught them by surprise. I do believe Legend was just trying to see if he can hear something around him. But again, he couldn't capitalize on both those finishes. For now, Knuckles going to back up just a wee bit, as AJ is going to be on the other side. And speaking of the other side, have a look at what's going to happen down below. Team INS are going to be driving past RTR, which means chances are their vehicles are going to be full of bullet holes, as those teams are going to be going forth against one another. ABs, on the other hand, they're going to take their time coming into the blue.
The circle yet again, it's going to be playing a spoil sport, right? Because just in case it goes to the northern island, that is where, it's going to be a very different story for the teams in the bottom. And let's not forget to see where the positions of Team INS is, right? They need a lot of points for themselves. I know that they're going to be relying on a little bit of a finish points as well, but let's not forget that there are also other teams. That's going to be the side of ACBC who will be making it inside the circle, where GOG will be guarding them down.
Well, normally ACBC never take the Eastern Bridge because that is where you have the majority of teams lying in wait around Milton. Now, GOG apparently did kind of let them go through because they also need some points, right? If they have a big game right now, maybe, who knows, just maybe they might make it to the top 16 again. It is all going to be left to the last second here in Erangel. But for now, once again, we are anticipating something breaking out with Hydra and GE, but elsewhere, I see a lot of vehicles getting a bit too close for comfort for one another. As for now, we are going to be focusing on Walkouts, but have a look at what is around them. You have Team MG at one end, and the circle is going to favor them, as well as OR Esports. Well, they're going to be heading in the direction of yet another team, and chances are we might have a little bit of a skirmish breakout just east of Rozok.
Yes, Naya, the love story continues between the side of G and Hydra. To the southern side of the map is where BB and GOG have caught up to one another. They're just passing by at this point of time. Nobody wants to take any kind of, unwanted fights. But ultimately, we all know these two teams, one among them have already gone out, and the other one is still trying to patch him up and make sure they try to survive. That's going to be Leader OP at this point of time, as Nick OP from the other side tries to take an off angle, or probably is literally walking into the jaws of death.
It could be, because I do see a couple of members from BB. They are in a vehicle. One of them, in fact, is riding shotgun, but Nick is going to be on their backsides and decides once again not to let loose a few shots from his M4. Of course, it was a bit too quick for him, and they still want to keep that element of surprise. And speaking of surprises, BB are going to be moving into the circle without any opposition hitting them at Pochinki, because keep in mind, if you remember, Blind Esports this time around, they did not drop down in their favorite city. In fact, they dropped down at the shooting range and Severny, and you know what? Looking at the circle, buddy, it's kind of panned out right for them.
Hopefully, because right now, by the way the circle is panned out, half region of the higher ground, half region of the high island and the lower island are both in the picture, right? So you need to be exactly where Walkouts are at this point of time to make sure that you have the right kind of rotation. Next, as ACBC is gone and way too closer towards the side of OR, and that is where the fight has turned out as Jelly gets taken down. Aditya is going to be coming in a bit more closer, as Hydra on the other side as GE Knuckle takes down Legend. The fight still continues at Yasnaya.
Well, AJ is going to make sure that Hydra is going to be answering for a few of their questions, and now it is going to be a 1-on-2 situation. Parv knows exactly where the enemy is. His teammates might be giving him that information. The grenade comes in. It is going to be raining down shrapnel from above like a flak grenade. However, it isn't going to be enough, and now AJ does have a little bit of of an angle on the man from Hydra officials. Parv is the last man standing, and for now, Edge is like, you know what, I see them. I'm just going to confirm a few finishes for myself, as Parv is going to be on the back foot. Little did he know there was a little wall over there, and he does spot them. They both jump, they both shoot, none of them connect, and now AJ is going to go in for seconds. All he needs to do is move in at the right time. The AKM is going to be locked and loaded, and Parv might be running low on a few bullets, but now Parv is the one who's going to make a first move, but AJ knows that he has his flank secure.
Oh, nice!
Puts in the final nail in the coffin, and elsewhere, looks like Team INS are going to get the better of Retribution RTR.
This means that INS are looking 4 finish strong for themselves, still looking forward to make it into the next round. They're playing it to perfection at this point of time, and also RTR out of this game. They had a very, very good game so far. GE on the other side is also suffering in the hands of BB, as Helgor is going to be raining one more bullet just to make sure that he gets those finishes of 2 players, as on the other side, retaliation with the grenade is going to be from the side of MG.
Well, MJ and Bullet OP, they need to make sure they provide enough cover for their teammates down below, because, well, Leader is going to be down on his bloody knees. However, Zen OP, he is going on a little bit of a rotation. And if he gets to the top, and of course right now he's trying to make sure he doesn't make any sound, MJ is going to be focusing on Helgor. There you have it. Shots are going to be fired from the left flank over there, as Zen OP is going to make them pay, and with one big boom, Big Brother Esports are going to make quick work of GOG.
Now, one finish, that scream out of this game is going to, kind of affect their performance. But let's not forget they've already made it through, right? So BB are going to be happy. They'll be trying to experiment and see. But a very, very beautiful flank coming in. Something which they're going to cherish for a really long time. But coming back, Nigma Galaxy way towards the eastern side will have to make it inside the circle. Probably from the side of shooting range. And let's not forget, INS will be coming to the big mountains. Expecting nobody to be there. But will BB coming and backstab them when they're making inside the circle?
Well, we're going to find out. What's going to happen right now is, as we are going to see INS on the move, I expect a lot of action breaking out on those little Delta Islands, because OR Esports are heading straight for the position of Walkouts. And speaking of Walkouts, well, we do have them on our screens right now. Karito and the boys, they do have the compound down for themselves, as one team just went past them, and of course is Enigma. But they've got to keep one thing in mind. They might not be aware that OR Esports could have a little bit of high ground. And speaking of high grounds, it's going to be Dionysus who makes sure that Rex is kept at bay, but for now they know that there's an enemy in the compound down below.
Now Marcus Gaming knows nobody's going to come back from behind them and backstab them, and that is why they're aiming for those finishes, just to make sure that they have enough to make it across the line. This is the final map, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody would want the maximum of what they can gain, but the bigger picture is going to be this. They need that winner chicken dinner. The biggest chunk of 15 points is what most of these teams will be looking out for.
Now have a look at what's happening on the other side. To the left of the screen, you will have a look at Autobotz once again braving the blue, coming in north. So what you said earlier, Marcus Gaming, they do have the backs against the balls. That is not the case right now. OR Esports are taking the fight once again to ACBC. They're going to make them pay for taking them down, but OR there is the first one to be brought down. Now the big bad gun, the M249, is going to be rattling off those shots. Jelly's position has been given away. Jelly gets the first name. He's going to go take it down, and almost Rain had a triple knock for himself, but this is where his teammates need to step up. Arthunki is going to line of fire. Aru still with a little sliver of HP.
Oh, nice.
A lot of damage, but he does manage to take down Haxa, and once again, Arthunki is going to be the last man standing for OR Esports.
Now let's not forget, ACBC is a very important game for them. They need to survive. They need to get those placement points. They need to get those finish points as well, just in case they have to make it across, because GOG is out, RTR is out, Hydra is also gone out. They're inching closer to get that winner chicken run. What have they done between all these things? Slapped in the faces of the biggest teams over here. That's going to be OR. One last finish. They're going to have 4 in their pocket.
However, now Nigma Galaxy, they're going to be applying the pressure on ACBC, and is MJ going to make it rain? No, the smokes have been deployed with certain precision over here, because it's going to keep the enemy thinking that, wait a second, they could be in the smoke. But now MJ, he might get a bit of a visual. Rain is going to make sure that Haxa is picked up, but no! A grenade comes in, and well, Haxa is going to be blown to smithereens, and Rain is going to have to go back with a sliver of HP. Evil Sky at one end, Capron at the other. They realize, 1 second, guys, this is going to be a lost cause, and now Rain is going to get up. He's next. MJ almost getting taken down, but his teammates are going to be right next to him, and the follow is going to be making them pay for their little mistake.
Now at the same time, Capron is still trying to do the best of what he can. He's going to be pushing in. He doesn't know the information of the other one coming in. A 2v1 situation where he steps out, dares to take the player down. It's going to be Apollo and MJ coming in a bit more closer. Information would have been relayed that it's a grenade which is going to be cooked in from the other side, but that smoke could be that diversion, and eventually MJ also gets taken down. Capron at this point of time wants to do wonders, as then another team coming in from behind. He needs to be quick to take down the final player of Enigma Galaxy, or else things can go wrong.
This is where Evil Sky needs to come in from that left flank, as Capron is going to go to the right. He does make sure he finishes what he started. Since Max been taken down, Apollo, all he can do is helplessly look on. He is going to still go for the revive. Max is going to be back up on his feet again. The big question, Evil Sky finally coming in with a massive grenade, and Enigma Galaxy are sent packing once again. What an important game for this team, but now we're going to focus on Team INS, making sure they pick apart Walkouts one by one.
Now that is where I would like to say that Walkouts at this point of time are looking very, very vulnerable, as INS is going to be held on to this ridge. They are divided at this point of time. Walkouts need to play for placement points. I know Spray from far away can hold an off angle, but he also has to watch out for the other team. That's going to be Marcus Gaming right behind him, who would want that hard cover for themselves. But coming back over here, BP versus the side of WSF. WSF are also having a good time. They need these finishes. They need this chicken dinner as well, as they're going to be raking up as much as possible. Capron, what a valiant effort coming in from this side, right? He took down 2 players and then allowed Evil to come in with 1 good grenade.
Again, keep in mind, Evil Eye did kind of leave his position. I'm going to hold on to that thought for just a second, because here comes Esports, Walla, WSF, and Walkouts. Out now, the next intended target. I like what they're doing. They're surrounding the enemy. They're not giving them any chance to breathe overhead, because if they go out, Enigma could be coming in from behind. Forget that. Enigma is way too far off, as Bajwa are going to be coming inside. A barrage of grenades is going to get the better of Beard Baba, and keep in mind, since they are separated, Carito is the only one who can do something overhead, because Mr. Spray is not going to be in contention just for yet. And there you have it. Honey, with yet another grenade, is going to make sure they walk over Team Walkouts.
Now, and I don't know how WSF are woken up. I mean, I know this is the right side of the bed for sure, but eventually, look at the Spray coming in from the side of Tango, puts another man down. He knows the information of the other person as well. Another finish being picked up by them. 4 finishes already, looking way, way too strong for the side of WSF.
I believe Team INS, in fact, just stole that from their grip right now, because it was Enigma who was taken down by that team, and they make sure to capitalize on all the finishes, but now they see something lurking in the distance. Williams is going to be the intended target, and the last man, I do believe, for Global Esports, no, not the last man, the second last man is going to be taken down, because Knuckle is having a little bit of an issue. He doesn't have kills, which means he can't breathe underwater, as now INS Salman, of course, the first time that we are seeing him, is going to be in a precarious situation.
Now Salman has no healing for himself. All he has to do is give up his life below the water. If he tries to come up, that is where information is going to be relayed. Look at that off angle being held by the side of Billion. He puts him down, but the confirmation of this finish is pretty much required for the side of INS, right? Just in case he goes away, then the story can be different, but Blind from far away can see Billion, and they might put in their crosshairs towards this player and then try to take him down.
I love this bird's eye view right now. Esports, Walla, WSF playing aggressive as we expected them to, and Knuckle once again just like a fish slithering away, and finally his lungs are what are going to give up, because he just drowned himself to a watery grave. But for now, Team INS, they are looking good, but the circle buddy has taken a bit of a switch. It's gone back to the position they were in, and expect them to hit Mr. Spray's position with everything that they have.
Now, how will Blind gonna rotate from this, right? Look at their position. 2 players on one island, 2 players on the other island. How are they gonna make it inside the circle? But at the same time, let's not forget Marcus Gaming having the best spot in the house. Hard cover for themselves. High ground as well, as the push comes in from the side of WSF. They've already done the damage against the side of Joker. But Crazy Soul, Billion and Cheyenne, what are they gonna do next, as they have to make it to the other island and make sure they play for placement points?
For now, looks like Crazy Soul is going to be brought down courtesy of Bajwa's M4, and Shane and Billion. Keep in mind, buddy, they are still in the circle, but just only so, and Bajwa and the boys are going to make sure they apply all the pressure and rake up all those finishes for themselves. ACBC are going to fall down to nothing over here, because, well, although we did see the Autobotz were in contention, they were the ones who were actually doing the damage. Looks like it was, well, their own devices that finally brought them down. Now, the thing is, Enigma are still 2-man strong, and they are way out in the open, so if the Autobotz think that they have their backs against the wall, well, they are wrong. But for now, Honey, he knows the enemy could be nearby. In fact, he might just know that someone is going to be down on his knees over here, as there are plenty of vehicles, and there you have it. They're going to pick up another finish for themselves. But the question is, do they know someone's up top? Looks like they do, because Tango is heading for the 2 remaining members. members of the Autobotz.
Oh, look at what's happening over here. I mean, I don't know how much information can WSF pick up over here. They are making sure the tag of every single player around the map, every look and corner, they have information, and this is what you would need in a final game like this. WSF, if they pull off a winner-winner chicken dinner, they will be eventually making it in the next round. Gusty's beautiful grenade is going to be connecting against the side of Blazy. DG, the last man standing, probably will be playing for placement points as the revival might be coming in successful.
Well, he does have his teammate Phobic on the other end, so there is a little bit of option for these two gentlemen. But now, Team MG, they do look good. They have a nice little compound all for themselves, and Ghosty is going to make sure no one comes past that bridge. Now, INS, on the other hand, are going to take the fight straight to Esports while WSF, because looks like it's the other way around, because they know there's some fish in the water down below, as Blazy is going to be finally wiped out. Now, I love what Esports Walla are doing. Can they get it themselves back-to-back chicken dinner? And speaking of Phobic, we did say that his position is going to be a bit instrumental, as Ghosty is going to be brought down onto his knees.
Now, Marcus Gaming, I know there is no way they can come and pick up Ghosty, right? So they'll be holding that hard position yet again. But the next circle shift is going to ride the fate of load of teams over here, because eventually, if it goes towards the side of Southern Island, Marcus Gaming is going to be rewarded. If it goes to the Northern Island, then oh my goodness, it's still challenging out everybody. Everybody have to come out in the open and then only fight. But the only team which has got a little bit of an advantage because of that small hut in front of them is going to be WSF.
It is going to be WSF, but they've got to be wary, because looks like they do know the Autobots are going to be behind them. Have a look at Orba's HP being chipped away. In fact, it could even be someone from Team MG dishing out all the damage. Now Tango, he's got a nice little angle for himself. They've got all these vehicles for cover. Have a look at how they've made a makeshift fort out in the open grounds over here, as of course they do have the backs to a wall, literally speaking, but they've got to be careful about the Autobots. Now for teams like Team Blind, they're going to come in and they know it's time. Yes, of course, get all your covers back on, because this is where it's all going to go down.
Oh, Pavkilo on the other side, playing it as clever as possible. He just wants to stay in the water. Look at the spray coming in from his side, making sure he takes as many finishes as possible, because Marcus Gaming needs it. 4 for themselves so far, and one man has done 2 right in front of our screens.
Team INS were looking oh so good, but they are going to be out in the 6th position with 8 finishes to themselves. Not a bad outing considering last game as well, but now Team MG, they need these points. They are still a 4-man squad, and they are going to have to cross the waters at some point. But for now, what they've done is pretty smart. They're going to make sure, hold on to that thought, because right now, Esports Walla are taking the fight straight to the enemy, and of course, you are going to shoot shotgun. You are going to fire from your vehicle, but now Hydra gets out. He's going to get the better of ABs over here, as Mr. IGL has been taken down. However, I wonder if they know there's still one man standing, and that man, Orba, is going to make his quick escape in a vehicle, possibly heading for the water, but no, it's Honey who's going to put him 6 feet under.
Now this is where I want to say Initiative Academy, can they put an end for the side of Blind, because Blind at this point of time is holding the 16th position the last time we saw them, right? So they need a lot of points for themselves. Retaliation from the side of WSF can be a blessing in disguise for the side of Blind, as they're going to be picking up more of it, as it's going to be Pavkilo inside the water. Shots are going to be coming in from the side of Rage. I think he has found out the location of Pavkilo. Eventually he's going to go deep under the water, trying to survive a little more longer to make sure they get that placement points.
Esports Walla, WSF, I love what they're doing. They have the high ground atop that little mountain behind him. Curran is still going to hold down the fort over here, making sure nobody comes in through, and this grenade could spell trouble, because have a look at this. Bajwa is going to be relentless, and with that, ladies and gentlemen, WSF have 12 finishes for themselves, 4 men still alive, and they are looking good. They are looking to get their 2nd chicken dinner in a row, and let me tell you one thing, this is a massive game coming in for the boys, and they are not done yet. DG coming under the cross.
I mean, I would like to say this, WSF, if they get this winner chicken dinner, for sure they're going to be making it in the next round. 40 was an average. They've already gained 23 in the previous one, and another 20 over here. They're going to cement themselves. But what are they trying to do? Ruin the story for the side of Blind at this point of time. Deadpool's grenade is going to be connecting perfectly, as it's going to be a small opening for the side of Deadpool as Rage gets taken down. Smokes should be deployed at this point of time to make sure he gets inside the circle, as Initiative Academy could be the blessing in disguise to take down the side of WSF.
I completely agree with you, but the thing is, Deadpool thought his teammate could be picked up, but it was DG from the other side who's going to make sure that now there was just one. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, he does not have any regeneration abilities, because if he goes down, that is going to be it for Blind Esports. And they want to make sure, even though they are up against a monumental task in the form of Esports Walla, WSF, boy, have they come out swinging on the last day. Nothing is really concrete right now. Grenades are going to be coming. His position is going to be contested. In fact, Bajwa and Curran are going to be laying down some some more. He goes in the water. You better not do that right now.
Oh, no.
There you have it. It's going to be DG once again from his little angle that is going to get the better of him. 14 finishes for the boys, looking for their second consecutive chicken dinner.
Now this time they're going to have a 30 plus, making sure that, you know, they'll have the best of the best of the best. At this point of time, Honey is going to be cooking up a grenade. Is this enough for the side of WIE to say goodbye from the lobby? No. One of them are going to inside the water, and I don't think so it's going to be easy for them to come out.
The resilience, oh my goodness, it's going to be Honey who does get the shot before he does hit the deck. I'm telling you, the determination that these lads are showing right now is just phenomenal. And now DG knows his day's done. Phobic also knows it's a lost cause, but for now, they're just going to try and waste some time, not give them enough finish points, because remember, at this stage, buddy, every single point is going to matter, and the Honey and the boys, they're going to be shooting in every single direction. But look at that. They know he's somewhere over here. They know he's going to have the surface. And are they going to get that final finish for themselves? Yes, they are. Esports Walla WSF with a massive game coming in. And if my math is right, they had 16 finish points for themselves. 15 points from placement. You wanted an average of 40? Well, they got 31 from this game. Whew.
Who's going to go down? Who's going to go down from the 16th position? Because now they've made sure they're going to step into the 16th position, right? We saw Blind was also over there at the 16th position. There was one more team. It's still not flashing in my head. Two teams are in danger at this point of time. And we all know what happens when there is a tie. The team with the placement points is going to be making it in the next round. And we all know this one team on our screens over here have got 2 good placement points for themselves. 30 points in just 2 games to make sure that they're making it in the next round.
You know, I know that I'm from Punjab, but I love the fact that they are representing the state out there in this tournament so far. Lovely seeing what you guys did, but again, the aggression that they have showed today, the resilience, the compassion, the determination was just phenomenal. And in a few seconds, I know everyone wants to know where your favorite teams are. But before we get to that, Arca, you said it's going to be a quiet game. What an amazing, amazing game. But I'm going to hold on to my question because, ladies and gentlemen, now it is time to see who is going to go forth because the overall standings are popping up on our screens. And, well, we all know we're going to start from the top and get all that juicy drama for you because there you have it. At the top, nothing has changed so far.
OR Esports, congratulations for you for making it in the next round. You know, it was all before. Right now, we'll start congratulating every single team is going to be making it through. It's going to be OR, Team Soul, Team EXO, Enigma, Galaxy, Global Esports, Hyderabad, Hydra, 7 Seas, and Hydra Official. A huge congratulations to you guys. And we're going to make sure we see you in the grand finals. And do not forget, all of this points table is going to be turning down to 0. And every single match is going to count.
All right, listen. My heart is pounding. My breath might be a bit shaky. The adrenaline is coursing. I might have a few goosebumps because I just want to give it a little moment of silence right now. Let's just take a step back because everyone knows that, okay, these teams have made it. But now, as the page is going to switch, we're going to basically know which teams have made it and which teams have not. So, once again, a moment of silence for the fallen.
Oh, second page coming in. I would love you to do this. I can't see it, my friend.
Hold on. Hold on. Let's see who's going to get it because the second page is over here. And, well, Team INS have made it. Esports Walla WSF have made it. Team Kinetic have made it. Oh, my goodness. Woo!
I can't believe Blind just got washed away. They had survived for so long. I mean, they were at the 16th position. And I really want to know the points difference between themselves. ACBC were in the 16th or 17th position as well. Out of nowhere, it's going to be WSF who comes on the top and suppresses everybody else as Kinetic, who were on the 14th position, have also been suppressed. 2 teams stood out over here to make sure that they make it in style.
Well, they have made it in style, and I love the fact that Esports Walla WSF do have 164 points from finishes and 164 points from position, something that you are going to have a keen eye out on. But congratulations to all the teams that have been on our screen so far. Big Brother make it through. FS Esports have made it through. Our Esports were never really in a bit of a bother. However, they're going to be going fourth as well, which means now it's going to be a little bit of a sad moment, as we are going to go to the third and final page. And, well, you know, that's how it is, man. For some to basically topple over the others, I mean, someone has to fall down.
Eventually, we have to say congratulations to all these teams yet again, right? We'll be seeing them next week. That's going to be Enigma Gaming, R Esports, FS Esports, Big Brother Esports, Autobotz, Team INS, WSF, and Team Kinetic. A huge congratulations for you guys to making it through to the grand finals. But also, let's not forget the valiant effort of the bottom. We're going to be 8 teams who are going to be saying goodbye to us. It's important for us to tell them that you guys have done an amazing job so far. Do not put your heads down. Just, live up to what you have earned so far. The next time you're going to be here, we're going to make sure that we cheer out for you guys as well.
Well, we are going to be bidding adieu to Retribution out here. Or you know what, I'm just going to wait for the next page to come up because they're going to be going home. GOG Esports have been sent packing, and I guess we'll just have a look
Blind
and see.
has been...
I mean, Blind, you were saying, again, from this day, from the start of this day, right? Yes, they were holding on to the position. However, they did a little bit something different today. They kind of gave up on their aggression just a little bit, trying to go for those placement points, and that is eventually where they were hit hardest.
Now 328, right? Look at that tie coming in between the side of EWSF and Kinetic, and just in case it was just for the 16th position, but still, WSF would have made through because of those position points. 30 points in just 2 games, and making sure they cross over to the side of Team Kinetic. Amazing work. But I really want to know the points difference between the 16th and the 17th position, because I do understand it's going to be just disappointment for the team, but ultimately what's more important is how much they could have tried or they could have done better. It's a learning curve, but these teams below have learned it the hard way.
Well, that is, of course, what life is all about. But Team INS, man, oh boy, 329. Just imagine if they hadn't had like 2 finishes, maybe we would not have seen them in the top 16. That is what I'm talking about. If you want to make sure you have a good day, you've got to take the fight straight to the enemy's gate. But now
22nd position to the 15th position coming in from the side of WSF. What do you have to say about that?
What a massive jump, buddy. I mean, again, they were a different beast altogether today. 2 chicken dinners, back-to-back chicken dinners, and now this is where it is going to get just a little bit upsetting. 328 for Blind! Oh my goodness, that is going to be dramatic. It was 171 position points for the team above, and Blind, oh god, they were so close, yet so far away. Oof, I mean, I know that you're going to feel something for it. I'm pretty sure all the Blind fans out there are going to feel something as well, because when you have a tie, maybe, it always comes down to those position points and the number of chicken dinners. If they had had 1 more chicken dinner, it could have gone the other way, but oh my goodness, that kind of stinks.
I mean, I do understand this, right? We need a breather in between all these things.
Wow.
The best way to do it right now is allowing to thank our sponsors. That's going to be iQOO smartphones coming up with an amazing device. There's going to be Neo 6, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to allow you to go in and watch this promo as we both need a very big breather. I mean, it's going to be hard for us to understand what had happened over there. But at the same time, guys, enjoy the promo.
Watch it, earn it.
You have to head on to Loco and make sure that you have this app on your device, and you're going to be enjoying all this perspective, all these talks from different streamers, different players, different casters speaking about it. One thing which stuck my mind when we were in the break or the promo which we were looking at was just in case the player had not jumped into the water and just waited over there for the side of IE to get taken out, or picked up 1 finish for himself, which they did get, right? 1 knock with that grenade. A follow-up grenade,
I'm going to just stop you over there, because let's just first congratulate all our viewers. We're going to come back to this point real quick. Congratulations to Fardeen. Well, of course you
and
did.
Yash.
There you go. Thank God you read the names. But again, we have a few more coming in. Saksham Garg, Piyush and Yash, congratulations. You're getting some nice BGMI merch heading your way.
I mean, we did try to our best, right? We're just carried away from the momentum of Blind not making it through. Yes, the next 3 names is going to be 3 AM Frenzy.
Ooh.
Nice one. Aishwarya. And then we have Prasanjit Sarkar coming in. The 3 other big names. I mean, 3 other good names, or the lucky names.
Of course, and we are going to have a lot more winners in store for you, because Dhanraj is going to get a t-shirt coming his way, and a bottle, as is Adnan Alam. I love that name, actually. Kind of reminds me of Adnan Sami from back in the day. But of course, we have Unwanted with an O instead of an A. And Sushant Thakur, congratulations for all your goodies.
Unwanted with an unwanted O. Yeah, it's going to be, Pixobeat Photography and Tarun Kumar. Oh, Pixobeat Photography? Nice.
Well, you got to represent your company out there. And joining them, we have Narendra Singh.
Narendra Singh, 2 times?
Hey,
I
buddy,
hope there are 2 different people.
If you're the same dude, you might want to send one of the t-shirts and bottles our way, because, more the merrier. And speaking of a few more giveaway winners, we do have Shakibu and Debangana. Congratulations, you have all this nice little presents heading your way. You still hung up on the blind thing.
Obviously, they had everything for themselves. I'm just waiting for the next few names to come up. It's going to be Sanket, Shivaji, Nagare, and Yug. Oh, I like the name Yug. And Kaushik B. Just 3-letter, but still sounds big.
Yug means error, right?
Yeah.
Ah, I see. I do know.
It's a century itself.
It's a century itself. And then we have Ajupro and Dipesh Dalvi getting these amazing goodies their name. And now we're going to say last final 2 names, because if it's not you, well, there's always next time at the grand finals. So congratulations
Punya Shlok.
Punya
Shlok. And of course, and Jyoti Lal.
Jyoti Lal Mathau. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. You're going to have a lot of BGMI merch headed your way. Now, sorry to cut you off earlier. We were talking about, the teams that have qualified and the teams that have not. But before we get to blind, let's just once again have a look at which all teams have qualified. I mean, you've already seen it, but just bask in the sunlight, bask in the glory, because there you have it.
Ladies and gentlemen, a huge congratulations to all these teams. OR, Team Soul, Team EXO, Nigma Galaxy, Global Esports, Hyderabad Hydras, 7C, Hydra Official, Enigma Gaming, R Esports, FS Esports, Big Brother Esports, Autobotz, INS, WSF Esports Wala, and Kinetic Esports.
Well, of course, these are all your qualified teams, which means once again, the battle is going to commence starting from the 9th of this month. So you better mark your calendars, you better free your evenings, because it is going to be non-stop action between these 16 teams. Now, of course, for some to prosper, others must fall. And now we're going to have a look at which teams are going to bid us adieu from this tournament. However, let me tell you one thing, a lot of them have a place in our hearts.
At the same time, a lot of respect coming in from the fans and having their own fan base is going to be the side of Blind, ACBC, Marcus Gaming, Walkout, RTR Retribution, GOG Esports, IE, and UP50.
Now, of course, UP50, they did finally have some fun this time. But again, this is a learning moment for a lot of these teams, because, chances are, we've seen one thing. A lot of these players who are going to be walking out this time as well, we've seen them in the past do some amazing things, and they have all those accolades to back them up, which means they may be gone for now, but they're never going to be forgotten. We might see them in the future. But ladies and gentlemen, that was the end of league play over the last 3 weeks, and it was amazing. But now, buddy, it's all about the grand finals starting on the 9th.
Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen, mark your calendar, make sure you're present over there. If this is what is coming out of the league stages, just imagine what's going to be coming in the grand finals itself. It's going to be a very, very big package. 10 lakh rupees of things to be given away to all you beautiful people out there. Do not forget to come in on the 9th for the grand finals.
Also, make sure, if you want to be updated, follow us on every single social media platform possible. Make sure, if you are new, hello, by the way, welcome. You just kind of missed the show. Subscribe to the channel. Make sure you know exactly when the action is going to commence. And, of course, you can follow us, everyone, on Instagram as well, because this, of course, is the iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Pro Series powered by Loco. And this is where stars are born.
I mean, it's going to be so hard, right?
Hey man, you gotta just push it in, and maybe later congratulate the boys for their valiant effort, because I know that you do have a little soft spot for them.
Yeah, obviously it's gonna be easy for you because you've been in that place several times. You've been disappointed. You're the rock which has been hit so hard, and finally got yourself to be the idol you are today. But let's not forget, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for coming in. I know that there's gonna be a lot of words will be coming out of our mouth, but I let the big man do the talking as we thank you all.
I was fine with this, but again, from Arca, from Fixes, from Tesseract Esports, from BGMI Crofton, from iQOO, from Loco, thank you all for being with us till the end. We shall see you in the grand finals. Bye-bye.